The summer break is over and we have made our way to the famous airfield circuit of Croft for the second half of the 2025 Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championships. And as you can see, this venue is a real fan's favourite. The Toms proving very popular in the signing session behind me. And it is the perfect venue to restart the engines for the remainder of what has already been a thrilling season.
Return of the #1 competition in British motor racing.
Blast off, good getaway by Sutton. Into Hollywood they go, he takes the lead. Round one, won by Ash Sutton at Donington.
Come on, let's go.
What a start to the season.
Welcome to Brands Hatch.
De Leon for the lead on the inside. Daryl De Leon wins in the British Touring Car Championship, gets the inside line for Druids. Charles Rainford, a first-time winner in the BTCC. 3 wins for BMW, 3 different drivers. Mikey Doble chased by 2 of the most spectacular drivers. Mikey Doble wins for the first time in the BTCC.
The fastest circuit in the UK.
And it's lights out. Sutton right on the limit as the car quivers under braking. They clash. Tom Ingram's first win of 2025 comes at Ruxton. Really good getaway by Ingram, and he's already gapped Camish. Tom Ingram crosses the line at Alton Park. Dives up the inside, Sutton leads Ingram. It's a win for Ash Sutton at Alton Park.
The storyline is clear. It's a resumption of the great rivalry between Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram.
So as the season gets back underway here at Croft, it's Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram setting the pace at the top of the championship. But it's a season that's so far given us 10 different race winners across the first 15 races, including 3 first-time winners. Now, last time out at Alton Park, that man, Tom Ingram, boosted his title chances with a blistering show of pace and a race 1 win. But 4-time champion Ash Sutton bounced right back with victory in race 2 to retain his championship lead. That was followed by victory 53 for Gordon Shedden, his first of the year, as he battled the wet weather in the reverse grid race to claim his first win in 3 years. It's a familiar top 2 in the standings, as I mentioned, with only 10 points separating Sutton and Ingram. Napa duo Dan Camish and Daniel Rowbottom are the closest challengers in the chasing pack. Defending champion Jake Hill is in 5th position, followed by Adam Morgan. Tom Chilton and Josh Cook complete the top 8. Now, Napa Racing's strong start to the season sees them lead the team's competition from Team Vertu, with Restart Racing in 3rd following what has been an outstanding campaign. In the Manufacturers' Championship, it's Alliance Ford ahead of Accelerate Hyundai. Amongst the independents, it's Chris Smiley with a 7-point lead over Josh Cook, with Mikey Doble in 3rd. And Smiley's Restart Racing lead the way at the top of the independent teams. And in the rookies competition, the much-coveted Jack Sears Trophy, Daryl De Leon tops the standings ahead of Charles Rainford. And so we kick off the second half of the championship here at Croft, deep in the North Yorkshire countryside, a few miles from Darlington. The fans are out in their droves once again to this beautiful venue, with the technical race circuit providing twists and turns and one of the best all-round examinations on the touring car calendar. You know, the pit lane a little less busy now ahead of race 1, but there has been a real buzz in the air here at Croft this morning as the season gets back underway. Alongside me, Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards and Paul O'Neill. A very good morning to you all. A lot has happened since Alton Park, Jade. No One Motorsport here today.
Yeah, so we're obviously missing the team in the lineup, and that's due to the owner of the team, Steve Doveman, having some health issues. So first and foremost, want to wish him well. He's been a great part of my career, and obviously many drivers up and down the paddock. So we want to wish him well. But you know, this is a hard championship financially, and with him having to step back in terms of business-wise, it meant that the race team took a fall as well. So they're not here, and you know, huge shout out to Paul Hartley and the rest of the crew. Sadly missed, but hopefully plan to be back, missing this round and Knock Hill, but hopefully finally finishing the season nice and strong with everyone as it should be.
Also today, no Jake Hill, defending champion, isn't here. The knock-on effect was perhaps it opened up a chance for the King of Croft to take the seat in Colin Turkington. How much of a surprise, Tim, is it that he's not driving today?
Well, firstly, welcome to Touring Cars.
Thank you very much.
Change of horsepower, I know, for you. But yeah, very disappointing not to have the champion on the grid. You know, the Croft is a brilliant circuit for BMWs historically, rear-wheel drive favourable, but he's had this ear infection which has given him this sort of virus, and obviously, as you know, it can affect your balance, and he's just been declared unfit to race. But for me, that was a great opportunity for Turkington to step into that car. He's driven it already this year at Brands Hatch, but Colin likes to do a lot of preparation, and he did not have the time he felt to do the job justice, especially with the quick sips qualifying. But you know what? If he qualified last on the grid, he could have won race 3. He's got 15 wins round here. I'd love to have seen him in the car.
And I'm sure the fans are disappointed that they don't get to see the King of Croft in action as well. Musical chairs on the grid, some new drivers, some moving drivers as well, Paul.
Yeah, it happens quite a lot, doesn't it, Ollie? Yeah, so we've lost Max Hall from Unlimited Motorsport. He's been replaced by One Motorsport Stephen Jelly. We've also got Max Buxton coming into Toyota, replacing Finn Leslie. So yeah, there's all sorts going on at the minute, and but yeah, we're racing, and there's going to be some great things to watch out for.
And it's close to the top, isn't it, between Ash and Tom, all to play for today?
Yeah, you know, we're loath to say it's a 2-horse race, but you know what? They've got a big points gap towards 3rd and 4th, and they are duking it out amongst themselves and playing some tactical games. And Ash Sutton's having to find all of the resources that he can. I mean, he actually managed to outscore Tom Ingram at Alton Park, despite Tom having the faster car. And he's got to do some clever maths this weekend if he's to recover from qualifying.
I've noted 2 horse racing puns so far today. The only one I care about.
Just getting started.
The only one I care about is as long as I don't have a mare, then I'm all right. We saw Tom Ingram out on track just a few moments ago. Let's bring you up to speed with what happened out on track yesterday. Here's David Addison with a report from qualifying.
Track limits were the talking point of qualifying yet again yesterday, with innumerable laps lost to track limit excesses. We lost one big name before the session started, as reigning champion Jake Hill had to stand down due to labyrinthitis, an ear infection that was affecting his balance. Colin Turkington drove the BMW in FP2, but didn't want to commit to the races, so the car has been withdrawn. Q1, always about not being slow, lost Gordon Shedden's Toyota as the Alton Park winner ended up 17th overall. Q2 inevitably lost some big names, but perhaps the most disappointed was Chris Smiley, who felt that he had done a good enough lap to progress, only to have it taken away for track limit abuses. And he wasn't alone. Ash Sutton was a victim as well, and although it was always going to be a struggle for him with just 1 second of boost a lap, he was miffed to be 11th. Out too went Adam Morgan and 2025 race winners Charles Rainford and Daryl DeLeon at what we always used to regard as a BMW track. So the final 6 headed into battle, with Restart Racing's Dan Lloyd making it into Q3 for the first time this season in his Hyundai, and he would take the 6th best time. 5th was Dan Rowbottom, also a track limit victim, and he put his Napa Racing UK Ford Focus on row 3. Tom Chilton had an off in FP2 and left the Team Vertu mechanics with a lot of work to do, but his rebuilt Hyundai went well enough to be 4th on the grid. Mikey Doble, the championship's great overachiever, put his Motor Parts Direct with PowerMax Racing Vauxhall Astra 3rd. Work done during the day, transforming the car.
We made a little adjustment to the car for Q2 and it made it better. And I just thought, let's just get the best out of what we got. And I know that it will be good enough to be somewhat there or thereabouts.
Dan Camish has taken 2 poles already this season and was in demon form again, taking 2nd best time here and being the best of the Napa Racing Ford drivers. The Yorkshireman is looking forward to race day.
Such a tyre circuit, you know, when you actually bolt on that fresh rubber, the car just comes alive. Another strong qualifying, pump fans in Yorkshire. So yeah, let's see what we can do tomorrow.
And pole went to Tom Ingram, making it 2 in a row for the driver who leads the Goodyear Wingfoot Award and is 2nd in the championship. The car topped both free practice sessions and was in unstoppable form as Ingram took career pole 12.
Really, really pleased with that. Yeah, like I say, it's you know, if you've ended up with one of these at the end of Saturday, you know you've had a good day.
The way that the Team Vertu Hyundai of Tom Ingram has gone all weekend means that it's pretty hard to bet against him for a win in race 1. But expect Dan Camish to come out fighting as he aims to close that gap in the championship to Ingram and, of course, to teammate Sutton. The run to turn 1 here is going to be crucial.
It sure is. Now, track limits very much the talk of the town after qualifying. We'll get Jade and Tim's thoughts on that in a moment. But, Paul, let's start on Tom Ingram because he showed his class yesterday.
Yeah, again, and I've got to say, and I've said it for the last few rounds, that car is so worryingly fast that I think the reason Ash Sutton is leading the championship, one of the reasons is strategically they have been brilliant at extracting everything from the car, but Ingram's car just looks absolutely brilliant. There's a lot of social media videos of the car on board. You watch it, me, Tim and Jade, I would love to drive that car. It's that good. Ingram is on top form, and the way he swaggers around the paddock, you know he's going to be pretty unbeatable today.
Pole for Tom, 11th for Ash Sutton. He was one of the victims of track limits, and as I say, it has been the talk of the town this morning.
Yeah, it's always a problem when you come here through the fast chicane, but look at this. Look, he's got the whole car across the inside of the track there, so he's breaking the rule about track limits, but track limits aren't enforced at that corner. They're only enforced at certain corners where they have cameras and observers to do it. So for me, if you can't enforce it everywhere, it's really not really fit for purpose. And when we're watching qualifying, so many laps are taken away that we're really not watching the real thing.
You've been speaking to a few people about it today, haven't you, Jade?
Yeah, so I actually wanted to get clarification of where these track limits were coming into play and what was said in the briefing. And essentially, the championship had taken away the tyre stacks around here. So we used to have one at technically turn 3, which is just after turn 1 kink, and then the chicane following. They've taken those away, and most of the track limits were that turn 5, which is the chicane apex. And basically what's happening is we're taking away the tyre stacks, which means there will be no one hitting them and causing damage, but it's taking away the reference for the drivers as they hit that apex, and they're finding the margin. Some find it quicker than others, but obviously what the championship are trying to do is say, well, you complained about the tyre stacks, we've taken away, and now we're going to be super strict on those track limits. So don't be amazed if we see a lot of that regulation coming into the races today.
We don't have the time now to talk about it, but it seems that there's not really an obvious solution for it, Tim, and if there was, they'd implement it. Is that fair?
That's absolutely right. There's no perfect solution to it, so they're doing the best they can, and it's a case of, you know, if you're guilty, you're guilty, but it's just spoiling the flow of qualifying for most of us watching.
Well, one man who had a good qualifying session was Tom Chilton. He had a big smile on his face in the autograph session, and rightly so, a 4th place spot for him on the grid, and a few moments ago he caught up with Louise Goodman.
Well, Tom, we've got a lovely shiny car behind us, but it didn't look like that straight after the FP2 yesterday, did it? A huge incident. Did you find out what the issue was?
Yes, Louise, it was a little bit of a bag of bolts after free practice too, and the team did a marvellous job getting it ready for qualifying, so all credit to them. But yeah, at the end of the brakes turning in on my second flying lap, you can hear on the video all the air coming out the tyre, so you think a puncture. But it's quite hard if you know the suspension broke and went through the tyre to give it a puncture or not, because obviously the way it went into the barrier. Either or, it didn't turn right and I went left very quickly. But it's all brand new, it's all working clearly very well, because I was at one point P1 in qualifying in Q3. So the car's clearly quick, and the team done a great job.
It was a brilliant recovery.
Thank you. It was exciting in the car. I was a bit frustrated because I thought I got pole, and I heard the whole garage because they messaged me going, "You're pole," and you can hear them on your radio and they're all clapping and roaring in the background. I went through turn 2. "No, time's disallowed, you've got to go again." I'm like, "What? I've already backed off." So to go for a 3rd flying lap. But it was very exciting, and I'm just, yeah, like I said, so happy for the team, and me and Tom, obviously P1, P4 was fantastic.
Well, yeah, P4 for the start of race 1 at a circuit where it's traditionally pulled some good, or you've pulled some good results out here, haven't you?
Absolutely. Actually, last year, obviously, I won the last race here and got fastest lap time, which was amazing. So I was really hoping for the qualifying lap record as well, so I get them both on the list. But Tom picked me to that one. But actually, in 2019, very, very similar conditions. It rained, and then the blue sky came out before the race at midday, and I think we might have that today. I started on wets and I won the race. Tom Ingram, I think, started 3rd or 4th and went out on slicks when he was in his Toyota, and he couldn't quite catch us back up. But if the wind's a bit different, or it's a bit warmer, or it's drying a bit more, the slicks will work. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the weather to see what's going to be the quickest.
Whatever happens, hope it's a good one.
Thank you very much.
Here's a quick look at the timetable of the day. It shows round 16 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is coming up shortly. That's at 12:10. With the second race this afternoon at 2:30, and then the reverse grid race coming up live with us here on ITV4 at 5:10. We'll also be bringing you action from our support series today, the Porsche Carrera Cup, the Vertu Mini Challenge, and the Legend Cars Elite Cup. That's all to come after the break. We'll be catching up with local lad Dan Camish The Yorkshireman sits in 3rd place after his flying start to the season, and he'll be looking to continue his strong record here at Croft to steal a march on the top 2. Today we will hear from him right after this.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number 1 mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, Top Cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back to Croft ahead of a race day that's well supported by motorsport fans in the northeast who have been getting up close to their favourite drivers this morning, one of which is sure to be local hero Dan Cammish. Now, the former Porsche Carrera Cup champion has never been far from the championship discussion since his BTCC debut back in 2018, and he's hoping this year will finally be his year. He's been catching up with Louise Goodman.
Right, go for it.
So how was your summer break? I saw some nice shots of you at the Grand Prix. Where were you? Ferrari hospitality somewhere?
My wife works quite closely with Ferrari, so she managed to get us in, and we were down in the got down into the pits to watch a little bit, which is just amazing. From there, family holiday, which was really nice with my wife's family. Croatia, which was my first time there, so that was lovely. Got myself a little tan. Not sure if you can notice.
Hello. You and Libby are expecting your first child. How exciting is that?
And yeah, we're super excited. Our first child, first grandchild for my parents as well, so they're super excited, as are Libby's. So when I talk to people, they either say it's going to be amazing or you're in for a shock.
Exciting times off track, but good times on track as well, isn't it?
I think it's been great. I think it's been good. A step forward probably in a lot of areas, and a step backwards in a few others. I've made mistakes that have cost me quite dearly, especially the turning the car off at Brands.
He stopped and there's almost a traffic jam behind him, look.
You do get very frustrated at times, don't you?
I am tough on myself, and I always have been. I've got, kind of, as a Yorkshireman, probably got a chip on both shoulders, and I just kind of say it how it is. Some people like to hear that, some people don't. Sometimes I have to bite my tongue, as you know. You've seen me do that on a number of occasions, especially quite recently, but we've definitely got a car that's quick in qualifying. 2 poles proves that, and I do feel at one with the car more than I have on any other year. The key for the second half is, can I bridge the gap and hopefully get in amongst it and get a few more race wins.
Dan Cammish in the gravel. Dan Cammish is out of the race, surely.
Your 2019 season, when you came so close, 2 laps from winning the championship.
That was quite hard. Equally, it also shows that your opportunity doesn't come around every 5 minutes in this championship. I was in a great car, supported by a great team at the time. I was, dare say, probably lead driver back then with, Matt. Matt was a fantastic teammate. He pushed me forward quite often to his own detriment. You just need the stars to align in this championship. It's not just about having a fast car and a great team. It just hasn't fallen right for me.
You've got 2 guys up ahead of you in the championship. What's it like having one of them alongside you in the garage?
We're very fair. We see everything between each other. We share all data, all knowledge. We sit across from each other in the debrief room. Equally, you're always compared to Ash, which adds an added pressure. It started out more difficult, and I've learned how to deal with it and how to get the best out of myself, and I've had to really work hard to fight my corner and pull people in around me like he has around him. Ultimately, he is the benchmark. I'll give absolutely everything every time every session. I've finished 3rd in this championship before. You get a nice trophy and a nice pat on the back. Ultimately, everyone wants the number 1. Second half of the season for me, poles, wins, enjoy those moments, and hopefully the points will rack up and take care of themselves.
A suntanned Dan Cammish. He's enjoyed his summer break, and obviously he wants to do well at every circuit, but particularly here, Tim, at his local track.
Yeah, and it's a circuit he's been very quick at all throughout his career, whether it's Porsches or in touring cars. But it's a very revealing interview, that, isn't it? Because it means so much to these guys, and he is up against one of the all-time greats of touring cars in Ash Sutton as a teammate, and having that experience, I think, can only drive you forward. I always benefit from having good teammates, whether it was Andy Rouse, Steve Soper, Rickard Rydell, Alan Menu, and it brings you on as a driver, and he's still getting better.
And with that in mind, Paul, is he right to be quite pragmatic about his championship hopes in that interview?
I think so, yeah. I mean, when he first joined Napa and Ash Sutton was there, I had him on a podcast and I asked him the question, how are you going to deal with Ash Sutton? And he was like, well, he's apparently one of the best in the world, so I'll go up against him. And I think he knows he's got a chance in this championship this year. He's driving as good as I've ever seen him, and I think this could really turn a corner for him this weekend.
And as Tim was saying, and as we know, he's got a great record here at Croft. Tell us about the intricacies and the nuances of this particular circuit, Jade.
So this circuit has a bit of both. It's got the fast section out the back, but it's also got these tight hairpins at the end as well. So a driver needs to adapt every single lap, whether balls out through the fast stuff, but also very patient through the slow stuff. There's also a couple of pinch points. Turn 2, 3 can pinch point at the first lap of the race. Same again through the S's. You can run 2 cars through there, but only if both drivers give respect. And in these conditions, the final point would be everywhere can be dry other than out in the back where there's trees still keeping that moisture. So a lot to deal with.
The engines, as I'm sure you can hear, have been revved up. Round 16 of Britain's premier motor racing competition, the Kwik British Touring Car Championship, is coming up, and we will have the grid walk next.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we're just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then.
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. Not too far away from a start, the formation lap taking place out on course at the moment. Tom Ingram on pole, the man to catch. What can we expect from this race, Jade?
I think it's going to be very interesting. We've just had word actually from some of the team members that even the drivers that are on slicks, on softs, are finding it really, really slippery out there. So although it's technically dry, and Paul and I would both opt for a dry tyre, I think because they haven't had rain for a long time, it's very, very green, which means there's low grip. Anyone that's on hards is going to have a tricky race, and anyone that's having their first touring car race like Max Buxton, we are nervous for, because these are arguably the trickiest conditions, because it's not a full dry, it's not full wet, and the track is super green.
Ash is in 11th, the current leader in the championships, and whilst he has ground to make up on Tom today, I'm sure plenty of eyes will still be on him here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the thing is, for the other competitors like your Ingrams and your Dan Camishes, they'll be hoping that he's really cautious from that 11th place and not getting into any tangles. This is the worst conditions that Ash Sutton could have, because I'm just going to, what Jade was saying, absolutely spot on, and I agree with it. And Jade, you know, if you run wide on the exit of a curb with a left cold rear tyre on a front wheel drive car, you're in so much trouble. If people scatter and Ash gets involved, this is the thing.
Are these tougher conditions than they would have anticipated? There was rain this morning. Are they, in the conversations you've had, are they surprised about the conditions out there?
On paper, these are conditions that everyone's dealt with before, but I think because there's been a lack of rain or the circuit's super green, they're relaying back that it's very, very greasy, more than they expected, and that's what's going to be interesting, because it's those drivers that can get the heat into the tyres on the formation lap that will make the difference.
Okay, for now, Jade, Paul, thank you. Let's get you to the grid and join Lou.
Thank you. Yep, down on the grid. The cars, as is the case when we've got conditions like this, they've done 2 laps to the grid, so they can get a bit of a feel for what the conditions are like out there. So Tom Ingram just pulled up in pole position. He was quickest throughout the free practice sessions yesterday. So FP1 fastest time, FP2 fastest by about half a second. You never know, though. There's no guarantee that that is going to translate through when it comes to pole. But here he is, second consecutive pole position. I was standing here with Spencer Aldridge, Tom's engineer, and I could see there was a lot of button pressing going, a lot of chat with Spence while you were doing that lap around. What's it like out there?
I think there's a lot of chat going on, because I think we're all going to want our hand held a little bit for this one, because it's quite scary. It's not nice, I'll be honest with you. It's not nice at all. It's a slick race. But the first third of this is going to be, you know, in fairly patchy conditions. And the trouble is, where you want it to be where you want it to be dry is where it's wet. So it's all in some pretty nasty places. So the first handful of laps are going to be fairly full on, I think. So it's going to be a case of managing this. We'll see how this pans out.
So you are on the soft tyre. There's a few people further back, and I have no doubt you know exactly one of them I'm talking about. They've opted to go for the hard tyre for this race. How tricky is it going to be on a soft, let alone on a hard, in these conditions?
Well, I think with a hard tyre on, it's going to be fairly tricky, because you're going to struggle to heat them up. But equally, you're going to struggle to heat a soft tyre up. If it's a greasy, slimy road, it doesn't really matter what tyre we're on. It's going to be fairly lively. There is obviously an argument to say that the soft tyre is going to give you more grip anyway. So I think we're on the right tyre. You know, I've got no concerns about being on the right or wrong tyre. I think the soft tyre is going to be the one that's going to give us the most amount of grip early on when we're going to need it most. The car's felt good all weekend. We've not had these conditions, but no one else has. So let's go and give it a crack and see what goes on.
Good stuff. Hope it goes well for you. There's a lot could happen in this race. Tom 10 points behind Ash in the standings, but 10 places ahead of him on the grid. So he 100% will be looking to make up big ground in this race. Right, let's come down and have a word with Mikey Doble. We've seen it on several occasions this season. He really has done such a sterling job. Fantastic qualifying for you yesterday, wasn't it, Mikey?
Yeah, no, thank you. Nice to put Alton behind us, which was a little bit of a lacklustre weekend, and get back to kind of where we were before that. So another quick 6 and 3rd on the grid. I'd say I'm looking forward to it, but it's going to be quite tricky out there for the first half of the race at least.
Well, Tom Ingram has just said exactly the same thing. It's slightly scary conditions out there. I mean, one thing you've got in your back pocket, if you can use it, is you've got a fair amount of boost available to you, haven't you?
Yeah, we do. We have more than anyone else in the top 5, but I think, like we were talking about earlier, it might not be quite so effective in this race where the the conditions are going to be tough. So it's going to be a case of surviving the first half of the race, and then I think hopefully it might pay off in the latter stages.
Is that what we're looking at, really, survival?
It is at the moment, yeah.
Okay, listen, my fingers are firmly crossed for you. Just got time to go down and have a word with another driver I wanted to pick up on, Dan Lloyd, who a couple of weeks ago he lost his title sponsor. So Dan has been working so hard, as he so often does, to pull together some additional sponsors for this race. So he had a brilliant session yesterday, his best qualifying session of the season. But great qualifying, but a few question marks over the car, because you did have a few technical issues yesterday. Is it all sorted?
I don't know. You can see the guys are nice and busy on the engine. We had a good quali yesterday. Nice to be in Q3. Obviously love this circuit. Really confident in terms of pace, but just at the end of qualifying yesterday, the engine lost a bit of power. We've had to change quite a bit overnight, and there might be a bit of management going on in this first race. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed at this point. But in theory, if the engine holds up, should be in a good place.
Very briefly, massively important race for you, home race you've done well. You've got a whole host of people here.
Yeah, loads of sponsors. Been a really tough summer break for me. You know, I've got a load of new sponsors on board, so it's nice to put in this strong showing. Have a look at all the logos on the car, everyone. But yeah, been really strong, and hopefully we have a good race.
Get the word from the man over there who wants to chat with you. So I will let you go. It's time for us to head off the grid. We'll head off for a break. But what sounds like it's going to be a really interesting first race is coming up in just a few minutes.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say They're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake?
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
There's Darlington Clock Tower in the distance with the sun haze shining through here at Croft ahead of race 1 this weekend. Not long to wait now for lights out, so let's take you to the commentary box and join Tim Harvey and first, David Addison.
Ollie, thanks very much. Welcome back to the British Touring Car Championship, everybody. The second half of the season starts right here. It's been a long break, Tim, but what a way to get us back in action. A greasy circuit and a good jumbled grid.
Yes, the going is soft to wet here at Croft. The rain has abated, the sun is out, a patchy track, everyone on slicks, but struggling the first couple of laps to get some temperature into them, so anything could kick off.
So the grid is formed and everybody then now ready to go for the final formation. That they had 2 to the grid to make sure they had a look at what the track surface was like, where any puddles may have been. We've had really heavy rain on and off this morning, but now the sun is out, the temperature is going up, the track will dry quickly. It is just how quickly, and there is that green flag there to let the cars accelerate away from the grid and to get some warmth into the Goodyear rubber. It is Tom Ingram, as you've been hearing, who leads them away from pole position. Dan Camish lines up second on the grid at his home circuit. And before we go racing, let's have a word with Dan if we can. Dan, you've had a couple of laps round to the grid. How treacherous is it out there?
Yeah, good afternoon. It's certainly going to be a fun couple of laps. But just in the last 10-15 minutes or so since I was last on this bit of the circuit, I can already tell that it's dried that bit more. So. Yeah, it's going to be quite feisty, I think, first few laps, and then the track will certainly come to all of us.
And that run to the first corner is going to be vital, but of course you're going to be on the outside, which is not ideal for you.
It's not, but let's see, having a little bit of a quick look at the grid, My side doesn't look too bad. I don't know what Tom's is like, but let's see. This bit here is like that was a lot of that was a lot of understeer and a bit dicey there. So there's going to be places on this track that are going to be and other places that really are going to be quite a struggle.
All right, we'll leave you to it. Dan, good luck.
Thank you.
So Dan Camish starts second on the grid, home circuit. Let's have a look at the full grid then as we get ready for 15 laps, race 1 of 3 here at Croft. Tom Ingram starts on pole position for the second time this year from a qualifying session. Dan Camish with him at the front of the grid. The second row is Mikey Doble, another excellent qualifying effort. And Tom Chilton, really happy with his effort yesterday as well, ahead of Dan Rowbottom. And Dan Lloyd into Q3 for the first time this year, but with this engine problem just hovering over him. Aaron Taylor-Smith, the best of the Toyotas, ahead of Senna Proctor, then Charles Rainford and Daryl DeLeon, BMW drivers both, ahead of Ash Sutton, who's gone for the hard tyre. So too has Adam Morgan, 12th on the grid. 13th, Dexter Patterson. Chris Smiley is next. He's also on that hard tyre ahead of James Dorlin. Another local driver, Aidan Moffat, is alongside him. They are both on the hard tyre. So is Gordon Shedden next. So is Sam Osborne. He starts 18th ahead of Stephen Jelly, who moves teams. He goes to the Rocket Racing with Unlimited Motorsport squad. Nicholas Hamilton, his teammates alongside. Row 11, newcomer Max Buxton, and Nick Halstead rounds out the grid. Jake Hill, of course, having withdrawn due to this ear infection affecting his balance. He's at home, he's watching. I know he'd love to be on the grid. Jake, get well soon. And also get well soon, Steve Dudman, the man behind the One Motorsport team. Steve has been taken very seriously ill in the last 10 days or so. He's a very competitive man, is Steve. I'm sure he will fight, and he'll be back in the paddock soon. But Steve, from all of us here, get well soon as well. The Napa Racing UK team looks on as the cars make their way up to the grid, and it's looking drier and drier by the second, isn't it?
It really is drying fast, but interesting. Dan Camish was saying down at Tower he had a lot of understeer. It's a sure sign that the track is still quite damp there. The first couple of laps are going to be really feisty and quite tricky.
And again, Dan made that point. There are bits of Croft under the trees, and that's where it'll dry out slower. The drivers on the hard tyre, those with the red circle, the soft are those in whites. There's nobody on a wet, of course. It's certainly not wet enough for that, and it's drying all the time. So first couple of laps might be a bit hard in mouth, but then it's going to be a dry road. But it's what happens in those first couple of laps.
Exactly, and you're right to pinpoint that first corner as a real pinch point. Not surprising, most of the hard runners are all at the back of the field trying to get rid of that slower, unfavourable tyre.
So then, we are good to go. It is round 16 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, race 1 of 3 at Croft. Tom Ingram lines up on pole position. The lights go out now, and a good getaway is made by Camish. Is it as good as Ingram's? However, the answer is no. He slots in behind. Ingram covers off the inside line. Down towards Clairvaux they go for the first time. It's going to be Ingram who leads the way. Camish slots in second. Doble is third. Up to fourth is Rowbottom, and diving to the inside line. A good start made by Charles Rainford. He's been on his toes, hasn't he? And he's got the BMW up on the inside line. Good getaway by Rainford. Ingram dancing the car through the chicane. Chilton's run out wide, has he? Yes, he skips off the road in the background. There's a BMW in strife. I think that was Rainford too, but it's Ingram leading on that one.
Yeah, the car dancing around with not much pressure in the rear tyre. Look, this is where it's quite damp on the braking area here up Proctor, up the inside of Rowbottom. But they all got round turn 1 and turn 2 so far.
Nice move by Proctor at his home circuit. The Yorkshireman goes through ahead of the Midlander down Rowbottom, so that puts the Hyundai up 1 place. But Ingram's building a gap already. Camish getting away from Doble, who is under big pressure again. Senna Proctor looking to try to make further progress before the end of the lap as they stream now through the Jim Clark S's for the first time down towards Barcroft. And there, up on the inside line, Mikey Doble goes down Rowbottom, and Chilton goes past as well. So Doble may have had a moment, and that's what's cost him a couple of places.
Yeah, it was a very even start actually at the front. The front all got away together and managed to slot in the first couple of rows in line with each other into turn 1. So that was fine for them. And they get to the end of lap 1 complete.
And look at the lead gap. It has come right down. Dan Camish closing on the leader. The BMWs getting into each other there. Look, because Rainford and De Leon are together. The lead gap coming down. Camish closing on Ingram. Third is Senna Proctor from 8th on the grid. Really good first lap ahead of Rowbottom 4th. Chilton 5th. Doble is 6th. Then it's De Leon. Sutton is up to 8th. Rainford is next across the line. And Taylor Smith rounding out the top 10. Dan Lloyd's down to 11th. With this engine worry, and it's certainly hampering the pace as it tries to get it to the end of the race.
Yeah, it does appear, doesn't it? This was off the start from Senna Proctor, remember, starting in 8th place.
We'll see how busy it is ahead.
Yeah, he gets a good launch. He goes to the inside, and boxes out the two cars in front of him, uses Rainford as a lever there on the inside. Now we're going to hopefully see what happens to Chilton on the chicane, because he ducked round the... Oh, Proctor got a great drive off the corner and forced Rainford and Chilton to go wide. And a good run down the back straight, and we saw at the end of the lap he dived up the inside at Tower as well. So really good first lap from Senna Proctor, who was kicking himself a little bit after qualifying for a track limits infringement.
And there's a battle on, as you can see, for fourth. Rowbottom is under attack from Chilton as they come into the complex. At the end of lap 1, though, Ingram was leading Camish by 0.6 of a second down, still looking a little bit nearer to the eyes. You look here at Chilton, glued to the back of Rowbottom, up towards the hairpin, in 6th place behind them. Edging his way forward is Daryl De Leon. Not bad progress also from 10th on the grid as well, but Robo has to really cover off the attack of Chilton over the line. The lead gap is down, though. It's just over half a second. Camish, fastest lap of the race. Proctor third, bit lonely. Rowbottom heads to the next battle pack, fourth, ahead of Chilton. De Leon, Doble, Sutton is 8th still. Taylor Smith's up to 9th, and down to 10th is Rainford.
Yeah, evidence of a few cars running wide there into the dirt on the exit of turn 1, because there's a lot of mud on the front of some of the cars, including Rowbottom's car. He's got a lot of dirt on the front. Oh, that could be awkward for Nick Hamilton. And that's Doble off.
That's at the
on
chicane.
Because of the chicane, yes.
Yeah, Mikey Doble has gone around. The reason it could be a worry for Hamilton is that flapping bodywork might be a black and orange flag to get him into the pit lane. Mikey Doble has gone round. Whether he fell or whether he was pushed, we'll come back to. Hamilton has got more damage on the front as well as the back of his car. On board with Doble.
Just got wide on the exit of the chicane, dropped that right rear wheel into the wet. You'll see it coming in. Got an oversteer already, actually, before he even got to the outside of the circuit. Fortunately, the car just gently nudged into the tyres, and he should be able to continue.
And he will be very cross with himself after that. Nick Hamilton has come to the pit lane with front and rear damage, so it could be a long stop for Nicholas Hamilton as the leaders then come up towards the hairpin. Ingram is under attack from Camish. And then third is still Proctor, fourth and fifth Rowbottom, not really shaking off Chilton. Daryl De Leon is closing a little bit on him next in the queue, so it's almost 3 of them now for that 4th place. What about Ingram to Camish? 0.6 of a second, margin stretches. Ingram, new fastest lap. We're now down to a 1:24.055. Every lap is quicker by every driver as the cars get lighter and the road dries.
Yeah, importantly though to note the amount of boost laps available. Neither Ingram nor Camish have used a boost lap yet. Ingram has 2 laps and Camish 3. Proctor behind them has 8 laps of boost available to him. Will he be able to use that and close up?
He'd be anticipating he'd start to use it after the halfway point, where he can almost do every lap as a boost lap. Meanwhile, this is on board then with Dan Camish. That gap has stretched a little bit, hasn't it? Dan still really pushing. Goes now through that Jim Clark. Yes, it's another snap there, but he controls the car. Ingram on this lap, however, is edging away.
Yeah, he's definitely getting away a little bit. That marker post there at the exit of the Jim Clark. Yes, there's another one goes there, about as much use as a chocolate teapot.
And Dan Rowbottom keeps at bay Tom Chilton through the second part of Sammy they go, and then the run up the straight, track drying out all the time. You're right about the front of Rowbottom's car, sort of rallycross style. It's all rather grubby. The leaders are coming into the complex. This is the fight, remember, for 4th place. Chilton all over the back of Rowbottom in that Napa Racing UK Cataclean Ford. Senna Proctor a bit lonely in third. He's not making progress yet onto the back of the leaders. It's all very well saving the boost, but the danger is the leaders get away by too much. Ingram to Camish has really opened up though. 1.3 seconds now is that margin. Another fastest lap from Tom Ingram as there. Chilton thinks about another move back on the inside of Robo. Down towards Clever corner. Can't do it. Who else is moving up the pack, if anybody? This time around, the order remains the same. There you've got Chris Smiley on the harder tyre, fending off Dan Lloyd, so that's for 11th and 12th places. The best of those on that harder, slower tyre, still Ash Sutton. He's up to 7th from 11th on the grid.
Yeah, that's a good performance on the hard tyre, which is about 3/4 of a second a lap slower, albeit in purely dry conditions. There was a lot of talk in the pit lane about car setup. Do they go for a half wet, half dry setup? Look at the dirt on the front of these two. I think in fairness they all went pretty much to a full dry setup, maybe with an adjustment on the brake bias knob in just to tweak it a little bit to the rear at the start of the race, but they'll all be fully dry set up now.
This is for 8th. It's Charles Rainford up the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Lovely move coming down through Barcroft. You've got to be brave to do it there, and you've also got to get up pretty early in the morning to put a move over Aaron Taylor-Smith, and that was Charles Rainford, really incisive, going well. We used to talk about Croft as a BMW circuit, and this is why.
Yeah, very much so. I'm not sure that looked very much like a boost pass to me, because the extra speed he was carrying was huge, wasn't it?
Nicely done, and it's worked for him. Charles Rainford goes through. Now there is Senna Proctor. I just wonder whether Rowbottom might not be a little bit closer to him this time around. The gap is 1.4 seconds, and yeah, Rowbottom fractionally faster.
Yeah, definitely. The two restart Hyundais right side by side there of Lloyd and Smiley.
And as they came over the line, it was Dan Lloyd back ahead. He's been 3 times a winner at Croft in the past. His first touring car win came here, and then remember he did a double, the meeting after his big accident at Thornton Park, in a Hyundai. So Hyundais have had race wins here in the past, and the team accelerate iteration rather than these restart racing cars. The team new to the Hyundai chassis this year, and now Smiley under attack from Gordon Shedden. Shedden is 13th, having started 17th.
Yeah, clearly there's no problem now with Dan Lloyd's car. The engine worry leading into the race after qualifying doesn't appear to be an issue. Maybe his first lap pace was just a little bit of caution on the damp track, but he's flying now.
Still in the pit lane, Stefan Nicholas Hamilton, and Dan Camish is on a mega lap because he's done, or had done, 2 absolute best sectors. Now the second sector is taken from him by Dan Rowbottom, but as it stands at the moment, coming through the hairpin, it is Tom Ingram leading the race, and he would put himself into the championship lead ahead of Ash Sutton if things stay as they are now. Ingram goes through, Camish behind him, new fastest lap of the race by Dan Camish, and he's closing on the leader. The gap is down to 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, so that was a good lap by Camish, but crucially he used he lost his boost on that lap to do it. So they now have 2 laps each left on boost.
Battle on here. Look, Adam Morgan versus Dan Lloyd. Hard tyre Morgan, soft tyre Lloyd. Up the inside goes Dan, rebuilding his race, and he's going to go through into the top 10. So good move by Dan Lloyd. Goes through in that quicker shod car, the better, softer tyre.
Yeah, the hard tyre is a real struggle. Sutton's still leading that in 7th, which he'll be reasonably happy with, but he's 1.2 seconds behind Darrell De Leon.
And there you can see Chris Smiley now trying to get up with Adam Morgan. They are both on that hard tyre, are they not? So it's an even fight, if you like. And Gordon Shedden is right there behind them, and Sheds is on that harder tyre as well. So all running the same type of Goodyear tyre in this race, and very evenly matched coming into the S's.
And the drivers all know what the other cars are on. They have a sheet on the grid that will tell them what the others are on, and the engineers, trying to nip it up the inside there. Shedden tried through that last of the lunges up the inside into Sunny Inn, but didn't quite get it done, and backed out sensibly rather than have contact.
Senna Proctor is being given a driving standards flag for track limit offences, so they're going to start to be careful now, because if they rack up, you're heading in towards penalty territory. Behind this group, 14th is Aidan Moffat there, look, and in the very background, the battle going on behind James Dornan, I think, has dropped behind Dexter Patterson. Dornan on the hard tyre, Patterson on the soft. The race leaders have started lap 8 out of 15. It is still Tom Ingram ahead by 1.9 seconds. Ingram has done another fastest lap of the race last time through in this rather elasticated gap for the lead.
Yeah, definitely Senna Proctor's got to be careful. You don't want to pick up a time penalty that will drop him down out of this podium position, because if he finishes on the podium but gets this time penalty, he would still have to go into race 2 on the hard tyre, because it's a penalty not based on his finishing on the road position.
Down towards Tower, there is Chris Smiley. Gordon Shedden right up behind him. This is the battle for 12th place. If you're thinking they're a long way down for 2 quick drivers, well, part of that is down to the hard tyre. They both were victims, though, of losing good laps yesterday for track limit offences. Smiley having to get his elbows out to keep Shedden at bay. It was here a lap ago that Gordon pulled the pin, if you like, and made a really late dive to the inside, heading into the first part of Sunny. Doesn't do it this lap. Up front, meantime, Ingram is still building that lead, it would appear. It was up to 1.9 seconds last time over Dan Camish. There they are, coming up towards the timing line now. And the margin really shoots up 2.6 seconds. So Ingram gets away. Doesn't do an improved fastest lap, but he really has stretched the margin.
He has. He's really pulled the pin at the moment. And I just caught out of the corner of my eye a lunge up the inside from Sutton on De Leon at the final hairpin. There it is. De Leon giving plenty of room, and that's moved Sutton up to 6th place.
And of course, he's the best of those on that hard tyre, and that helps for the championship as well. I know we're a long way off the end of the season, but we're at the start of part 2. And people are thinking about the title race even more. So there is the charging Ash Sutton. And of course, if you think this is quick, he's only going to get quicker because he's got the hard tyre out of the way as soon as that checkered flag falls.
Yes, he'll be looking forward to races 2 and 3. And of course, the other thing is he gets more boost.
Yeah.
You know, he started this race with only 1 lap of boost. So by moving forward, he will actually gain boost for races 2 because it'll be the winner of the race that has the minimum. That'll be Ingram at the moment.
Well, indeed. So Tom Ingram is the leader by 2.6 seconds. There is the Chris Smiley, Gordon Shedden battles. Gordon Shedden, it was, using a lot more curve coming through the Jim Clark S's down towards Barcroft. Wheel lifting from Chris Smiley as the Northern Irish driver turns his way through. The Scottish driver, Gordon Shedden, looks for a way on the inside. No real gap there, but he's absolutely on the back, maybe in the back of the Hyundai now. The Restart racing car grows in width. Smiley covers off the inside and the outside line. Shedden, though, tries to go around the outside into the complex. The inside line for the next part. Smiley goes wide. Shedden gets up alongside him. Now Smiley has the road come to him, remember, because this puts him on the inside line. And now it's going to be a drag race down towards Clairvaux. And the Hyundai is ahead coming off the corner. Good battle.
Really good battle, really close racing. Shedden might be able to get all the way around the outside. He's trying to go around the outside here, but the Smiley's too experienced to allow that one to happen. Oh, no, they've touched.
Smiley hit the curb, came across the front of Shedden. Smiley off the road. He just clipped the curb, didn't he, going into Clairvaux? It unsettled him and he put him across the front.
You read that perfectly, David. It was that clipping the curb that just moved him across and into the front of Shedden's car. And that turned himself round. That was not Shedden's fault.
And you can see the damage on that right rear corner. Tiny little error, but out of the race, seemingly, is Chris Smiley. And with the car in the gravel at Clairvaux, could we be looking at a neutralisation?
Well, we could be. It's a dangerous spot and there's very little runoff there. So that if he can't get that going, the safety car is out.
So, safety car called, and the cars make their way then to the end of the lap. The safety car is deployed, and that's going to bunch it all up and make a really interesting restart. Yes, there is Chris Smiley's stricken car, and as Tim was saying, there's not much further margin. You can't really leave the car there. If one could go off, another could.
No, it'll make the rest of the race interesting, though, won't it? Just what we want. Yes. But Smiley will be very cross. He was very unhappy about the track limits penalties he got in quality. Here we get another look at it. So he's just in front of Shedden here, but Shedden will go to the outside as they approach the corner. He has a small overlap, but he's not really trying to go round the outside. Now watch for this angle. Smiley will clip the curb. That will bounce him across. Ooh. It rather than bounce him off, it slowed him up, didn't it? It slowed him up, and that's what meant that Shedden went into the back of him.
Here it is from another angle as the cars go to Clairvaux. Smiley just touches the curb. It did slightly move him across the front of Shedden, but either way, sad to say, out of the race. And there is a really frustrated Chris Smiley, and that's going to put him, of course, at the back of the grid for the second race of the day.
Yeah, he was, as I said, he was unhappy after qualifying about track limits penalties, but then when he saw the actual evidence, he took it back. So maybe he'll be cross about Shedden, but when he sees the evidence again, he'll think, oh, okay, maybe it was a little bit of me. But yeah, that little inside curb can really destabilise the car.
So the safety car is on track. It'll be our 10th appearance this year of the safety car. Here it is, the whole thing coming through the
here I thought Shedden could get all the way around the outside. Because of the obligation to leave room on the outside, I thought he might be able to get all the way around the outside, but he didn't. But they were very even down the straight. And as I said, Shedden wasn't really trying to go around the outside. He was just trying to slot in behind. But just what clips the curb, moves out. It's just exactly where Shedden has got his car, isn't it? But it was unfortunate. I mean, definitely unfortunate.
And if Shedden hadn't been there, he'd have just gone slightly offline and made the corner. But because that put him into the path of Shedden, you see the result. Right then, safety car on track. Dan Camish thinks whoopee because the lead gap's going to come down. And because the lead gap comes right down, Tom Ingram thinks rude words.
Yeah, but you know what? Ingram knows he's got the pace on the restart, and I personally think Camish knows it as well. Look at the mud on the screen, but you daren't put the wipers on because it just smears it everywhere, so you've got to live with it. There's no way you could risk putting the wipers on. They don't have washer bottles or fluid to clean it, so it's not worth, you only put the wiper on when it's actually raining, not to clear anything like that.
And there is Chris Not Smiley walking back with the crowd at Clairvaux having applauded as he got out of the car, but hopefully not too much damage for the Restart Racing squad to sort out. So Chris Smiley getting a good reception as he walks back past the fans, but he'd rather be having that for being on the podium than having this walk back out of the race. So as soon as the car is out of harm's way, we will go back racing. Remember, safety car on track allows 3 as a maximum number of laps to be added on, so we could be up to 18 as the maximum, depending on how long it takes to sort out the incident. And when you're talking around a minute and 20 seconds to a lap, they do come around rapidly. In other words, we may be still eating into laps. Oh no, lights are out, so we are going to be at the end of lap number 12, back racing, and we'll see how far we can get.
One beneficiary of this is actually Ash Sutton, who was 5 seconds behind Chilton, but now be right on his back. Remember the new restart procedure. They can't go when they like. They have to go once they're round the final corner and past the restart line.
And Sutton, is that with a problem? It is. Ash Sutton has slowed right down. Has he got a puncture? He has. The front right has gone down. So Ash Sutton, rather than being helped, is massively hindered. We go racing, and this couldn't be at a worse time because he's got to pit under green flag conditions, not safety car conditions. So Ash Sutton, championship leader pre-race, in the pits with a puncture. That's brilliant news for Tom Ingram. And as the cars come through now, do we need to be looking at the rest of them on a hard tyre to see what they may be doing, or is that just a freak for Sutton?
That is from a curb strike, because it's the right front, it's the left front that takes all the punishment here, but the right front gets caught. When you cut across the inside of the curb, the tyre can get a failure in, so I think that will be from curb cutting on the right-hand side, not from anything across the left-hand side from wear.
Right, he's about to rejoin the race then, so Ash Sutton needs to stay on the lead lap. The car hesitates. He may have stalled it as he tries to get going, but he should be able to rejoin, but he'll be out of the points, and that could well be one of those moments we look at come first weekend of October as pivotal in the championship.
This will definitely be a massive championship moment. Remember, the points were incredibly close.
The car's gone back into the box, hasn't it? The wheel was there. They were having a look under the engine bay as well. Maybe it got a bit hot as well. However, that could have been under the safety car. The leaders are coming up towards the end of the lap. This is Senna Proctor. He's third, and he's still trying to go after Dan Camish, who, of course, finds himself ready to have a go at Ingram through the hairpin, but Proctor is under attack from Dan Rowbottom there, although Robo just drops a length coming off the hairpin over the timing line. It's a 17-lap race now, and 13 are in the book.
Yeah, there's a few corners. This first corner where the right front goes across the inside of the curb, and as it comes back on across the edge of the curb, it's quite a sharp edge, and that's one of the places where you can catch yourself out on the tyre.
Where the gap's opened up, though, pretty rapidly in a lap and a bit, hasn't it, as the cars make their run again down the back straight, as it were, down towards Tower, which is here, turn 6, and that's Ash Sutton rejoining, but now a lap down. So even if people drop out ahead of him, he's off the lead lap.
It's pointless, isn't it? But yeah, very unfortunate. And commentator's curse, just as I was saying, one of the beneficiaries could be Ash Sutton.
So back out he goes. So the only purpose you could argue to go out would be to get the fastest lap, but on the hard tyre, that's not going to happen either.
No, exactly. It is a pointless exercise. He's just going out and checking the car, I guess. But yeah, he'll rue that mistake, I think.
Wouldn't it be awful though on his final few laps if he were to get in the way of Tom Ingram and help Dan Camish out? Wouldn't that be awful?
It's not going to happen, David.
He is.
I know you love a good story and a conspiracy, but it's not going to happen.
He's a long way back, I'm afraid, in terms of helping his teammates.
That was Rainford running very well.
Yeah, Charles Rainford coming into the complex. Right, let's go to the pit lane. Lou has news, I think.
Yeah, news on that. Ash Sutton just checked with the team what the problem was. It was basically a glitch with the power steering that we saw them try to push him back and it wasn't working. Glitch with the power steering. They've recycled the engine, cured that issue, so he's on his way again. But obviously, huge amount of time and more importantly, positions lost.
All right, thanks, Lou. Yeah, so sort of double whammy for Ash Sutton. The first one was the puncture and then the power steering, Brendan. That was why the car seemed to hesitate, and then it went back into the sort of herringbone formation in front of the box. Have a look at the front of Dan Rowbottom's car. He's still close to the back of Senna Proctor, and I just wonder whether there might not be something stuck in the front. And yeah, you can see something has been scooped up. It's one of those corner markers. Is that going to affect overheating?
He should be okay. He should be okay. There's still quite a lot of air intake there, but it'll certainly be running warm. The temperatures are up at the moment, but he should be okay. It's not like when the grass fills it and it blocks it completely. But yeah, it's one of those corner post markers.
Yeah, and he's not sort of falling back from Proctor, is he? He's still got good pace. He's got a dirty car, but he's still got good pace. Tom Ingram, in the meantime, is rebuilding that lead once more. He's heading up towards the end of lap number 15 as they turn now off the hairpin, heading up towards the line. And there, look, is Dan Rowbottom getting into the back of Senna Proctor, giving him the hurry up, coming through the hairpin. To the timing line they come once again. It is Ingram to Camish now with 1.3 seconds between them and 2 laps to go. Senna Proctor is third, Rowbottom is fourth, and Chilton is fifth. And this is how Dan Rowbottom scooped up the marker. He was going there, look, through Barcroft, or sorry, out of the Jim Clark S's towards Barcroft. So he found it there. Gordon Shedden now driving standards flag, and also Tom Ingram for track limits. So the leader, with a lap and a half to go, has got to be careful.
Yeah, but he can get this home without risking any further track limits infringements, I'm sure. He'll be absolutely delighted. You know, as a competitor and a championship rival, to see your rival have misfortune is great news for you. It's an absolute hammer blow for Ash Sutton's championship aspirations.
So right now, Tom Ingram is on target, it seems, for win number 3 of the season and for win number 36 of his career and for the championship lead, because not only did he get the point for pole and he'll win the race, he's got the fastest lap point and the lap leading point. So this is the perfect start to the weekend. The fact that Ash Sutton is going to be out of the points is the icing on a very large cake for Tom Ingram as he comes through the hairpin for the last but one time. The end of lap number 16 beckons. Here he comes. Camish is still chasing, but Ingram just now has to bring it home.
And at the moment, it's Dan Rowbottom in 4th place who'll be in the catbird seat for race 2, because he'll be the first car that starts on soft tyres for race 2. As Ash Sutton proved at all part, that's a hugely beneficial situation.
Indeed, and now maybe Dan Rowbottom is perhaps less determined to find a way past Senna Proctor, thinking forward to the rest of the weekend, the rest of the day. He has still got Chilton behind him. Then you can see Darrell De Leon 6th. Aaron Taylor-Smith doing another good job in that Toyota Gazoo Racing UK Corolla. He runs currently 7th. It's Charles Rainford in 8th. It's Dan Lloyd 9th. And Adam Morgan 10th. And Morgan is the leading hard tyre runner. Last lap.
Last lap and a fine drive by Ingram. He's controlled the pace of this race. Camish didn't have anything for him. Tried hard, but didn't have anything for him. Boost didn't play a part in their battle. Ingram also has the fastest lap, which he'll be very happy with. Yep. Good drive by Proctor as well. A podium at his home circuit, fantastic.
2/3 of the podium from Yorkshire as well. Dan Camish for 2nd, Senna Proctor for 3rd, although Rowbottom is catching back up again, but he'd be advised to sit there and get rid of the harder tyre going into the next race. So through they turn, and it's going to be Tom Ingram then to take the championship lead, to take the race win, and the Team Vertu Hyundai then now comes out of the hairpin, heading up towards the line. The team gets ready to celebrate. Tom Ingram wins race 1 at Croft. Tom Ingram wins the first race of the day with Dan Camish 2nd, Senna Proctor 3rd across the line. Then it's Rowbottom, Chilton and De Leon to round out the top 6. And another really impressive drive by Tom Ingram, winning by just over a second. And Dan Camish 2nd, Senna Proctor in 3rd. Quick word about Mikey Doble, by the way, because after his spin, he did rejoin. That safety car helped him, and Mikey Doble came home 15th, so he got the last point.
Yeah, well done, Mikey. The bit of a damaged car, but nothing too serious, just a bit of cosmetic damage. But he'll be disappointed with that mistake after qualifying so well.
And so looking to the next race, you're going to have Ash Sutton 20th, Chris Smiley 21st on the grid, 2 drivers to watch. But yeah, that couldn't have been a worse outcome for Ash.
No, the only good thing is he hasn't got to do another race on the hard tyre.
True.
He's got that out of the way. So he's got 2 races on the soft tyre where he can really make progress. And, well, Ingram's still got a race on the hard tyre, but we saw at Ulm Park he managed to finish 4th on that. What can he do here?
Ash Sutton to win race 3?
Quite possibly, with a favourable reverse grid.
Yeah.
He could salvage something from this day. But
Absolutely.
he was in 6th, wasn't he? 6th place points, and the hard tyre out the way would have been fantastic for him.
But we know his pace, and we know he's going to be fired up now. So, yeah, Ash Sutton for race 3 prediction. We'll see. Excellent drive by Tom Ingram. The car's making their way back to the pit lane now in the sunshine. The sun breaks through. The cloud is disappearing. Still a little bit breezy, but that's helping to drive the circuit. Busy day of racing here with the Carrera Cup GB and Mini Challenge cars to come, and also the Legends making their return to the total package this weekend. There's Dan Camish then, 2nd place, best of the Napa Racing UK Fords. He'll be perhaps frustrated not to be a winner, but happy with a good points haul.
Yeah, very happy. You know, he's cementing that 3rd place that he's in such a tight. He was in 2-point battle with Dan Rowbottom, so he gains on Rowbottom now, but he'll know that Rowbottom's going to have that soft tyre for race 2. He'll be on the hard. And you know, I think Dan has struggled a little bit on the hard tyre. Perhaps I'm being unfair in that he's had to race on it when a lot of other cars haven't, but it's difficult.
Well, the race 1 win goes to Tom Ingram. Let's confirm that full result of round 16 of the championship. Tom Ingram wins race 1 of the day by just over a second from Dan Camish, with Senna Proctor taking 3rd. Dan Rowbottom 4th ahead of Tom Chilton. 5th going the way then of the Hyundai ahead of Daryl De Leon in 6th place. Aaron Taylor-Smith 7th ahead of Charles Rainford. Dan Lloyd 9th, and that's another independence win for Restart Racing. Adam Morgan rounds out the top 10 ahead of Gordon Shedden, with Dexter Patterson in 12th. Aidan Moffat finishes 13th. Sam Osborne next ahead of Mikey Doble. Stephen Jelly just outside the points ahead of Nick Halstead. James Dorlin 18th ahead of newcomer Max Buxton, and a lap down Ash Sutton. And 21st, another retirement, Chris Smiley, and also we lost Nick Hamilton as well. So that gives Tom Ingram not only the championship lead, but the championship lead by 13 points. Dan Camish 3rd now, just moving slightly further ahead of Dan Rowbottom. Of course, Jake Hill in for a bad day by no chance to score, seeing that he sadly can't race. Adam Morgan is 6th ahead of Tom Chilton. Josh Cook, another absentee. Well, he's here, but he's not able to race, with One Motorsport stepping down for a couple of weekends. Chris Smiley is 9th, and it is Charles Rainford then who rounds out the top 10. So, a great effort by Tom Ingram. Further back in the championship, Daryl De Leon ahead of Mikey Doble, then Senna Proctor, Aidan Moffat, Dan Lloyd. This is how the rest of the standings look. But Tom Ingram will be really happy with that. Not only a championship lead, but a pretty big lead as well, as now the cars go through that technical check, and sighs of relief all round as it's a thumbs up.
Yeah, it's a 23-point swing in between Ingram and Sutton, so hugely disappointing for Sutton, definitely. But, you know, luck plays a part in this. Luck plays a part in it. And, you know, maybe I'm being unfair, but I am pretty damn certain that Mickey Butler from Goodyear is going to tell me that was not a puncture, that was a curb strike from Sutton on the inside of the tyre. But we'll see. But so you can argue it's the driver's fault.
True. Yeah.
But driver induced. But it is bad luck.
And as far as Ash is concerned, yeah, it's a bad start to the day, but the day's not done. And we know, and we've hinted at it already, that if anybody can bounce back from that and regroup, Ash is the man. Tom Ingram has gone through the technical checks. He's being waved down now towards Parc Fermé. And Dan Camish will go through the same process. And Tom Ingram will arrive at the winner's board in a moment in Parc Fermé. A very happy driver indeed. 3rd victory of the season, and the perfect start to the day. The pole position point, the lap leader point, the fastest lap point, and the race winner's point, and your main championship rival scores nothing whatsoever. And if all of that news has permeated its way to Tom, then he's going to be very, very pleased with life indeed. He's going to be up against it in race 2 when he's on that hard tyre, but certainly good start to the day as he clambers out of the Team Vertu Hyundai And Tom Ingram is our race 1 winner here at Croft, and a winner in style because he was able to rebuild some of that margin after the safety car and comes through for win number 3 of the season. And he'll go through the process of taking off the helmet and the balaclava, and we'll be able to hear from a very happy race winner when we come back to Croft right after this break.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number 1 mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
So race 1 complete here at Croft, and Tom Ingram on pole maintained his lead into turn 1, and it was relatively plain sailing for him thereafter. A great result though for Senna Proctor, who made his way from 8th up to the podium in 3rd. Not so for Mikey Doble, who spun out early, went in 7th. And drama as well for championship leader Ash Sutton, who had issues moving him to the back of the pack, which has significant implications not only for the rest of the day but also in the championship. Let's hear from the podium getters and indeed the race winner with Lou.
Well, Tom, congratulations on the win. When we spoke on the grid, you were a little bit nervous about what you were going to find out there. How did the reality compare with your expectation? I feel like it dried out really quickly and you were just being a bit of a Jessie.
I think you're probably right. It did dry really quickly. The trouble is when you're the first person there, it's kind of one of those that you feel like you're sometimes a bit of a lamb to the slaughter, where everyone's going, right, where's he going to brake? What's he going to do? So you're into the abyss really. So yeah, the first few laps aren't nice. Once you start to settle in, you can start to understand what's going on with the circuit, where it starts to dry, where it's not, where to deploy the Mario Kart mud splash.
Yes, I was going to talk to Dan about that.
Sorry, Dan. That actually wasn't intentional. That's the worst part of it. So yeah, it's one of those things that it's tricky conditions, but it keeps the cars alive. It certainly keeps you on your toes as well.
It was a well-controlled win, and possibly a very significant win as well in the greater context of things when given Ash's issues.
Yeah, I heard Ash had a bit of misfortune with a puncher, I think it was. So yeah, I mean, look, you don't want to wish a puncher or wish a bad result on anybody. So it obviously does us a bit of a favour with a big point score. We've been saying that really we could do with somewhat, one of us having something. We obviously had our bad result at Snetterton with the crash in race 2. So we're almost equal now in terms of bad races. So it's kind of pressure on now to make sure no one drops the ball from here on in.
Good stuff. Great to watch. Right, let's bring in the man whose car got absolutely splattered. What's he done to you? Good result though. I mean, you obviously gave it your best, couldn't quite match him, but nonetheless, P2, great result.
It is a great result, yeah. Thought I had a little bit of a chance when we formed up at the grid slot. We had a slightly favourable one, and we did get the initial, but then once he gets going, there's not much you can do. So we give it a good go the first couple of laps. I think we seemed to have a setup that helped, took a bit more risk. But yeah, once he got into his stride, there was no stopping that thing, I'm afraid. So happy with the result. I think after the safety car again, honestly, it's thankfully I've got the onboard. Maybe ITV show it, and then you'll see what we're up against this weekend. It's tough. Well done to both drivers. Great to see Senna on the podium. That's great on his return. So yeah, it's been a good start to the day. Second in Yorkshire. Sun's out now, so let's see what comes. Although I was going round thinking, why am I second? Don't I want to be fourth? Isn't this a mistake here? So
we talked about this before the weekend. Did that actually cross? Well, it clearly did cross your mind.
Under the safety car, I thought, I want to be fourth here, which is an awful thing to say. And anyone watching who's, aspires to be on this grid, hopefully the rules will change by the time you get here. But we shouldn't be having to think that. Robo's now in a prime position to win the next one. And we've got all on, now on the hard tyres. So let's see what comes. I think we can, let's minimise the damage, go back minimalist amount of time, and then hopefully we come back forward this afternoon and finish strong.
Yorkshire bragging rights, I mean, that's always a good thing. We've got 5 Yorkshire drivers on the grid.
You can still see it. We've got some Yorkshire roses on the car, but Tom's did his best. He said, I said, Tom, look what you've done to my car. Oh, where were I doing that? And I was like, come on, Tom. You know where you were doing it. His look, it's perfect look. Not a touch. So, no, really good race, and lots of points on the board and another trophy.
Good stuff, well done. And let's grab a word now with Senna. What a fantastic result, Senna. You had your dad Mark in tears with that one, didn't you?
Yeah, I was pretty close myself. It's a bad weekend to have the ITV onboard camera when you get a bit emotional, but that's just 4 years of hard work, and it's 3 years off the grid, and finally to get a trophy for Team Vertu and Miller's Oils. The Hyundai was, the i30 was absolutely great today, and we put in a good performance on the first lap, and that was just a case of managing it from there.
It It was an incredible performance. I mean, you started that race in P8, so to come home in P3, and I think you were up to P3 pretty much by the end of that first lap, weren't you?
Yeah, it was. I knew them greasy conditions would suit me, and I knew the first lap was going to be key. I got away from the line. Charles, I think one of the BMWs, I think it was Charles, got an absolute rocket, and I thought, oh no, we're going backwards here. The plan was to go forwards, but you know, that first lap, I spotted the dry patches on the green flag lap, and we utilised them. And yeah, just a big thanks to all the team. They've done a great job.
Well, talking of going back, because I was just having the conversation with Dan, obviously you're going to have to start on the hard tyre. Dan Cam behind you is going to be on the soft. Did it cross your mind to do an Ash Sutton and just somehow end up in P4 to get that soft tyre on for the next race?
When you've not stood on the podium in 4 years, it's very hard to give up one. Yes, it did go through my head, and we did discuss it before the race, but it was always a case of, you know, for us, we had to take the podium when we could get it, because anything could happen in race 2. We'll reset our strategy now, put the hard on for race 2, you know, by regulation, and then we'll see what happens in that race in race 3, and hopefully try and get another trophy.
It's really positively hot now. It's like a different day compared to what we arrived at. I mean, how much is that going to help in terms of that harder tyre? It's gonna make it slightly easier, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, starting 8th, we made a bit of a mess of qualifying yesterday, and there was a discussion to put the hard tyre on for race 1, but with the grease, we didn't think it would just work with the tarmac and key quite as well as the softwood. So, you know, for us, it's just a case of now the track temperature's up a bit. Hopefully, we can manage the hard, and I'll leave my engineer to sort the car, and I'll just drive it.
Well done for that result, and just a future reference, nothing wrong with showing a bit of emotion. We love it. Back to you, Ollie.
Thank you, and very well said. Great to see the emotion there from Senna Proctor, who secured a podium spot in 3rd. But Jade, let's start with Tom Ingram. I mean, I know that he makes it look very easy. I'm sure it isn't as easy as he does make it look, but that did look pretty straightforward for him.
Yeah, Tom's got an amazing car underneath him at the moment, and that is complementing him as a driver as well. So he does, like you say, make it look easy, but you can see by his celebration here, he doesn't always, you know, do that weave in and the flashing of the lights like that. To him, he knows with the unlucky race that Ash had, that was a turning point in his title contention. So he would have been doing qualifying laps, managing the gap behind him. It wouldn't have been easy, but in terms of Tom Ingram, he's been there, he's done it before, he knew exactly what he needed to do.
And for the ice-cool Tom Ingram beforehand, he did voice concerns about conditions and was sort of worrying how it would all play out, and in the end it was the dream scenario for him.
Yeah, I think, as I said to you before, that the circuit was so green, that the grip was so low, he voiced that even on the soft tyre he was really struggling to get heat into them and be comfortable on that tyre, but it dried out really quickly. When we walked to the grid after that first sort of segment, the sun came out and it became really hot really quickly, and I bet he just settled straight into it and thought, actually, I've got more grip than I anticipated here, and then he just eyes forward and just did the job he needed to do.
And he is now 13 points clear at the top of the championship, and that is because of the misfortune that Ash Sutton suffered. What happened?
So it looked like, obviously he had a puncture, but as Tim was saying in the commentary, there's a couple of curbs around here that have a sharp inner edge, which can slice the inside of a tyre. So that's front right there, which could be the curb at turn 1. I don't obviously put words in Ash's mouth until we know what happened to him in that sense, but it could be something curb related, but unfortunately it put him so far out the race that he didn't score any points, and obviously Tom gained in both factors by winning and also gaining from his DNF.
I know there is a lot of water to go under the bridge between now and the end of the season, but how significant do you think that is?
In terms of points, 13 points in touring cars isn't a huge gap. That could be dissipated in just the 2 races today, but mentally for Tom, that's a turning point maybe for him. Back to the second half of the season, a race win, the car feels good, and your title contenders on the back foot. For him personally, that could be a really positive turning point.
Well, not a great result for Ash Sutton, but an outstanding result for Senna Proctor. And we heard in his interview with Lou that he was very embarrassed that the ITV cameras caught the emotion that he showed. Well, sorry, Senna, but we're going to show it again. This meant an awful lot. It was so clear to see how much this meant to him.
Yeah, so Senna's been toying with the idea of coming back to the championship over and over each year, but not managed to put a deal together, and finally managed to do second half of the season. He's come back to his home race. He's got his family and friends all around him, and that'll just be a relief of the stress that he's gone through over the previous years to try and get to the grid. It's a P3. He has multiple podiums before, so it's not new to him in that sense, but it will just be a sort of an emotional release in terms of how hard he's had to work to get back here.
And we were speaking at the top of the program, there's so much that goes into this, and it's so nice to see. I mean, Lou's right. Don't hide that. It just goes to show how much this means.
Yeah, I think people, fans at home, fans at the circuit, love British touring cars because the drivers have so much emotion, whether that's anger, happiness, emotion that we've just seen from Senna. We want to see that emotion in the drivers, and they shouldn't hide it. Some of them not hiding it there on the podium behind us, which is brilliant. But yeah, Senna shouldn't ever apologise for having that moment. We all work so hard to make the grid, and sometimes you have that emotional release just to tell yourself that it is possible and you can still do it.
And Senna, as you heard and saw there behind us, getting a huge cheer on the podium. Okay, let's move on here at Croft. Time for our first support race of the day with the Legends Cars Elite Cup. Up in the commentary box, talking you through the action, Paul O'Neill, alongside Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much indeed, Ollie. Welcome to the team. Great to have Ollie doing a super job. Good to hear Jade's view on that. We need to go into a grid fairly quickly here, so I'm going to try and race through it for you. I can tell you that pole position is Mike Schlupp from Ross Marshall. Here we go, here's confirmation. Mike Schlupp, pole position from Ross Marshall. Marcus Pett and Nick Price on row 2 from Stephen Traherne and Ben Mahoney. Fourth row, Chris Needham with Tyler Reid, the championship leader. Then it is Ollie Schlupp, Nathan Anthony next up from Jack Parker and Chris Dewey. Following them, Will Gibson and Connor Mills, Mark Beattie and Peter Barrowborn, row 8. Row 9, Trevor Krause, the American, and Owen Lawler next up from Matt Knight and Luke Simmons. The grid completed by Derek Hogan, David Bonser and James Pendleton. I got through that quicker than I thought I was going to. That was handy.
Very good for you, that, mate. That was very fast.
Not as fast as these boys.
Oh, look at them. They're already ready to go. So this is into Sunny Inn, isn't it? So they're all trying to just get line astern, because once they get to the complex, like we know, Richard, it's a rolling start and they're going to be flat out. I can't wait for this.
This is going to be good. Since you all saw the National Legends cars last time, they've got a new engine on board, or many of the cars have the new engine, which is the 3-cylinder water-cooled engine, which has come in for this year. It's a little bit quicker than the old air-cooled ones, the way it's turned out. We've still got some air-cooled runners in there, and we'll try and keep you abreast of who's in what. Potentially, there's about 8 classes we could cover off here with Pro, Master, Rookie, water-cooled, air-cooled, and overall, and everything else. But I think we're going to focus on the Elite Cup, which is 3 key meetings. Last year it was the 3 touring car meetings, but for this one, this year, Elite Cup is the American Fest, Speed Fest at Brands Hatch, which is a massive meeting. British GT, the Legends supported this year as well. That was one of their Elite Cup rounds, and they're wrapping up with us. They've come to save the best till last. So the safety car bringing them around and getting ready for their rolling start. 2 shorter races will precede a longer final with the top point scorers at the back. The grid was drawn by ballot, remember, so it's a balloted grid, and the star drivers are absolutely everywhere through the field. Mike Schlupp, though, on pole position with Ross Marshall, the former double Scottish Legends car champion, who gets tagged by Schlupp. Did something break on Schlupp's car? I'm glad I got the line in about Ross before he went in the wall. Double champion, that was not his fault. And going through into the lead is Chris Needham, who's come through from row 4. Is that going to be an early safety car?
It's got to be. There's no way they can keep racing with 2 cars in the wall, because there's broken suspension parts. It could be a red flag, because it's going to be difficult to get two cars out of the way in the tow. Let's just hope nobody else has an accident here while they're still trying to figure out a safety car. Weird that, though. They did squeeze around, didn't they, at the front? Yellows are out, safety car is out. Hands out the cockpit, spot on from the drivers there.
The number 1 car you can see there.
Oh no!
Yeah, Derek Hogan tagged someone there. The pink car tagged another car going down towards Tower, as Mike Schlupp. That's not Mike Schlupp, that's the 99 car, which is Owen Lawler over from Dublin. Top rookie, actually, top newcomer this year. Although he's not rookie, he has raced Irish Legends, but he's a National Legends rookie. A couple of the other guys, like David Bonser and James Pendleton, are first-year circuit drivers, so they're sort of rookies, but we respect the fact that he's the rookie champion or rookie championship leader in the Nationals. Shame yesterday we didn't get a safety car yesterday, and as soon as we put the cameras on them, away we go,
isn't it?
Yeah,
I watched the racing yesterday. It was amazing. I watched the first corner with the fans, which was great. So there was a lot
your
of
fans
boos
or
and
the
ahs.
Legends fans?
No. Legend and me do not go together. But so what happened at the start then? So Mike Schlupp on your left. There's no squeezing, is there? Oh, there was a little jink, wasn't there, from the 33 of Mike Schlupp? And Ross Marshall, who moved first? They're very close at the start. Did they both move? That's really weird.
That's
It's as if he drove left really aggressively, and obviously that would not happen. So
Mike wouldn't do that.
Was there a there wasn't contact from the rear of for him, was there? Do you know what? Was there?
I don't know. Marcus Pett's behind him. Marcus knows how to start these cars.
These guys are not. They're not. Do you know? It didn't even look like a touch. The car just broke left horrendously. I mean, you can't see if there's any damage on the rear of the car because they have the bars on the back, obviously, for the bump drafting, which they're not allowed to do anymore.
They are.
They are. They're not in.
They're in the Scottish Championship. It's not allowed to in the Scottish, but the National Championship we do get bump drafting, and that's not pushing and it's not bumping somebody out of the way. It's just making a connection between the front of your car if you're chasing the rear of the one in front to try and push the two cars through the air quicker and get a little bit of a tow and help come through. We have got a red flag, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then we had contact at the rear when everyone was slowing down, and like you say, the 99 of Owen Lawler gets turned round, doesn't he? So that was hand out the cockpit and say what's gone on there. So that was literally everyone just checking up. Some people seeing the yellows in the safety car and some people not. But like I say about the bump drafting, if it's safe, isn't it? Oh, he is not seen, has he? Two of those guys at the back have not seen the safety car boards, and everyone's checked up, haven't they?
The purple and green car, it's James Pendleton, one of the newcomers, ex-Army guy, really lovely guy. Bought the car, running it himself, which is a major ask to come into Legends and buy a car and come in, but no experience of circuit racing at all, and doing well in the rookies. But yeah, just didn't see that happen. That will happen with more experienced drivers as well, to be fair to James. He'll feel lousy about that, I'm sure, but and his family won't be too. But there he is. Great livery, chosen by his youngsters. Joker car livery, apparently.
Yes, so it is, yeah. Tell you what, it's a lovely car. Yeah, really nice. Really good finish on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're making it, so there's probably a track rod end getting played about with there. They're just trying to get the steering probably straight again. One of the right wheels will be out. Lots of ice cream. Lots of...
because we were talking about 99, was it, a minute?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mr. Whippy. Yeah, that's that. Look at the both right fronts of those cars.
Both of those cars, and this is really going to rub salt in the wound, I don't mean to, but they're both with Mickle Motorsport. John Mickle, the multiple former champion who now runs the cars after his incident at Cadwell Park, had a nasty roll, which you might remember from our coverage. We showed it at the Brands Hatch round a couple of years ago. So poor old Mickle Motorsport have got a huge amount of work to do to get that, and it's a very short turnaround today because we don't start racing until midday with the touring cars, 1 o'clock for these guys, and then
I could see this maybe getting scrapped, you know, because like you say, time is tight, isn't it? Because it was supposed to be a 6-lap race.
Yep.
And this is going to take more than maybe 10 minutes to... Have we got 2 flatbeds or 1? Because if there's only 1, wow. So being told there's a full restart, which is great if that is the case. So yeah, they haven't... So the cars out of our comms box are going straight back to the grid, which is absolutely fantastic news. I thought they were going to be brought back into the pit lane, but no. And yeah, everyone enjoying this racing. Wonder what car that is that young lad's got there.
I was chatting to Tyler Reid, who leads the championship, and when we see the car, I haven't seen Tyler yet, but he's in the Disney Cars Lightning. He calls himself Lightning McReed.
Yeah.
Which is great, and he changed the livery. He used to run a really lovely deep blue coloured car, and then changed over one of the brands meetings to do some charity stuff with James, who ran in 2 Meter, which is, we've got a version of the 2 Meter car out there today from the movie as well. And that's James Newbury, by the way. And James did this great thing at the end of 3 seasons ago, where we got as many cars in the Disney Cars liveries as possible.
Oh, right.
And Tyler stuck with his. Well, there he is, Tyler Reid. And so many, the youngsters are just drawn to that car, so he gets a lot of support.
He does, and I've got to say a big thank you, actually, to Tyler, because he looked after a young friend of mine, Morgan, who he gave a free T-shirt to, signed it, and Morgan was well happy.
It wasn't Morgan Kidd, was it?
It wasn't Morgan Kidd, no. That's my other mate who races Fiestas, but no, this young lad, he was made up. Yeah,
nice
he
one.
was made up. He's mad for racing. He's somewhere around Croft actually with a little checkered flag T-shirt on. So yeah, he's loving life at the minute. But hopefully we can get this going, and everybody's seen themselves on the telly. It's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So that's going to get cleared up, and we're going to get racing again. But in the meantime, we thought it might be a nice idea to send Lou out and have a word with Ash Sutton. So let's go down and join Lou with Ash.
Ash, I mean, it was kind of going pretty well. You'd elected to go for the hard tyre. You were the quickest, I think, running P8. And then obviously that's where the plan ended.
yeah, unfortunately, we picked up a puncher. For what reason, we're unsure, but yeah, mega. The race up to that point was awesome. Obviously, P11 got to P6 where we were under safety car, all kind of off merit as well. Not really. Okay, Mikey was the only one that kind of went off, but the rest was done on merit. But yeah, gutted really. Obviously, that was our way of trying to turn our day around from a bad qualifying, but yeah, all undone.
A further issue with the power steering when you came in to change the tyre. Did that make any difference? I mean, were you plumb last at that point anyway?
Yeah, we were out at that point. It's just an overload element. The car's got a trip cycle in it, so with the puncher trying to apply the lock through the last corner, it tripped the power steering. So yeah, just need a full reset of recycle and we could get back out.
On a positive note, you got the soft tyre here on forward. So I mean, it's obviously it's a big ask, but we've seen you do it before. You can make good progress from there.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite shocked with the pace we had there to go forward on the hard. So give me a soft and some TTB, and we'll have a go.
See you out there.
Cheers, thank you.
So, fans enjoying the racing. Interesting to hear that from Ash Sutton, Paul.
Yeah, definitely, and we're just getting a little bit of confirmation. They reckon it was a screw or a nail that had gone through the tyre for Ash Sutton in that race that you see previous to this one. Not great. A lot of debris. I did notice there was quite a bit of debris on track, and
be a bit more now.
There'll be a lot more now, exactly. Yeah. But for a front right to go, that's usually a curb strike or a bit of debris, and that's what it was for Ash. So not great. Would love to know what happened to the front of this grid, though. Would love to know. Oh my word. Pink Panthers had a nightmare there.
Yeah, 63 driver, newcomer to the Nationals. It's Derek Hogan running in the Irish Championship, 10th position in the Irish Championship at the moment, but they're running 4 cars in Paul O'Brien's outfit coming over from Ireland. They're actually running an English car this weekend as well. The English car being Nick Price, who's in the car normally driven by Jamie Moylan, who, again, regular viewers and Legends followers might think, yeah, why isn't Jamie Moylan here? Because he's won races and he's been a top one. Jamie switched over to the new the new water-cooled engine, and budgetary-wise looked at it, thought, do you know what, I maybe can't give it my best shot at the moment, so we'll let the car out, and that's part of that. He's looking he needs a bit of a wash, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like me on a qualifying lap. Big yellow eyes, wide open. So there's some of the technical guys and girls having a look. Marshall's just getting things out of the way.
Well, we got a breather actually thinking about officials and stuff like that. I wanted to just pay my respects to Ron Humphreys, who passed away at the end of June. He was very well known in our circles here at touring car weekends. He was an ex-Legends scrutineer. He worked with Janetta back in the day as well. Sadly, we lost Ron at the end of June. So love to the family, many condolences, and Ron, very, very fondly remembered. He was a lovely man.
Yeah, well said, Richard.
And the great work of all the officials continues, doesn't it? Look how quickly they've managed to sort those out. There is James Pendleton in pit road, ready to come out and rejoin, ready for another rolling start. So it will be Marcus Pett and Nick Price. Nick Price, the car I was talking about.
Mum, look, you're on the telly. Watch these boys now. What's going to go on here? They're not watching the screen, are they?
No.
Literally, it's like that Coldplay thing. We should go out there and put our arms around each other, Richie. I love how we're seeing younger fans these days, and especially girls getting into it as well. And
I believe
the likes
that
of
children are our future.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Whitney. But, you know, the likes of Jade Edwards and all the other women to look up to. And, yeah, it's really, really cool to see. Look, what was that, a wig that guy had on? This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Look at that. Lads. Amazing. Yeah, get away from them. Oh, that's very good, isn't it? A bit of branding on the hat there as well.
Porsche branding, yeah.
Yeah, they're having a great time. They don't need the racing, do they? They just need a camera pointing at them.
No, don't. Mr. Dawes will be happy with that, wouldn't he? So, here we go. So this is the grid. We rushed through the grid first time out. I don't think we've got an amended grid. We haven't got championship points for you either. I was talking about what we've got. The main championship runs through 7 events. The Elite is 3 of those, which tends to be the sort of more premium events, if we want to call it that. No disrespect to the other events that the Legends cars race at. There was a new thing that was introduced by Phil Cooper and Simon Belcher from Legends a couple of seasons ago to give a bit of focus to some rounds. There is James Pendleton, newcomer, and as we said, running himself, very big ask in terms of not raced anything at all. Saw the Legends cars at we are going to get a grid. Here's how they line up for our restart with, well, we were due Mike Schlupp and Ross Marshall on the front, but they sadly out of it. Marcus Pett, therefore, starts pole with Nick Price alongside. Stephen Traherne and Ben Mahoney on the second row. Then it's Chris Needham and Tyler Reid, championship leader from Ollie Schlupp, third in the championship. Then Nathan Anthony, second meeting of the year for Nathan in the van. And it's Jack Parker and Chris Dewey on row 6. Chris with 2 non-finishes yesterday, looking for better luck today. Will Gibson, yesterday's race 3 winner on row 7, second in the championship. Next to him, the man who led the championship coming in this weekend, Connor Mills. 2 non-starts for him yesterday. A lot of work to do there. Mark Beattie and Peter Barrable next up from Trevor Krause, who's over from America. Need to talk about him as well. Owen Lawler is next on row 9 in 99. Matt Knight next up from Luke Simmons. Derek Hogan we've already seen. David Bonser in the number 10 car, and James Pendleton starting from pit road. Whether we'll get a chance, you could come up with a story for each of these drivers. That, you know, they're such a good bunch, and it was a real comparison for you. I went round the paddock this morning. I'll come back to this story later because it's a good one, but we'll talk about the guys that are on front. Marcus Pett, who had an injury in the Legends round at Knockhill 2 years ago, involving the sausage curbs, which I know people spit nails about, and rightly so. And looked at other forms of racing, but he has come back to Legends, and he was third overall yesterday on the points. Alongside him is Nick Price, and that's Jamie Moylan's car. I was talking about Jamie earlier on. So the white 34, ex-short track racer, and his ex-short track colleague David Bonser, who's at the back of the grid for this drawn race, was telling me that none of the skills they learned on short track, short oval racing, have helped them in Legends.
Wow,
that's really surprised me.
Very surprising, especially I've done a little bit of that myself. But
you have, yeah.
Yeah, that surprises me. Right. This, please be a clean start, because I'm looking forward to this racing.
Yes, the Overlord Gal will be looking, and if it goes wrong again, it'll be Reds, won't it, and move on. But I'm sure it'll be good. We had 3 great races yesterday. So Marcus Pett on pole position in the gunmetal coloured car, the white car of Nick Price is alongside. Then it's Stephen Traherne, former champion. Ben Mahoney is on his outside. Traherne, the former champion, not Ben. Tyler Reid in red makes a move, splits to the right of screen and goes round to the outside. But it's Marcus Pett that leads them. Traherne in the white and green car on the inside, number 12, looking to try and get up into second place. Doesn't work. Price holds second. Tyler Reid's made a lot of ground. The white and orange car's the number 1 is Will Gibson, the reigning champion. He's second in this series, and down behind him Trevor Krause, the young American driver, having his first race in the UK this weekend, his first race meeting in the UK.
Yeah, great start that, wasn't it? And we've got Pendleton just joining up at the rear, but Pett has really got this nailed, and they're still battling here for second place. And Tyler Reid down the inside in the red car.
Yeah, Tyler took 2 wins yesterday. I think he was 4th in the 3rd race, or final, call it what you will, and he was the top point scorer, so consolidated his lead in the Elite Cup Championship. And Pett here is determined to grab a win. He switched over a couple of meters ago from the air-cooled engine to the water-cooled to keep up on pace with the faster front runners. So there is a little bit of disparity with the air-cooled runners who we'll see probably slip back in the reverse grid. But at the moment, Stephen Traherne, former champion, giving Marcus Pett a run for his money.
Yeah, definitely. Look at them all bouncing off that grass on the exit. A sunny big sideways in the background. But really impressive stuff from Pett, because usually someone will have a nibble at you for the lead early doors, but it's all happening in the middle of the pack.
Nick Price has done a good first lap. You know, that 4th place, he's second-year driver, still learning his Legends trade. That was a good, mature first lap from Nick Price in 34. He's being tagged by Ollie Schlupp, who's 3rd in the championship, so he'll be sad to see his dad out of the race, and will be concerned, I suspect, as well. And he's going to try and deliver for the Mickle Motorsport team now as they go down the straight. But it's Pett leading from Traherne. Stephen Traherne, the 2011 champion, came back a couple of years ago after a huge break, still competitive and gunning for the lead. 13 is Chris Needham. Bit of a character is Needham, but look, Tyler Reid's with them now. We've got 3 top men at the front of this field.
Yeah, they're really going for it through the chicane, and them tyre stacks help not being there. But look at this now, there's that bump draft. Gibson pushing on through. That was proper stuff. Needham was loving that, getting a little helping hand as they went into...
Pett's got down to 3rd.
Oh, wow. How's he done that? Look at Tyler Reid in the second car there, that red car. He's really pushing on now, and this is where it's going to get real tasty into the Jim Clark S's.
Tyler and Stephen know each other very, very well indeed. They will work together. It's not to say that they're mortal enemies of Marcus Pett, far from it. They love and respect Marcus and indeed each other on the grid. And there is Traherne in the number 12. So I was talking to Trevor Krause, the American, this morning, very professional, as you expect young Americans to be. Then went and had a chat with Stephen Traherne. what was he talking to me about? The 30-second cracker challenge. How many crackers can you eat in 30 seconds? And it just moves from that. But it's fun. That's what I'm saying. The guys are fun. They like a bit of it. But Stephen's proving it doesn't matter how many crackers you eat, you can still lead a race.
Yeah, definitely. And you can lead the race with a big slide as well. Traherne really early on that throttle. Watch that second car. Big power slide out of there last time. But then he got really nice and sensible drive out the corner. And the rest of them, I'd like to say sensible, but it's not happening. That's the 22, isn't it? That's Matt Knight. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Lawler has another one.
Owen's had a bit of a nightmare, isn't he? But look at this, Traherne really pushing on now.
Oh,
no, that's big news.
Ollie's off, back on.
Oh, his left rear is causing him a load of grief.
Not
there.
good.
No,
Nickel Motorsport are not having the rub of the green here.
Oh, big send over the chicane.
He must feel
curve.
that. He must feel that.
Oh, must do. Big send over the curve. That's hard work, that, when you bounce over them curves like that. Here we go, leaders side by side. Tyler Reid is in front already.
Tyler Reid in the lead here for the first Legends race of the day. The championship, that's Dave Botter that I was talking about in the number 10, the multiple Grand Prix Midgets racing champion from the short ovals. As we go back then, Nick Price getting stuck in. Nathan Anthony in the first full van's Savan. It's got pegged inside, so a little van racing. And good to see Nathan back with us here in the National Legends.
Yeah, that's
replay.
Was it contact or was it a spin? Oh, it looked like a little bit of contact, didn't it?
Yeah, Matt Knight, I think maybe just got tagged. It's close quarter racing, and that was the incident for Ollie.
He actually made a place there, didn't he? In the ground.
He didn't give it back either.
No.
The protests will be out, won't they? He didn't give the place back. So it's Tyler Reid out front, Stephen Traherne in second place, Marcus Pett started on pole now as Ollie Schlupp dives down the inside, passes Pett for third. Probably won't necessarily finish that way because these guys do race by definition, they do swap places.
Yeah, do swap places quite a lot, but that was a big lunge, to be fair. That was a stamp of authority, especially down there. It was a good move, but like you say, they sometimes just stay line of stern so they don't get caught by other cars behind them, and then they'll dice out on the last lap. It's getting that way now, isn't it? They're getting closed up.
They are, and the drivers will be thinking, yes, they want to win this race, but also they're looking at the bigger picture, which is about all the Stephen Traherne. Getting all crossed up there. But that's not going to help him really because he's scrubbing off speed, and Ollie Schlupp says thanks very much, puts the K-Seal car over and past and up into second position. Now we're going to see even more of a fight as Marcus Pett has been passed by Will Gibson in the reigning champion car number 1.
Oh, look at this now, look at Traherne and Ollie Schlupp. This is proper. Oh, side by side through the Jim Clark S's. How's your bravery? Well, there it is! And contact at about a oneer. Oh, fair play. There's 4 of them having a go. Schlupp's been sent to the back of the pack.
As he was having a gun for the outside. Chris Needham, the former supercar superstar, is in the mix as well. They're in the 13. Many of the drivers, as I mentioned, started off the season with the air-cooled engines and maybe didn't score as well as they might have done at the opening rounds, Donington Park and so on. So some of them played catch-up, including Marcus Pett, who did switch to the new one. And it's a different weight distribution on the car with the new engine because it's lighter, different gear changes, different braking with the new engine. So you have to, in some way, you don't have to relearn the car, but you have to learn a lot about how they're now handled.
Yeah, exactly that. Black and white flag going out for number 4. That's Parker. So he's had a bit of a nightmare. If he has another track limits infringement, he's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Jack, one of the drivers, had a few bits and bobs with the new engine, hasn't had the rub of the green this year. You do need everything to work for you in terms of winning a championship. You need to drive well, you need to have reliability and everything else that goes with it. And Reid, if we can say he's got one hand on the trophy at the moment, and potentially, you know, he might have, has done well. He's been well prepped, he's driven superbly well. Here we go, change from 5th place maybe going on. Will Gibson in white and orange, looking for the outside run here on the number 13. Let's see whether he can get past Chris Needham. Needham on the inside, and they're still side by side.
Honestly, Richard, when you get to this point, you're side by side into the Jim Clark S. This is horrible. Hang on a minute. What's that big tree doing on the side of the... That's the apex then, isn't it? Oh, Schlupp to the inside. Traherne isn't going to like that. Oy, oy, oy. These boys are brave.
They are, some great races. Tyler Reid's checked out though. Look at that. You can see why he's leading the standings at the moment. He's going to extend the 110-point advantage that he's got. But bear in mind what happened to Connor Mills with 2 non-starts yesterday. The man who led this championship, as off goes Ollie Schlupp, has a big moment off onto the grass and loses a shed load of places.
Thought you were going to say something else then, lad.
Not quite.
I tell you what, something's gone on there, because I don't know if there's a little bit of contact. He didn't lose the rear on his own by the looks of it.
He's not been happy, is he, in this one?
No, not
Not
at
looking
all.
right for Ollie Schlupp, and he's way down, and that's the thing about Legends. If you have a moment, as I'll come back to the point, was making confidence, was leading the championship, 2 non-starts, bang, down in 7th.
Yeah.
Game over.
Yeah, game
with
over.
1 day.
Exactly that.
Oh, Trevor Krause having a look there at Peter Baraball, the reigning Masters champion, and the 19-year-old American goes through in the 52 car. Will Gibson normally is 51, the teammate. He's 19 years of age, the American driver. Okay, well, we'll come back to him later, because his teammate Will Gibson now in the white and orange #1. This is for 2nd position, and it is Gibson now who's come up. Took the race 3 win yesterday.
That's going to be a big
Jack
hit.
Parker.
Oh, how has he missed the tyres?
Oh, did he go over? He went up on 2 wheels, didn't he?
He's lucky there. He's lucky there.
They're actually tractoring in that field at the moment as well. It's very lucky. This is the last lap. Let's come back to this. Tyler Reid is a done deal. It's all about P2 here. Traherne having a look. It's nice and wide as they go into the corner there. Marcus Pett up behind him, but Will Gibson holding P2 at the moment.
Yeah, he's got it nailed, I think, but you never know, do you? You only need to drop a left rear on this sunny out exit, which he doesn't do, but Tyler Reid in the lead.
Yeah, it's 15 points more he gains here by taking a win over 2nd. Trevor Krause having a go here in the car that could be team champion at the end of the day. Trevor Krause, even though he's the only one that's driven the 52, is having a good go at Marcus Pett, who hasn't looked quite as sharp in this one. Whether he did have contact in the first start, I don't know. But Tyler Reid is about to buzz the pit wall and take the checkered flag here at Croft to win our first race of the day. Reid, the championship leader, takes it. 2nd position goes to Will Gibson. Chris Needham 3rd. Stephen Traherne in 4th place from Marcus Pett. Trevor Krause from the back of the grid, Paul, up into 6th place from Peter Baraball, and Ollie Schlupp recovering for 8th.
Super impressive drives by a lot of the guys there, but Tyler Reid, masterclass. But Krause, that was a real tasty race from him, and weirdly, because he's not been here, round the outside of a lot of the corners where UK guys wouldn't do that.
Well, yeah, possibly. We'll expand on that in race 2, because I think he's starting on the front for race 2 with the reverse group, but he came through from the back. Tyler Reid has got a fair amount of work to do in race 2 to start from nearer the back. I think he was in row 4 in this one, row 3 on the restart, wasn't it? Oh. And that is Jack Parker. I feel for Jack. He's had a very frustrating year. He's our reigning elite champion, so he's our reigning champion for the elite. He was, I think, runner-up in the overall last year. Here's a replay.
What happened? That looks like a failure, you know.
Would it be a few diffs have gone, I think?
Yeah,
or
the car
gearboxes.
The car was just braking and wouldn't slow down. But look at that, he goes on its side. But then I've been off there actually in the wet. It was a really weird one, that. But I'm glad that he didn't hit the tyres, because it would have been a big.
Yeah, I was held our breath there.
Really good. But yeah, really strange. That left rear, damper. The spring or the damper on that left rear has gone. You could see it flapping in the arch. So it could have been maybe a diff, but I'd say rear suspension failure. Lucky boy.
And again, Nickel Motorsport. I feel for those guys. They've got so much work to do. We wish them well, and maybe I'll get a chance to stick my head in, but I won't bother them too much. There's our winner, Tyler Reid, championship leader. Super job by the Super 6, the young man from Weedon, 21 years of age, leads the championship, was just picked to the Elite Cup last year. You might remember the drama that unfolded with us at Donington? No, Knockhill last year, wasn't it? The Legends Cars Elite Cup was with us. The crowds do enjoy these races. They're short, they don't go on too long. There's usually loads of racing and overtaking, and you can see they really appreciate that. Here's how they finished then. So, round 9, heat 1 of the Elite Cup. Tyler Reid takes the win from Will Gibson, the reigning champion. Chris Needham was in 3rd from Stephen Traherne and Marcus Pett. Trevor Krause on the back of the grid in 6th. Peter Baraball, leading Masters driver and looking to secure the Masters Cup here today. Ollie Schlupp next up from Connor Mills, and Luke Simmons completing our top 10. 11th goes to Nick Price. Good solid drive from Nick there to maintain his position. Mark Beattie comes through for 12th ahead of Nathan Anthony and Chris Dewey. Matt Knight recovered well too. He was 15th after that spin at the hairpin. Owen Lawler 16th from Ben Mahoney. David Bonser 18th from James Pendleton, and Derek Hogan in 20th place. So that completes it. Just the 20 starters that we had in that race, with very sadly, of course, losing Mike Schlupp and Ross Marshall earlier on in the first start that we had, as as Tyler will extricate himself of the car. Time to grab yourselves a cup of tea and a bicky. We'll be back with a word with Lightning McReed after this break. Stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season.
We've just had the Legends Cars Elite Cup. Huge drama at the start. Mike Schlupp and Ross Marshall making contact, causing an immediate safety car, followed by a red flag. Marcus Pett led at the restart, but it was 21-year-old Tyler Reed who moved his way into top spot and moves further clear at the top of the championship. There was a battle for minor honours that saw Jack Parker end up in a field, not the end to the race he would have wanted. But for the top three, they moved into Parc Fermé, and we can go to Johnny Palmer now for some reaction.
That was a tricky start to Sunday for the Legends cars. These cars, 5/8 scale replicas of the American hot rods, more suitable to jockeys, you might say, Ollie. But to be honest, Tyler Reid is the exception at 6'2", and you had to stay out of trouble because first of all, we had a red flag with that big crash off the start line. How close to that were you to be involved with it?
Yeah, I mean, I was starting on the outside row, and that's where the crash went. So, yeah, lucky to avoid that one, and I'm definitely lucky to get the restart because we had a bit of a bad start. But yeah, the second start went a lot better and just made the race a lot easier.
A lot of the touring car drivers at the start of the day were saying how greasy it was out there, even after a little bit of rain this morning. And Stephen Traherne had a whopping sideways moment coming out of the chicane. How was it for you, grip levels wise?
Yeah, I mean, the car all felt good. The Craig Pro 24 has built an awesome car and it's always on rails. But yeah, the last race yesterday was a bit slippy. So I was sort of expecting it to be a bit off, but yeah, the car felt good and the track felt good.
Let's just grab a quick word with Will Gibson as well, because you were in the end a distant second place because Tyler unfortunately was gone, much like he did on 2 occasions yesterday.
Yeah, we've got to do something to try and catch up with him. I mean, we're fighting him for the Elite Cup Championship and the National Championship. Unfortunately, Lightning McQueen's a little bit fast.
Well, there's 2 more goes at it later on today. We wish you well for the next 2 races. Ollie, back to you.
Thank you, Johnny. Action coming thick and fast now. It's Porsche Carrera Cup time. Let's take you to the grid and join Lou.
Yeah, well, we thought we'd come down onto the Porsche grid and have a word with a man who knows this circuit quite literally like the back of his hand, because Max Coates, you work here, so how many laps of this track have you done over the years?
It's quite good that we've qualified on third because I can see my office. Yeah, I've done a fair few laps here. I was joking around with Will Jenkins before, as he'd said he's raced here 5 times. I think I might be closer to 25, so yeah, looking forward to this one.
Well, you've had a good result. I mean, P3 on the grid. You're the leading Pro-Am driver up amongst all the pros. So some good points on hand here, potentially.
Yeah, our target for mid-season was to be mixing it with the pros. So to be on pole for most of qualifying and then just pipped by Sid and Will at the end was a really good showing. You know, definitely our best of the year. And hopefully that translates to some really good race pace and we can, stay here, maybe go a bit further forward.
There were big traffic jams coming into the circuit, massively popular event locally. I understand about half of that crowd is here cheering for you. You've got a huge amount of supporters and friends and family here today, haven't you?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm looking forward to a podium. Yeah, we're in the right place to do it. And the cheers on a podium are always a bit more special at Croft than anywhere else. So hopefully I can do just that.
Well, I'll let you get your head down, and like you say, hopefully you can do just that, and we will find out in just a few minutes after this break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his 2nd weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say that They're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Well, welcome back to what has turned out to be a glorious Sunday afternoon here at Croft. It's ice cream weather, and now our attentions turn, there's proof, now our attentions turn to round 7 of the Porsche Carrera Cup. And back in the commentary box for us, Tim Harvey, but first, David Addison.
Ollie, thanks very much. A grid of Porsches then has arrived on track here at Croft. It's been a rather strange start to the season in as much as it was rather front-loaded, but it's been quite a long break really after Thruxton for the Carrera Cup runners, so they're itching to get back out on track. Will Martin, our only double winner of the season, is on pole position, and Tim, I guess he has to start as the favourite really.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's been the four-man based on pace most of this year, but inconsistent running has meant that he isn't actually leading the points. That's Andrew Rackstraw, and Will Martin is down in 4th, but he has had 2 wins, and he's definitely, that's on the road. Andrew Rackstraw's had 2 wins, but one wasn't an overall win. That was actually the local man Max Coates, who triumphed at Snetterton.
And yeah, he took maximum points in class because the championship works with a Pro, a Pro-Am and an Am category. Everybody in the same car, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, 510 brake horsepower, 4-litre engines, and yeah, 5 different outright race winners from 6 events. Carl Cavers returning to the championship after a British GT outing. He was a bit slow away from the grid, but he's got away now as the field turns its way through Clairvaux Corner.
Yeah, Carl actually stalled it on the line and then fell behind the other 2 cars. So theoretically, he should start at the back of the grid now because he's fallen to the very back.
Absolutely right. So let's see whether he does do that or whether or not he thinks he might go and get his grid position back and run the gauntlet with the race officials. So let's look at the way they should line up. Will Martin on pole position. 8th career pole position in Porsche racing, an experienced Porsche racer. Now, Sid Smith with him at the front of the grid, ahead of the Croft Circuit Business Development Manager, Max Coates, you heard from on the grid, and George Gamble, last year's champion, starting 4th ahead of the championship leader, Andrew Rackstraw, and Will Jenkins goes from 6th. 7th on the grid is where you find Oliver White in Pro-Am. James Wallace, an outright race winner this year, is 8th ahead of Angus Whiteside and then Seb Hopkins. The 6th row, it's Josh Stanton and Ollie Jackson, who's had 2 wins within Pro-Am. Jonathan Beeson is next, the AM Championship leader, 3 times a winner. Carl Cavers has had 3 wins there as well, and he's next ahead of Henry Dawes and William Paul. But as Tim rightly says, Carl Cavers ought now to start last of all, given that he was at the very back when he pulled away. If you stall and not everybody goes past it, you can get your grid position back. But the regulations say if you're the last car away, if you fall into the very back of the grid, you have to start from the rear. Up to the hairpin, then they will come in a moment. Then to the grid, there is the Eden Motorsport car of Will Martin, the dark green with the yellow flashes on it car, heading for pole position. 4th in the championship last year. He was 3rd going back 2 seasons in the North American Championship. He has been a regular in Carrera Cup really since 2020. That's William Paul, who is going to start at the back because Carl Cavers has returned to his grid position. So Colin Oakley, the clerk of the course, will no doubt take note and take action accordingly. To the grid they come. There is William Paul, the Scottish driver, who's going to start at the back. He's done a bit of historic racing before he came into modern GT racing. And William Paul, he's been a competitor at Goodwood, at Spa in historic racing, and he'll be involved in that battle between Jonathan Beeson, Carl Cavers and himself within the AM contest. 17 laps are ahead of us. It's round 7 of Carrera Cup GB. Lights are red. It is blast off with a good getaway made by Will Martin from pole position. A good start also by the pink car of James Wallace there out near the pit wall. But Will Martin covers off an attack as up the inside for 2nd goes Max Coates. Nice start ahead of Sid Smith, who drops to 3rd. It's Andrew Rackstraw in 4th. It's George Gamble 5th. And it's a quick starting James Wallace up from 8th to 6th.
Yeah, good start there from our pole man, Will Martin, but Max Coates, maybe it's local knowledge, I don't know, but he got up the inside of Sid Smith into Clervaux, turn 1, into 2nd.
And that was Ollie Jackson's bright yellow car just skipping over the curb to the escape road, coming through the chicane as the leaders dive down towards the tower. Max Coates, we've seen racing here over the years in Renault Clios, in Minis, in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, even in a one-off outing in the British Touring Car Championship, and he would dearly love an outright win as James Wallace there has a big moment. He ends up on the run-off area on the outside of the Jim Clark S's and gets across the front then of Andrew Rackstraw, so that was a good save, and this is Angus Whiteside making a big dive up the inside.
Yeah, some real hairy action there from James Wallace, an aggressive first lap. He's just come from driving up the hill at Goodwood, where he was very quick in the time shootout, but yeah, back on a real circuit, and he's having to get his elbows out to make progress.
As the leaders there with Sid Smith having a look on the inside for 2nd, come through the hairpin. There you've got to the outside line, Andrew Rackstraw. So James Wallace 8th on the grid, 5th at the end of the opening lap. Really good start James made. Goes over the timing line, but it's Martin ahead of Coates by half a second. In 3rd place, you've got Sid Smith. In 4th place, it's still the reigning champion, George Gamble. And then there's a bit of a gap, admittedly, before almost everybody else goes through. In a line for 5th place, headed by that shocking pink car of James Wallace. This is Angus Whiteside's view, and he was 8th at the start of the lap.
Yeah, a bit of oversteer there coming through turn 2. But the tyres are still actually warming up. It takes 3 or 4 laps, even in these warm conditions, to get these Michelin's. Oh, and a touch there with Rackstraw. They've interlocked wheels. Surely there's damage. Left front puncture for Wallace.
And Andrew Rackstraw drops down the order, but he does rejoin. Wallace tries to limp on, but I think you're right. It looks like there's too much damage. I think Wallace may well be done. Certainly bound for the pit lane. We'll get another look at that in a moment as James Wallace limps on with that flat tyre, that punctured tyre, and a bit of damage around the bodywork too.
Yeah, it was just a bit overly aggressive the whole first lap, wasn't it? But unfortunate contact there. The cars, you know, the wheels stick out a little bit on each side of these cars. It's not easy to necessarily judge the width of them, but they just came into too close a contact.
So James Wallace then will head for the pit lane, but the real question now is going to be where Andrew Rackstraw has fallen and what progress can be made. This is Angus Whiteside's view. Look up the road. Contact's made already, isn't it? He turns through and gains 2 places.
Yes, he goes through. This is a better view of it. Rackstraw on the outside. I'm not sure if at what point they locked up and slid into each other, but or whether James Wallace was just closing the line off. Here we go back to the start. Watch Sid Smith doesn't get quite the launch, does he, off the line, and immediately Max Coates is alongside him. Angus Whiteside into turn 1. You can see the gears in front up to 4th, but he'll be down to at least 3rd for the first corner. May have to go down to 2nd because he's a bit slow into there. And then everybody bottles up as he fights the oversteer on coldish tyres to build some speed through the chicane onto the back straight. Down the back straight, not much of a tow actually between these cars. Surprisingly little slipstream. Is there a gap there in front? Not quite. Now it's up to the what would be flat out on warm tyres, Jim Clark S's, making a little adjustment there on the brake bias. Oh, he gets a good run through here, but there's a lot of traffic alongside him. Can he get through? It's Will Jenkins in the black car he's slid up the inside of and makes the move stick into sunny out.
Now, up into 2nd place has gone Sid Smith. Max Coates down to 3rd, but he is still leading in Pro-Am. And George Gamble in 4th place. George has had a tough season as the defending champion. He's been given some track limit time penalties over the course of earlier races, but right now he's looking a bit more racy, as there is Will Martin. Sid Smith back up into 2nd place, and Smith has done an absolute best first sector of this lap, so he is pushing to make up 1.4 seconds. Fastest lap of the race so far to Martin, and this is how Sid Smith took the place away from Max Coates. That's how it should be done at Tal.
Yeah, that was surprisingly easy, wasn't it, actually? The door was wide open there by Max Coates.
But is that Max thinking, well, I'll pick my battles, that's a pro car, I'm still leading Pro-Am, I can afford to let him go, or do you think he would like to win?
I wouldn't have thought so, because he's still in with a chance of an outright win, and on his home circuit, you wouldn't be giving up places, I don't think, but who knows?
He is clear of Ollie White in Pro-Am, and then 3rd in the class at the minute is Will Jenkins, as you look there at Josh Stanton, who is currently 4th, and Ollie Jackson 5th. Now, there are the leaders, look, coming out of the hairpin, and Max Coates has already been caught by George Gamble, so there's a fight on for 3rd place, and the gap between the leaders is coming down. 1.3 seconds now. We've also had a spin coming out of the hairpin as Angus Whiteside here goes across the line, but the fastest lap of the race, Sid Smith, as he's starting to catch the race leader, and the spinner, I think, is Josh Stanton, who has not yet been through. There he is, rejoining, and that was coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any assist there or if it was just jumping on the throttle a bit too hard and too early. Remember, these cars have no traction control, no ABS. Looking back, oh, it was a little bit of contact from Ollie Jackson, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So round goes Josh Stanton, and then he has to wait because there's a bit more traffic to come. So the contact's been made, the car spins, people dodge around him, and Josh has to bide his time. Angus Whiteside here is closing onto the back of Ollie White, is he not? And this is for 5th and 6th places.
Yes, he is. Going through the fast Jim Clark S's, down through Barcroft, braking on the turn. Very difficult in these cars, as I said, with no ABS and all the weight being thrown to the left-hand side of the car. Very easy to lock up the right front. You'll probably see that at some point in one of the races. But yeah, tricky driving conditions on this technical circuit. Back up the front. Is that gap closing with Sid Smith? It was 1.3 seconds at the end of the last lap. We'll have a look at it as they come across the line now. Across goes Will Martin, and following him across the line with the fastest lap. He already had the fastest lap. The gap's actually 1.5 now, so it hasn't closed at all.
No, stretched us a touch, hasn't it? There is George Gamble, still hunting for 3rd overall. He's 3rd in class, 3rd in pro, because Max Coates ahead of him is the Pro-Am leader. We're currently on lap 6 out of 17, or 30 minutes, depending on which he's completed first, but it should be laps around here, barring any safety car periods. Max Coates then, there he is, the local driver, lives just down the road from Scorton, sort of behind this corner if you go down the lane to the village. Max Coates then 3rd, leading Pro-Am and an outright race winner this season. Into the S's now.
Yeah, and leading last year's champion. Remember, George Campbell is the reigning champion. Not had the best of years. Donington Park had damper problems. We're back to Josh Stanton now, just recovering after his spin. But yeah, George Campbell has not had the best of years. Oh, and wide there through Clervaux and through the gravel, sorry.
Yeah, Josh Stanton's recovery, that's another drama, and there is now gravel on the road on the exit of Clervaux corner. James Wallace, by the way, got to the pit lane, but there was, I think, suspension damage or bodywork damage at the very least, because the car is still in there. It's more than just a punctured tyre. So he's going to start a little bit further back in the grid for race 2, and there is a yellow light flashing because there a marshal has been out and rapidly recovered somebody's splitter by the look of it.
Yeah, it is a splitter, and getting a nice round of applause for timing his run to perfection there. We'll have a look to see whose splitter it could be. George Gamble he's actually only had one podium this year, hasn't even had a win. He'll be really keen to have a better second half of the year as Josh Stanton closes up to William Paul.
Yeah, this is the fight now for 14th place. In other words, the battle not to be lost. George Gamble right on the back of Coates.
Yes, he's closed up hugely now. Now it might be prudent for Coates to think about his Pro-Am battle, because he's leading that Pro-Am class from Ollie White, but needs to stay well ahead of him. If he starts defending too much, he could obviously lose that gap that they've got.
Bit sideways coming out of Sunny out there, number 71. Max Coates, though, in the yellow fronted car. George Gamble tucked up behind him. The race leader, Will Martin, looks as though he's edging towards the third victory of the season, although Sid Smith is still keeping him honest. And there, Max Coates on a different line from George Gamble, who wants to try to duck up the inside if he can, coming off the corner. But Max Coates using all of that Croft knowledge to good effect. He was saying pre-race he's done about 25 races around here. Well, he'll have done many more laps, both in terms of just driving the circuit for business use or instructing. Nose to tail, him and Gamble arrive at Clairvaux. He comes through the corner, rides the curb through that little kink, and then into the right of Hawthorne itself. Gamble could barely be closer, but he washes out a bit wide. Yeah, maybe trying to take a faster line through the chicane to get more exit speed. By going a little bit wider at turn 2, you can just open up the chicane. Look, he's got good speed coming down here, and he's sending it down the inside. Exactly the same carbon copy of Sid Smith going through, and Coates has left that open. Yeah, and again, he didn't put up a huge amount of resistance, so not fighting against a pro, keeping his class lead, but he's going to be mindful now that the car directly behind him is in the same class, so if Ollie White gets much nearer, he could be in jeopardy. Again, look, lots of room afforded. Max didn't really fight that. No, well, let's watch the gap now between Coates and Ollie White. Ollie White, the farmer, who loves his racing, ex-Formula Ford champion, and stuck with Porsches for the last few years. In fact, Ollie White was second quickest on the test day on Friday, so he has got good pace around here. So let's watch the gap between Coates and Ollie White. Now you're looking at the gap to the front, aren't you? Yeah, and I was just looking at a wrong pit board, because that's not P3 anymore, he's down to P4, but the gap has come down between the leaders, because last time around Sid Smith did lap quicker, and the gap is down to 0.7 of a second, so it's rather elasticated, but it is now starting to come down once again. There's the recovering Andrew Rackstraw. Now he is in 10th place, remember, he got tangled up with James Wallace early on. 10th doesn't sound great, so let me offer you the fact that he is currently 6th in class. Then it sounds better. Yeah, you could score points according to class, so that isn't too bad at all. In fact, on the last lap, not the one they're on now, but on the last lap, Sid Smith set the absolute fastest first sector. So he is still flying. And even on this lap, although it's not a better one, it is still quicker than Will Martin's first sector. So he's chipping away. That is the race leader, and look how much closer Sid Smith has become now. His father was a very rapid GT racer in Ferraris and the like, and Sid Smith now getting ever closer to Will Martin, who might just be looking after the gap and the tyres and all of that, rather than having to stress the machinery. But no doubt about it, Smith is getting closer. Track limit warnings now going out for Angus Whiteside 6th, Ollie Jackson 9th. Yeah, well, Will Martin was 0.3 off his fastest personal lap. He's definitely pushing as he's putting a wheel in the dirt on the outside. That will give encouragement to Sid Smith. He was 0.3 off his fastest lap, and Sid Smith is actually lapping within 1/10 of his fastest lap, which he did on the last lap. So Smith has faster car at the moment, and seeing Will Martin put a wheel in the dirt, he flashed his lights at him to say, I saw that mistake, I'm trying to rattle you. And he is getting ever closer. It was half a second last time around. Now, this is lap 10. It's a 17-lap race. Sid Smith possibly edging a little nearer, going up towards Tower. Goes to the outside, heading into the corner. Once the undercut coming off the right-hander, but Will Martin covers the line, so Smith stuck behind, at least for the moment. Yeah, well, Will Martin having to place the car in the middle of the road on the braking area to Tower, just to discourage Sid Smith from sending it up the inside. So
Will Martin's already in defence mode.
And George Gamble, third, track limit warning flag. Now, we've been here before with George and others. This year, you start to get to the warning, and then you do one more transgression, and you're into penalty mode. So they've all got to be careful now, as Will Martin is coming under real pressure from Sid Smith, who is thinking about where he can make a move. And you can tell that Will Martin's having to defend just by where he's placing the car. They're heading up towards the hairpin. Smith to the outside line. He's got to try to get up the inside if he can, coming off the corner. Can't do it there. Now, Will Martin will try to cover off the inside line down towards Clairvaux corner. Nose to tail for the race lead. Sid Smith switches sides, but he can't really get up the inside of the first corner.
No, unless someone makes a bit of a mistake coming out of the hairpin, it's very hard. The braking for turn one is a real short distance braking, so unless you're already alongside, you can't send it up the inside and do him on the brakes. It's just too short a braking area. But Sid Smith's employing all the tactics of weaving about and flashing his lights to try and get a mistake out of Martin, who doesn't feel the need to defend into Tower on that lap.
Nose to tail, out of Tower they come then. In the sunshine now, down towards the Jim Clark S's. That very quick left, right flick, out of which you go down then towards the kink at Barcroft. The gap at the start of the lap was just 0.2 of a second. It has stretched a little bit, but only by a car's length.
Yeah, it's ebbing and flowing, but basically the battle is on.
And they work lap number 11 as the cars wag the tail, coming out of Sunny out, heading up that short straight, then brake, turn left into the complex. There's the left, there's the right, then there's another short run up towards the hairpin.
Wagging the tail, is this a layman's description of oversteer?
That'll be it.
Excellent.
Thank you. Well
excellent.
spotted.
Yeah.
Out of the hairpin. This is where last time around Sid Smith made his big push, but I think he's a bit too far back to challenge on this lap, isn't he?
I think he is, yeah. It's not really very close. The other battle we were talking about for Pro-Am honours between Coates and White, well, White has closed up behind Max Coates. He's now only 1.1 seconds behind in that battle for Pro-Am honours. There is the battle.
Yeah, there is Max Coates dropping away from George Gamble and being reeled in by Ollie White. That's not done yet. They've still got 6 laps to go.
Yeah, plenty of time in this race.
Ollie White's best lap is not as good as Max Coates' best lap, but Ollie White maybe has a car that sort of turns on later in the race, because he's certainly looking very rapid indeed now. 11 tenths between them, another warning flag for driving standards. Track limits to Josh Stanton, who is down in 14th, having got past William Paul. There are the race leaders. Sid Smith still pushing.
Well, Ollie White's fastest lap maybe is not as quick as Max Coates', but his last lap was 2.5 tenths quicker. That's what's crucial at this stage of the race.
They were the race leaders then for the 12th time heading into the complex. So Smith still pressing as hard as he can on the back of Will Martin. But Will just has the answer, seemingly. He's a more experienced Porsche racer. To the hairpin they go. Again, nose to tail under braking. Sid Smith closing right up, but then again the car squirms as he puts the power down, and Will Martin is able to get away. He knows exactly where to stop the car, doesn't he, going into the slower, tighter corners to prevent Smith from having a real go at him.
Yeah, look at the gap back to third, which is George Gamble. He hasn't been able to go with the 2 leaders at their pace, having got past Coates a long time ago.
The next driver to be warned about track limit offences is Sid Smith in second place, so he's got to be ultra careful now. So's that man, George Gamble. There's Max Coates ahead of Ollie White for the lead of Pro-Am. The gap is still 11 tenths of a second with 5 laps to go. Angus Whiteside runs 6th ahead of Seb Hopkins, the leading rookie. Will Jenkins 8th. Ollie Jackson is 9th, and Andrew Rackstraw 10th, but he's not making any further progress, is he, despite catching up here to the battle between Jackson and Jenkins?
Yeah, I feel he may have some damage to the car. That was quite a big clash, so I'm sure the tracking is out quite considerably on that car, even though he did pick up a puncture, so I'm going to excuse him his pace at this stage of the race.
Andrew Rackstraw in the Century Motorsport car, the South African driver, as there Ollie Jackson goes a little bit deep through the first part of Sunny. Here are the race leaders up to the end of lap number 13 of the 17, and again Smith closing up, but little good does it do him there. Let's go out with the Even Motorsport team, and 4 is the number, counting down the laps for Will Martin. 4 laps to go. Sid Smith is 6 tenths of a second behind. Look at the gap though, they've pulled over everybody else now.
Yeah, they've got on the pit board saying 4 laps to go, P1 plus half a second, 0.5, but it's not quite half a second. No, it's actually 6 tenths. Yeah. Here we are back on board with Angus Whiteside. in his Century Motorsport run car through that fast chicane. It's really quick. 4th gear look in the Porsche Carrera car, up to 5th. Does he take 6th? No, he doesn't take 6th. He might have taken 6th in qualifying, but not in the race now. The tyres are worn a bit. Will Martin seems to have just found a rhythm that's enough to hold off Sid Smith, barring any mistakes.
Yes, he's let Sid have those 3 or 4 laps worth of a real charge, just take maybe a little bit more life out of the tyres, and now he's regrouping, as you say, getting back into that rhythm, coming into the complex. Pro-Am, still Max Coates ahead, and in Am, we've not really touched on it, but Jonathan Beeson looks as though he's on target for yet another win. A 4th it would be, as the leaders are closed right up again at the hairpin. But we've been here before with Sid Smith closing up under braking, and as they come off the corner, it's going to be Will Martin to try to pull away and stretch that advantage over Sid Smith in 2nd place, who goes by them in the green and white Team Parker Racing run car. He was the runner-up, Sid, in Pro-Am last year. He's been a Fiesta Junior champion going back to 2022. So from Fiestas into single-seaters for a year, GB4, and then into Porsches. Quite a career jump, but he adapted really nicely. And here he is, a race winner this year, and he's hustling on behind the man who's been a double race winner this year. Indeed, our only double outright winner, and he could be a triple winner very shortly.
Well, it's not for lack of trying, because Sid Smith at the end of the last lap left a couple of huge black lines round the left-hander on the entry to the complex as he was burying the throttle, trying to catch up. He does seem to catch up through the slower technical section at the end of that, and then loses a little bit of pace through the faster, flat-out back section. Still Andrew Rackstraw stuck up behind Ollie Jackson.
And not therefore making progress overall. Even if he were to clear Jackson, he had to get past Jenkins, and only then could he think about gaining places in the pro class. So he's a little bit stuck either way, and Andrew Rackstraw, as you suggest, may not have a car that's 100%. Whereas Sid Smith for the race lead, now he's having a real go to the outside line. This lap 15 at the hairpin. Again, Will Martin able to cover that off. They're back on the power. They come up now towards the timing line once more, and the gap between them is going to be only about a car's length. Smith on the light, goes to the inside, tries to find a way through, but unable so to do as they drop now up over the curb through Clervaux.
That's exciting stuff, isn't it? They're really trying Sid Smith. As I say, he's quicker through that last technical section, the slow bit, but loses a bit around the back fast section. May just be a way difference in car setup, and it may just be a difference in what the driver prefers to drive. But again, Sid Smith putting pressure on Will Martin, enough to make him defend into tower, at least occupy the middle of the road. Oh, both of them catching the inside of the curb there. That's not good.
It's only then you see just how much air can get underneath a Porsche, really, because they were way up on 2 wheels. Certainly Sid Smith gave that a mighty whack, but he's recovered really well and closing up again onto the back of Will Martin.
Yeah, from this point on, Sid Smith is quick. Watch him through this left-hander here. He really is quick here. He sets up Will Martin, not for a chat. Look, on the brakes there, he's quick. Will Martin drops a wheel in the dirt. And again, just on the brakes, he's a little bit quicker, is Sid Smith.
Here they come again, then up towards the line. This the end of lap 16, which means 1 to go. Well, he's running out of options. The next big effort is going to have to be a proper send, isn't it, up the inside? And then he's got to decide whether he wants to bank points or go all out for the win. And Will Martin is banking on a cutting points rather than a damaged car. So Will Martin is under attack. He's had to work really hard, though, to maintain this lead.
Yeah, good defensive drive. George Gamble's in a safe third. The battle for fourth between the 2 leading Pro-Am cars. The gap is just 1 second between Coates and Ollie White.
Along that back straight they run then together. Sid Smith closing, but by the time he's close enough, they've got to turn into the corner. Nose to tail, out of tower. Smith running out of corners, running out of options, and Will Martin has done nothing wrong in this defence, has he? He's not been dirty, not been overly aggressive. He's just driven the perfect defensive race.
Dirty driving in Porsches, it doesn't exist. These are all gentlemen with a huge respect for each other.
And right now, you've got to respect the way that Will Martin has driven here. As again, a little bit of a twitch, touch of oversteer again there, coming through Sunny out for Sid Smith. And that, I fear, is that fraction of a second gone that's going to cost him a final push coming through the complex. Will Martin is just about in charge. And win number 3 of the season beckons then. 1 corner to go. Up to the hairpin. Smith brakes late, a bit too deep into the corner maybe. So Will Martin just has to bring it home out of the hairpin. makes his way right up to the pit wall to celebrate with the team. Will Martin takes a third win of the year in Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Second is Sid Smith and George Gamble. Third, Max Coates is going to come through for a second victory of the season, a Pro-Am win, fourth overall ahead of Ollie White, and then Angus Whiteside in sixth place. Seventh will go the way of Seb Hopkins. In eighth, it's Will Jenkins. Ninth is Ollie Jackson and Andrew Rackstraw 10th, and this is Jonathan Beeson, who is on target to win the AM category, and that's a fourth victory of the season. He's positioning himself now as the driver to beat there. Second in the class is going to be Carl Cavers, who I think has escaped without penalty for not starting at the back of the grid.
Well, a fine victory for Will Martin and the Eden Motorsport team. He'll be pleased with that, the third one of the year. And with Rackstraw only finishing sixth in the class, he will gain some valuable points.
Yeah. And that's one of the keys to all of this, isn't it? Because the point system is such that it's really hard to make up lost ground. So you need your opponents to have a bad day, and that's just happened to Andrew Rackstraw.
You need several places between you to make a big jump in points.
So it's a very happy Eden Motorsport team, the squad that operates the car. Will Martin.
The gap was 17 points between Will Martin in fourth and Andrew Rackstraw, so that will help him in the championship points, definitely.
Absolutely right. So there is Will Martin, third victory of the season for him. Will having won the first race at Donington, and he won the first race at Thruxton as well. And there is Knockhill in 2 weeks' time, then Donington, then Silverstone and Brands Hatch still to come before the end of the season. Angus Whiteside here, finishing in sixth overall, but fourth in the pro class. And let's have a look at that full result of race one here at Croft. Round 7 of Carrera Cup GB falls to Will Martin, 0.6 of a second only ahead of Sid Smith, with George Gamble a little distant in third. Max Coates fourth to win Pro-Am from Ollie White, who was directly behind in fifth. Sixth place was Angus Whiteside from Seb Hopkins. Will Jenkins eighth, third in Pro-Am ahead of Ollie Jackson, and Andrew Rackstraw down in 10th place after getting tangled up with James Wallace earlier on. In 11th for winning AM, that's Jonathan Beeson ahead of Henry Dawes, Carl Cavers and Josh Stanton, who had a spin. William Paul brought the field to a close, James Wallace retiring with damage early on into the pit lane. So what does all that do to the championship? Well, in Pro, 6 points now the margin between Andrew Rackstraw and Will Martin, so a really good race for Will. Sid Smith's third ahead of the non-scoring James Wallace. He's now tied on points with Angus Whiteside. George Gamble, the reigning champion though, is still down in sixth. In Pro-Am, it's Max Coates now, 9 points ahead of the Olivers. Jackson, who in turn is 4 points up on White. And in AM, Jonathan Beeson leads Carl Cavers with William Paul in third. So the cars making their way down the pit lane. Win number 3 for Will Martin. He will talk all about it after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has has the season gone so far? Obviously, you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously, you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid. But how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back. Just a few moments ago, we saw Will Martin win round 7 of the Porsche Carrera Cup. There was a bit of scrimmaging in behind, notably between championship leader Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace. But it was Martin who secured his 3rd win of the season, and we can hear from him and the rest of the podium now, chatting with Johnny Palmer.
He was certainly made to work for it, wasn't he, Will Martin, because Sid Smith was all over the back of him. I'm going to interrupt to this chat, boys. It's the chat that continues in the paddock after a frenetic race. I mean, talk about having your attention drawn to you. Sid Smith was there trying to try every trick in the book.
Yeah, certainly. He kept me honest. I got a really nice launch, and him and Max started battling, but after he got past, I think I cooked my rears a little bit too much, and so it's just a case of trying to hang on, make smart defensive moves. So, but yeah, it was a really enjoyable race.
We've got to rush on because the touring cars are already heading out, and make sure that Sid Smith gets a word. These cars weigh just over a ton, and I could tell that going through Jim Clark S's Barcroft because they're moving around, and how you held on to them at times was incredible.
Yeah, as you can see, when you get behind, especially with Will, when you get a bit closer, it's hard to follow around here. So I'm sure you saw it on the TV. Us two airborne around the back section, just trying to keep it on the track because any bit of track's free game, so we were just absolutely hacking. I was pushing as hard as I could, but I couldn't quite catch him, but it was a good race, so it was really good. I enjoyed it.
Amazing to watch and great car control. Well done on second place. And I don't think I'm going to get a Christmas card off George Gamble this year because I've said, sorry George, we'll talk to you later. Max Coates wins Pro-Am. You're the local boy. You must have brought so many friends and family. What a result.
Yeah, I don't think he was too happy. I mean, there's not too many of them looking at me now, but I think we'd get a bit of a cheer if there were. So, yeah, there's a lot of people here this weekend, which is really cool. We've got about 200 guests here today, plus friends and family and all sorts. So I'm looking forward to this podium.
And the battle in Pro-Am was just as close. I mean, Ollie White was 0.7 of a second off the back of you at the end.
Was he?
You just have to ignore that.
Sort of. I could see where he was, but yeah, I was counting down the laps and relatively chilled with it, to be honest. So I just tried to drive my own race. You know, my battle isn't with these boys. It's with Ollie and some others. So you know, I just tried to keep it clean. I was a little bit wary of you know, fourth place is possible for a reverse grid draw, so I wasn't too worried about losing a podium now, as who knows what Will's about to pick out the bag. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Max Coates wins Pro-Am in the first race here with the Porsches. Well, we've got another really big thing on the bill coming up next, of course, the second British Touring Car Championship race, and Louise's grid walk is right after this.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will, it will. Should we go to Alton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow, I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
The lights go out now, and a good getaway is made by Camish. Nice move by Proctor, his home circuit.
Oh, and that's Domanov.
This is for 8th. It's Charles Rayford up the inside of Aaron Taylor-Smith. Lovely move.
Oh, no, they've touched.
Smiley hit the curb, came across the front of Shedden. Smiley off the road. Ash Sutton, championship leader pre-race, in the pits with a puncture. Tom Ingram wins the first race of the day with Dan Camish second, Senna Proctor third.
And that result in race 1 means Tom Ingram has now leapfrogged Ash Sutton at the top of the championships. And given Ash's misfortunes in race 1, Ingram has got a good chance here of extending that championship lead. Hard tyres go on for Ingram, Camish and Senna Proctor after that emotional podium in the opening race today. Daniel Rowbottom, Tom Chilton, Daryl DeLeon, they will all be having eyes on a podium here, I'm sure. The same might not be able to be said for Ash Sutton, who after the drama in race 1 starts at the back of the grid. But if anyone can, Ash Sutton can. Let's head to the grid and join Louise Goodman.
Thank you, Ollie. Yep, down on the grid, and you were looking at the top 3 finishers in that first race. And as you say, the key, what will probably be the key for this race, is they will all have to start on the harder tyre. Down with Dan Rowbottom in P4, the first of the drivers on that, and that white wall softer rubber. And we've seen on numerous occasions this season the difference between those 2 tyre specifications, and it's 2 specs apart as well. Bear that in mind. So, in theory, this is your race to win, isn't it? I mean, fingers firmly crossed, but really there's such a big difference between the hard tyre and the soft tyre. You should be able to clear these guys quite quickly and get into the lead. It sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, so what's expected of us. That's the plan we executed at Snetterton, which worked, but you know, we had Lloydie behind us with a lot more hybrid or turbo boost. Keep saying hybrid, can't do that. And we've got a few guys around us with more turbo boost than we have, so we're just going to have to get to the front as quick as we can and try and get a gap. You know, we're in the prime spots, we've got to deliver.
You've got Tom Chilton alongside you, and as we saw in race 1, you know, it's been all about Ford versus the Accelerate cars, the Hyundai. So what's your thinking on those kind of relative strengths and weaknesses of your 2 cars?
Well, you know, it's really difficult, isn't it, without getting into a really boring conversation.
Yeah, don't do that.
But, you know, they seem to be stronger in a straight line from what we can gather. Some of that's aero, maybe some of that's a better engine package, I don't know. But we have our strengths too. You know, we're very quick, well, compared to Tom in that last race, I was quicker through the complex, which allowed me to get a bit of a gap. We are, you know, we're in a position of strength because we're in front of him. Just need to maintain that gap, you know, and bring it home.
It's 2-1 in terms of the cars up ahead, 2 Hyundais, 1 Ford. Does that make any difference, or really it's all going to be about the first lap and nipping the gap wherever you can?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd like to be at the front of all of that lot at the end of lap 1.
Yeah.
I suspect Tingers will provide some entertainment whilst trying to do that. You know, and at the end of the day, our fortune's going to run out because we've got to get the hard tyre on for race 3. If we win this race, we'll be on the hard tyre with no turbo boost for race 3. So, you know, your luck will swing both ways in BTCC, and I think we've just got to make the most of it while we've got it.
Good stuff. Well, the sun is shining, so let's hope that Dan is making hay at the end of it. And let's go and have a word with Tom Chilton, who we spoke to him at the top of the day. Very happy with his 4th place on the grid for race 1, but lost out a little bit of argy-bargy on lap 1. We like a bit of argy-bargy, but you probably didn't like it so much because it didn't really go your way, did it?
I like onion bargies, but not argy-bargy. Yeah, I mean, Senna, my teammate, was making a good move up the inside of De Leon, but obviously that pushed him sideways into me, which then gave me a massive drift in 5th gear, which wasn't great. You then got to lift off and give the place back, so I lost out on the start quite a bit there, which is a bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I'm currently P2 on the softs, going into race 2 at my favourite circuit.
Well, I was just talking to Dan about that. How much of an advantage is it able? Is it possible to quantify in terms of seconds or points of seconds, tenths of seconds per lap, or does the boost come into it too much?
It does very much depend. I think it's about 1.5 seconds a lap, but it depends if you're on a hybrid or not, how much you've got, obviously. But it's definitely an advantage being on softs for sure. It is hot now, so the hards will be not that bad to start with, but then they'll suddenly go off a cliff, and then at the end of the race, they'll come into their own against the softs a bit. But either way, the soft is the faster tyre.
You've got De Leon starting just behind you. He was pretty fast in race 1, wasn't he? What are you thinking? How much of a danger is he going to be in this one?
He was quick. He is for sure, but I've also got Aaron Taylor-Smith right behind me as well. So they're all hard. Nothing's easy in this game.
This is true. If it were easy, we'd all be doing it. If it were easy, I'd be in that car. Right, let's go and have a quick word with Daryl De Leon, who, as I said, he made some really good moves up. Started at P10 in race 1 and made his way all the way up. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of an adjustment going on here. Stick me. What's going on here? Look, we're just taping something on. What are you doing there, Darren? It doesn't look like something crucial to the car's performance.
Yeah, just drive event, so crucial to my performance.
Fair enough. How are you feeling looking ahead to this race 2? You were pretty quick in race 1.
Yeah, it's nice to be at the sharp end of the grid. So just again, it's just step by step. Try and nail the start. Try not lose places. Try get tyre temp in before all of that. So, but yeah, just looking forward. So hopefully we can move forward.
In terms of the tyre temp, how does? Oh, you got a message coming through. I tell you what, yep, you all right?
Sorry, what was that?
Message coming through. What was that all about?
I'm really sorry. I had a radio message again.
Don't worry. I'll leave you to it. Get your head down. Far more important for him to talk to his engineers than it is to talk to me, let's face it. Right, we've got a break now. When we come back, race 2 will be getting underway here at Croft.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
fair enough.
That's enough for
Justified.
today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Here at Croft, we are ready for race 2 of the day. It's round 17 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Ingram lines up on pole position with Dan Camish next to him at the front of the grid. It's Senna Proctor starting third, Dan Rowbottom fourth, the leading driver on the soft tyre. Remember, the top 3 in race 1 must use the hard tyre. Starting fifth is Tom Chilton ahead of Daryl DeLeon. Then Aaron Taylor-Smith and Charles Rainford with Dan Lloyd and Adam Morgan rounding out the top 10. Gordon Shedden's going to start from 11th ahead of Dexter Patterson, and the grid is formed then for our second 15-lap race of the day. Top 3 on that slower, harder tyre. They've got to use it by regulation. It's Tom Ingram on pole position. Round 17 is go. Good getaway this time around by Camish. Good start by Rowbottom as well. Not a major start by DeLeon, and again Camish tries to go to the inside. That's covered off by Ingram. Camish tries the outside line on the run down to Clervaux. Rowbottom tries the outside against Proctor. Camish looks for a way past Ingram. Here comes Chilton at the inside of Rowbottom, going in towards the right of Hawthorne. The Hyundai almost up alongside the Fords. They come to the corner, but Rowbottom just stays ahead.
Yeah, Camish very aggressive on the start, but he couldn't find a way through. Both of them making good starts on the hard tyre. Nice warm conditions allowing them to get good grip initially, but they will get swallowed up. Here comes Rowbottom through on Senna Proctor.
And now Chilton tries to find a way past his teammate as well, but it's Ingram in the lead.
And the other one to watch, of course, is Ash Sutton, starting at the very back after a puncture in race 1. The two BMWs side by side, DeLeon on the inside, Rainford on the outside. outside.
And Charles Rainford just about stands his ground. There's a very rapid Toyota of Aaron Taylor-Smith in the mix as well, just getting up past the Hyundai there. So the BMWs are together. Sutton for the top 6, I would offer you here, given the way that we know he can go. But it's Ingram, Camish, and then Rowbottom. First, second, third. Rowbottom, remember, is on that quicker, soft tyre. Here they come into the complex. Now let's see whether or not Camish makes life hard work for him. This is the recovering Mikey Doble. He was another one in strife in the first race, but look, he's already fallen behind Sutton, who is weaving his way through the traffic. Ash Sutton on the outside of Dexter Patterson there, but he gets roughed up a little bit. Leader over the line. It is Ingram up front, Camish, then Rowbottom. Chilton is 4th, Proctor's down to 5th, De Leon is 6th, Rainford is 7th, then it's Morgan, Taylor-Smith and Shedden 10th. And there's a horrible smell in the air as the cars came over the line. Something is burning, whether it's rubber or something more sinister from somebody. We need to keep an eye on whether or not a car drops suddenly down the order, but there's an horrible smell that will not go away. Leaders are on that back straight, heading to town. This is lap 2.
It's a tyre burning smell that I can pick up on, but I didn't know who, didn't see smoke off anyone's cars unless there was a big lock-up coming into the complex behind us. There's Sutton, puncturing race 1. I maligned him by saying it could have been a curb strike. It wasn't. I spoke to Mickey Butler at Goodyear, and it was a straight puncture from a nail or a screw, possibly from the exit of the Jim Clark S's, where there was a marker that got destroyed by the first few cars through. So I don't think that's there this race.
Now look, Dan Camish is hanging on to that second place, isn't he? He's not just rolling over and letting Rowbottom go. He's made him work for this, but eventually Dan does get up the inside. And again, look, Chilton tries to find a way through as well. So now Rowbottom is released. He sets off in pursuit of the race-leading Ingram, heading up to the complex. Chilton's trying to get through, and now Camish becomes really useful to try to block him, but up the inside does go Chilton. And this is where the Hyundai gets the job done off the corner. So Camish is 4th. It's Ingram, then Rowbottom, then Chilton, then Camish, the leading 4 as they come over the line. In 5th place, it is Daryl De Leon. Rainford is 6th, then it's Morgan. Taylor-Smith, Proctor is down to 9th and Shedden 10th.
Chilton with the fastest lap on that last lap, even with the overtake. Sutton gaining another place there on Dan Lloyd. He's up behind Charles Rainford, so that puts him up into 12th place already.
There's the replay of Chilton making that move against Dan Camish up the inside. And in fairness, Dan Camish gave just about enough racing room for Tom Chilton. To say Dan knew he was beat is unfair, but he knows that's a car on the faster tyre, so not making life overly difficult. This is what happened to Senna Proctor. He ran wide coming out of Sunny, and that means that the BMWs go by, and also Adam Morgan was past him as well. Right, for the race lead, Ingram versus Rowbottom. And now perhaps Ingram ought to make that car as wide as possible just to help bring Tom Chilton back into the equation, his teammate.
Yeah, well, we've seen in the past that Chilton is capable of winning, but Ingram doesn't put up a fight. He chooses to let through Rowbottom without much of a fight. I think he knows there's too long to go in this to hold off a car as quick. Oh, and through goes Chilton as well. So Ingram really is not fighting this one. He's now still leading the hard-tired runners, and he'll have Camish behind. There's only the 4 cars, the first 3 from race 1, and Nick Hamilton on the hard tyre. Everyone else has got the advantageous soft.
So the leaders go by then. Rowbottom to Chilton, 8/10 of a second. Fastest lap, Daryl De Leon, who is in 5th place in the BMW. He could well be one to watch then as you get the replay from onboard Dan Camish's Ford of Chilton going up the inside. Huge gap offered to him by Ingram.
Yeah, he couldn't have got any wider, could he?
Right, so now let's see what Chilton can do about the race leader. The gap between them, 8/10 of a second.
Sutton is up to an amazing 10th place already.
And there's something stuck, isn't there, on the front of Dan Camish's car. Looks like a marker may have, or had been picked up, it might now have parted company. This is Mikey Doble's view, and he was in 16th at the start of the lap. That's Sam Osborne ahead of him. Ahead of Osborne is Dan Lloyd in 14th. So there's a whole freight train of cars here coming down through that Kinker Park Croft, and then they break for the first of the 2 parts of Sunny.
Sunny in, where the road is heavily cambered, and then Sunny out, where it starts to go uphill. Important to get a good exit up to the complex. Back to the lead. De Leon up the inside of Camish.
And Morgan's going to have a go the other side, isn't he? So this is where you see the cars on that slower, harder tyre really hobbled. So the leader comes through. It is Dan Rowbottom still clear, but Daryl De Leon is having a really, really good push here in the BMW, which looks far more at home at Croft in this race than it has in others. Over the line they go, and the gap's gone up. Rowbottom was 8/10 ahead. He's now 1.2 seconds clear of Chilton. Ingram third, and Daryl De Leon in 4th place. Rowbottom now has done the fastest lap of the race. This is Camish's view, and Camish now 6th.
Yeah, well, Ingram is still up there in 3rd place on the hard tyre, but will surely be eaten into the gap by De Leon and Morgan.
So Rowbottom through Tower, looking for a 3rd win of the season. Chilton 2nd, Ingram 3rd, and in the 1st sector of the lap, Chilton 3,000 of a second quicker. This is Camish still giving energetic chase to Charles Rainford, but they have switched, so now Rainford is up into 6th. Dan Camish trying to fight back as best he can, but again, it's all down to the tyre. This is Sutton, meanwhile, and now Ash has got himself onto the back of Gordon Shenton for 9th place.
Where is he going to pick up? But that was the curb I thought that perhaps had done the tyre. That right-hander up through Barcroft, but no, it was just a genuine puncture. The other apology I need to make is that they do have windscreen washer bottles. I said they didn't in race 1 because nobody was using it, but they do. It's a technical regulation. I'm reminded of it by Sam Riches, but nobody ever uses it because it doesn't blooming work. So De Leon through.
Yeah, up into 3rd place, so that puts him now 3rd overall, 3rd of those on that softer tyre. Let's see what he can do about those ahead of him. He's got 3 seconds to make up against Rowbottom. He's got to make up 1.3 to Chilton. In 4th place, it's Ingram. He's got another of the Team Vertu Hyundais behind him, Adam Morgan, who's had, what, 3 second places, but no race wins yet this season. He would dearly love to score a victory at his other local circuit, and comes out of the chicane on the back of his teammate. Adam Morgan's car's another one with a rather grubby front to it as they run now for the 6th time down to Tower. This is how we look for the championship right now, with Ingram 20 points to the good from Sutton, but that's just changed because Morgan's up on the inside.
Yeah, and Sutton is still coming through. Plenty of laps left in this race for that yellow and black Napa Racing UK car to come through a few more places. He's not that far behind, is he?
No, indeed. So down they head towards the Barcroft kink. And a black and orange mechanical warning flag now for Nick Hamilton, number 28. So he had flapping bodywork and other damage in race 1. There's something not right with the car in race 2 as the leaders come into the complex then. Rowbottom building the gap in sector 1, building the gap in sector 2. Sutton on the back, you can see Gordon Shedden, and he in turn is, on the back of Taylor Smith now, who in turn is on the back of Dan Camish. Up towards the complex they go, real old scrum of cars. Sutton on the outside line, so he's got himself past Shedden on this lap, and he's got himself past his teammate, so that's going to put now over the line 4th Morgan, down to 5th is Ingram, Rainford is 6th, Sutton is 7th already, and we've still got half the race to go.
Yeah, that worked out very nicely for Sutton. Good racecraft there. Teammate Camish not offering any resistance, obviously, and Sutton and the 2 Toyotas have gone through.
And Nick Hamilton, by the way, has responded to the warning flag and come into the pit lane. Right, so on that lap, Dan Camish was one that lost place. Ash Sutton was one that gained a couple and moves up the order. And there, Tom Ingram now comes under attack from Charles Rainford. The BMW is looking a lot more racy in this second race. I know some of it's down to the tyre, but Darryl De Leon showing good pace, and so too is Charles Rainford. De Leon lapping quicker last time than the 2 ahead of him.
Yeah, no, it definitely got some pace. I mean, we always know that BMW on soft tyres on a hot day is quick on a rear-wheel drive friendly circuit. So yeah, I mean, they should be quick, and it's just such a shame we haven't got Jake Hill out there as well, fighting in front. Oh, up the inside, that was a good move.
That was Rainford on Ingram. It's for position. It's a soft shod car against a hard. And look who's behind them. Closing in inexorably now is Ash Sutton, then in the black and yellow Ford. Race leading Dan Rowbottom goes by, but now the eyes really are on for 2nd and 3rd because Chilton's been caught by Darryl De Leon. That said, the lead gap is 1.6 seconds and it's only 1 second to 3rd. So 2.7 is where De Leon is off the lead. That was Rainford in replay.
Yeah, and in fact, Sutton tried to get through at the following hairpin, and Ingram put some manners on him and put him right up the curb on the inside.
Now the race leading Rowbottom has been given the driving standards flag for excesses at the turn 8, second part of the Jim Clark S's. And there you've got Sutton then now charging on in pursuit of Ingram, and he's about to get up the inside and go by. Ingram might make this a bit harder. No, doesn't really, because again it's soft tyre versus hard, and Tom is just trying to get to the end here and take what points he can.
It's also boost against no boost, because by dint of finishing at the back of race 1, Ash Sutton now has 8 laps of boost to use, and of course Ingram still only have 1, so it's a boost as well as soft tyre advantage.
And Sutton has used 2 of his 8 available laps, and he's not done yet as he hustles on behind Charles Rainford. Now, Daryl De Leon, last time, lapped again quicker than the 2 ahead of him, so 2.7 seconds is that margin starting to close. The leading 3 concertinaing again, look, as they head into the hairpin.
Yeah, evidence of that boost is that Sutton set the fastest speed trap on the across the back straight down towards Tower on that last lap.
And now he's on the tail of Charles Rainford. This is the battle going on between Max Buxton and Stephen Jelly a little bit further back as the Toyotas versus Cupra battle continues. Max Buxton up the inside. That was a good hard touring car move, wasn't it? Got the line.
Get stuck in. Yeah. I mean, do you realise this is 22 years to the exact day that his father, Danny Buxton, made his debut in the BTCC in the Vic Lee run Peugeot?
It's indeed 22 years, although Danny's got the wrong month.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, because we looked it up yesterday and it was July, not August, so brain thing. He said, don't tell my son. It's long enough already.
OK, he thought it was 22 years to the day.
Yeah,
we'll just stick with 22 years then.
Absolutely.
And a month.
And the same circuit as well, because it was a Croft debut. Yeah. It's karma for him, isn't it? And Max, getting his elbows out, racing hard. Now, here, let's have a look at Ash Sutton, because he's right there on the back of Rainford, isn't it? As they come now down again through Sunny.
And this is for 5th place, incredibly. Ingram remains the leading hard tyre runner in 7th. Remember, he managed to pull off 4th on the hard tyre at Alton Park, so a little, not quite so good as that, but still a good achievement. Camish is still in 10th on the hard tyre. Proctor, the other one, start of the first 3 on the hard tyres, down in 15th place.
Here they come, up towards the timing line. Rainford versus Sutton. Through they go, and Ash is lining up to make that move on the way down towards Clervaux. Charles Rainford, remember, a winner at Brands Hatch. Ash Sutton 4 times a winner this year, tries the outside line. Wide in, tight out, waiting for the road to open up. There is the Ford up the inside, very nicely done.
Oh, the precision of that move to cut back across the rear bumper of Rainford and literally miss it by inches. Incredible precision.
We've had Aaron Taylor-Smith off the road at the complex, and it looks like he's got a puncture. The car's heading for the pit lane. We're looking at Ash Sutton then now. That's Taylor-Smith, but it's the left front that, to my eye, has gone down. And he's about to go past our window. So Tim and I look left, and yeah, I think it is a flat.
Yeah, and there's actually evidence coming into the complex of 2 skid marks going across the grass and across the tarmac. So he locked up and then had to rejoin from the escape road.
Now, the top 3 are now separated by 2.3 seconds. Daryl De Leon is edging closer to Chilton, but he's not close enough yet to really make a move. That's the race leader. That's Dan Rowbottom, looking for a 3rd victory of the season.
And of course, remember, we've got the reverse grid coming up, anything from 6th to 12th place reversed, and at the moment that's 6th place Sutton, Ingram, Shedden, Moffat, Camish, Patterson and Osborne, 6th to 12th places.
Lead gap 1.7 seconds. Rowbottom's lap was a 23.01 and a 23.08 from De Leon. This is on board with Senna Proctor, looking back at Dan Lloyd behind him, so the 2 Yorkshire drivers have got themselves together. Heading over the timing line, Senna Proctor, remember, is on that harder tyre and dropping back. Dan Lloyd is on the soft and in 16th, which makes one fear that the engine that he was concerned about earlier on is still not 100%.
Yeah, quite possibly true.
He's got James Dorlin tucked up behind him, another of the Yorkshire drivers. James Dorlin right there on the back of Dan Lloyd. Nick Hamilton, by the way, is back in the pit lane, having a pretty torrid race. Proctor, Lloyd, Dorlin, then along that back straight towards Tower.
Proctor, the only one of those trio on the hard tyre, so still doing a good job to stay in front of these.
As indeed, as the cars can bend down through the S's once more. So Rowbottom is on lap 11, he leads by 1.7 seconds. De Leon is still having a go at Chilton for 2nd place, but he hasn't really got there yet. By coming into the complex, as there is the fight going on lower down as Sam Osborne goes by in 12th. Chris Smiley up to 13th from the rear of the grid.
And Sutton is passed. Sutton is up to 5th place, so he's passed Rainford.
Yeah, we saw that coming out of Clervaux, with that nice move up the inside. Looking back from Senna Proctor at the charging Dan Lloyd. Leaders go by, and De Leon is dropping off the back, by the way, now of Chilton. So maybe that top 3 has plateaued. 4th is Adam Morgan, and the gap between Morgan and Sutton, 1.7 seconds. That could yet change. So Ash Sutton started 20th, and he's running 5th.
Incredible job. Incredible job. And he's still got 3 laps of boost left, so he's used it. Wide there goes Proctor.
Suggesting won't be at the end of race 1, but Ash could be a race 3 winner. He's not quite going to win this one, but he might even be able to get himself near the podium in a masterful recovery, as there you can see the battle along that back straight between Lloyd and Dorlin, and a driving standards flag again for Tom Ingram, as there to the outside goes Dorlin. Dan Lloyd is not making this easy for him. At Restart Racing Hyundai just about hanging on the position. The leading independent, by the way, is the Unlimited Motorsport Cooper of Dexter Patterson right now.
Okay, so Sutton is 3 places in front of Ingram, so that will help him in the points. And with race 3 to go, he'll be starting in front of Ingram. Unless Ingram actually got the reverse, he could get the reverse grid, couldn't he? And actually end up starting in front of him.
So they're all trying to be in that top 12s, trying to hang on in there. Leader goes by with now 3 laps to go. Robots is very nearly 2 seconds up the road from Chilton, who is now 6/10 only ahead of De Leon. That gap has come down again. Adam Morgan is 4th from Sutton, 1.7 seconds back. Last time around, in fact, Ash Sutton was fractionally slower, but only by 3 thousandths against Adam Morgan. So maybe 5th is where he is going to end up. But a good drive again this by Dan Rowbottom. As look here, Lloyd and Dorlin side by side into Clervaux, and Dan Lloyd is having to work really, really hard for all of this. This is for 16th. Dorlin was ahead over the line. Lloyd is ahead at the corner.
Proctor still in front of these 2. They're battling, has just given him a little bit of a breather.
That's Smiley on the inside of Osborne. Contact made.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one that. Mikey Doble right behind, had a grandstand view of that one, but hats off to Rowbottom. He's driven a really fine race, took his time to get through cleanly to the front, and then used his pace to stay a cosy 1.9 seconds. Gaps fluctuated in front of Chilton.
To the hairpin he goes once again then, heading now up towards the timing line. So Dan Rowbottom comes through, breaks the timing beam, goes by. There is a big effort being made by the BMW look. So as they come to the line, Charles Rainford squabbling with Gordon Shedden, and Gordon Shedden has got a track limit driving standards flag as well now. So 2 laps to go, and this is Mikey Doble's view, and Doble is 14th, staring at the back of Osborne.
Yeah, Osborne trying to get back that position from Smiley that was roughly taken away from him at the hairpin. 2 laps in which to do it.
So towards Clervaux corner comes Senna Proctor. Fastest lap of the race also to Dan Rowbottom, which is, of course, taking a point away from Tom Ingram, and helps Dan to try to get back into 3rd in the championship. He's in that battle with Dan Camish, hasn't he? But at the moment, with Dan R the race leader and Dan C in 10th, it might put Robo ahead for 3rd in the standings post-race. We'll chat very shortly because we've got a lap and a bit to go here at Croft. Race 2 of 3. Rowbottom is now over 2 seconds clear. There he is, coming on that run out of Sunny up towards the complex again. From Chilton on the lights, there's Daryl De Leon, who's had an odd race, closing, dropping back, closing, and he's dropped back again.
Yeah, he has, but good effort by the BMWs in this race. Both De Leon in 3rd and Rainford in 6th have had strong races. So as you say, the pace of the BMWs much better in this race.
And Senna Proctor is being given a 10-second penalty for track limit offences. Now that's quite good news for Dan Lloyd and others, because they'll be able to move ahead, and Dan Lloyd will get himself into the points. So Senna Proctor gets a 10-second penalty. Last lap for Dan Rowbottom, for Tom Chilton, and there for Daryl De Leon, the top 3. You can see in the background Adam Morgan still really hustling on in 4th place, and it's Sutton and Rainford to round out the top 6. And Gordon Shedden's had a good run up to 7th.
Yeah, nice race by Gordon. There's our leader, Dan Rowbottom, not a mark on his car. No track limits infringements. So he's going to stroke it home to his 3rd win of the year.
Driving like a completely different driver from that we saw last season, and the confidence is back. He always said he could do it, and now he's being able to focus on his racing and show people exactly what he's capable of. His stock's risen within the team, and here he is then on target for win number 3 of the season. The last victory came at Thruxton, of course, earlier on in the season, and this has been a mighty drive by Dan Rowbottom. He comes then up now towards the complex. It's going to be 2nd place for Tom Chilton. It's going to be 3rd for Daryl De Leon, and so it's another win for the Napa Fords, but this time around it's for Dan Rowbottom. Last corner, turns his way through the hairpin. The checkered flag is at the ready, and honours in round 17 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship go to Dan Rowbottom. It's a Robo win at Croft. Second place for Tom Chilton, third to Daryl de Leon, and then Adam Morgan is going to be fourth. And look at this for fifth. Sutton and Rainford absolutely nose to tail as they come across the line, but Ash Sutton fifth from 20th on the grid. Charles Rainford 6th, then it's Gordon Shedden. Tom Ingram 8th. They're still battling in this Lloyd and Dorlin squabble. Look, they're going to find, one of them is going to find themselves in the points at the expense of the penalised Proctor. Dexter Patterson has gone through to win the independent battle, and Lloyd was ahead of Dorlin, and that means that Dan Lloyd gets the final championship point with the penalty applied to Proctor.
Well, the reverse grid is going to be absolutely fascinating to determine the fortunes, perhaps in race 3 of Ingram and Sutton, but what a fantastic drive by Sutton from the back. It's always great to see when one of these great champions is backs up against the wall, whether it's Ingram or Sutton, coming from the back. It's always fantastic, and it gives you a measure. Winning off the front is one thing, but really witnessing just how well they come through the traffic shows their real class and ability.
So Dan Rowbottom's winning margin, 1.8 seconds in the end, and of course with the fastest lap there's a bonus point for that and the lap leader point as well. So a good bank raid for him, and Tom Chilton, Daryl de Leon for the podium, along with, as I say, the winning independent Dexter Patterson. But Dan Rowbottom, as I said on that last lap, has always had that belief that he can do it given the right equipment, and this year able to focus purely on his racing, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, and the Napa Auto Parts, Napa Racing Alliance Racing guests, all very happy with that result, giving them a cheer. I think Dan Camish will be happy as well to have finished only 2 places behind Ingram, because that's a really strong performance, and he's in the hunt for reverse grid pole as well.
Dan Rowbottom wins round 17 ahead of Tom Chilton, with Daryl de Leon in third. Fourth going the way of Adam Morgan, Ash Sutton taking fifth, then it was Charles Rainford and Gordon Shedden, with Tom Ingram, the race 1 winner, 8th as the best on the hard tyre. Aidan Moffat 9th, good recovery, and Dan Camish rounding out that top 10. 11th to Dexter Patterson, the winning independent. Sam Osborne was 12th, and the other point scorers Chris Smiley, Mikey Doble and Dan Lloyd. James Dorlin was 16th after that race-long battle with Dan Lloyd, ahead of Stephen Jalley. Max Buxton 18th ahead of the penalised Senna Proctor, 20th to Nick Halstead. And Aaron Taylor-Smith, badly delayed with his puncture, was 21st, and Nick Hamilton was 22nd. For the championship then, Tom Ingram, 11 points to the good now. Ash Sutton is second, and Dan Rowbottom is up to third, 10 ahead of Dan Camish. The absent Jake Hill, 5th ahead of Tom Chilton, then Adam Morgan, Josh Cook, Charles Rainford and Chris Smiley to round out the top 10. Just to explain that Josh Cook is here, but he's on the sidelines. Steve Dudman taken ill recently, and while he's trying to fight his way back to full health, he's just sort of parked the team to one side, but that means that Josh is here driver coaching. Steve is watching on TV and is very, very grateful to the thousands of people, he says, that have made positive responses, both to him and to the team as well, to wish the team well and wish him well as the recovery process starts. Further down in the championship, Daryl de Leon is 11th ahead of Mikey Doble, then Aidan Moffat, Senna Proctor, Gordon Shedden, Dan Lloyd 16th ahead of Sam Osborne, then it's James Dorlin and Aaron Taylor-Smith in 19th. Ronan Pearson, of course, no longer in the championship, rounding out that top 20. So the drivers will make their way through the technical checks, then down towards Parc Fermé. We've got one more touring car race to look forward to, and how that pans out might be partly dependent on that reverse grid, and that's coming up very shortly, the draw for which will be done soon. Mikey Doble making his way down the pit lane. There's Nick Halstead making his way down the pit lane, and Dan Rowbottom, the race winner, has been released from the technical area, so he will head towards Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from him in due course. Then you've got Tom Chilton and Daryl de Leon to go through that same process. But another good win for the Napa Racing UK Ford, and Dan's long-term backers, Cataclean, who helped put him on a Renault Clio grid, helped guide him into touring car racing, have stuck by him, and the commercial partnership between his sponsor and Napa working really, really well as well. Dan Rowbottom repaying the faith, and in a moment he's going to clamber out of the car. A very happy man, a third victory of the season Well done, Dan Rowbottom. Win number 3 of the season, and we'll talk to him after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Welcome back. A few moments ago, we just saw Dan Rowbottom secure his 5th career BTCC victory, having moved up from 4th on the grid. It was always going to be tough for Tom Ingram on the hard tyre, who ended up finishing in 8th. But arguably, the drive of the race came from Ash Sutton. 20th on the grid, he weaved his way through and ended up 5th. But it's Dan Rowbottom, ultimately, who gained season victory number 3. And we can hear from him now, as well as the other podium getters with Lou.
Thank you, Ollie. Yep, win number 3, as you say, and a lovely clean drive, just exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, it was good. We managed to stay out of trouble. Me and Tom had a little bit of a connection at turn 1, but that's standard around here, right? And it was a good race. You know, we each gave us room. The soft didn't turn on as quick as I wanted. We stuck behind Camo for maybe a lap longer than I wanted to, but yeah, we got through. The tyre deficit's too big, and yeah, it was a good win.
What was going through your head as you're going round in circles? Because really, once you got the lead, you had it pretty much under control, didn't you?
Just trying to maintain the gap, because obviously we have less turbo boost than we'd like. And I know Tom had slightly more because he finished just behind us. So it was about, when we were at equal points, I knew I was safe. So it was just about pushing and keeping the gap as high as we could. We picked up a vibration on the left front at about lap 5. And I thought, I'm not going to call it in, because all that's going to do is jinx the problem. And it was really bad on the last lap. So, you know, we've got a little bit to learn on the car, but it got me home and we won the race, which is exactly what we wanted.
So a bit heart in mouth then for half of the race.
Yeah, it was the last 3 laps when we were using the turbo boost. I just thought this tyre just needs to hang on. So it did. We did a great job. The guys did a great job. There's a big change between race 1 and 2. They've worked so hard. So I'm really, really grateful for them. All at Napa Racing UK do a great job. And yeah, we've got the hard tyre, no boost. So we'll just drive around and have fun.
Well, make the most of this. I mean, as the guys were saying in commentary, you're a different driver this year, aren't you? You're able to really just focus on your racing. Business is kind of all under control, and we're seeing the result of that.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think that, you know, the driver that I am now has always been there, but it's been very much masked by external influence, you know, and it's a high pressure environment. This sport isn't cheap. You know, you've got to keep the money rolling through, as we see with people falling out, you know, off the grid, and it's a real shame. I've been there. But you've just got to keep working at it, and we're in a really good place now, we're really secure. My long-term partners, Cataclean, have been phenomenal. The guys are here this weekend, so to have a win for them is really, really good. yeah, let's see it through and fight for the championship.
Good stuff. Well done, and well done also to Tom. It didn't quite fall your way in race 1, but you've got that podium. You really wanted to get on the podium here this weekend, didn't you?
I did. I wanted to be first. I wanted the 1, but 2 will do. 2 will do indeed. I've now moved up a place in the championship. I'm now 6th in the championship, and we're getting a lot closer to 3rd. So unless I got that wrong, I might even be 5th. I don't know, but we're definitely moving on up, which is good. So Dan was quick, so all credit to him. I drove my socks off then, trying to beat my lap record from last year, but it was too hot, I couldn't do it.
I know you had a few, Dan was saying he had a bit of a vibration going on then. I know you had a few issues in race 1. How was your car that time around?
Car was fantastic. It was really, really good. There was no problems with my car. Team Vertu did a fantastic job on my car. And I drove as hard as I possibly could. So I will sleep well tonight and I got the most out of it.
Well, race 3 coming up before you get to sleep well tonight. So what are your thoughts looking ahead to that one? It's going to be a little trickier.
Well, gauging by how my teammates got on the hard, it's not the best tyre in the world. So I think you just got to maximise as many points as possible and stay on the black stuff, which is easier said than done when you've got people around you on softs.
Well done, and well done also to Daryl. First time we've seen you back on the podium since that memorable win at the start of the season. That must feel good for you.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but it's a good feeling when you do well in the race. Obviously, Brands Hatch earlier on this year was an amazing result for myself and the team. But ever since then, we've been chasing, trying to find performance gains to be back up at the sharp end. So it was really nice to be back on the podium for the team.
How much of that do you think has come from the performance gains, and how much has it come from you just being able to get more out of the car now you've got more experience with it?
I think there's a little bit in myself as well, obviously learning from the team. But the team have worked so hard, so many late nights to improve the car and to give us drivers the best chance to do what we love doing. So I just got to say thank you to West Surrey Racing for their hard work. We're getting there. So yeah, we'll just have to keep pushing on and keep trying to meet some good expectations.
And what are your thoughts looking ahead to the next race?
Oh, I'm on hard, so I just yeah. Yeah, that's it, done.
That's what it is, yeah, done and dusted. Right, well, let's see where Darren and everybody else for that matter is going to be lining up. It's time for Ollie in the fishbowl. Over to you, Ollie.
I'm very scared about this, Lou, to be honest. Dan alongside me. I know you just caught up with Lou there. It was an excellent drive from you. Given the drivers in front of you on the hard tyre, the expectation is you'll get past them. Was there pressure? Did you feel pressure going into that race?
Yeah, I mean, you want to get past as quick as possible, because obviously the advantage is right at the start when their tyres are colder. So we just needed to turn it on. It took longer than I wanted to, if I'm honest, to get past Camo for sure. But yeah, I think it was a good race in the end. We won, so it worked out.
Well, you didn't feel pressure there. I'm feeling an awful lot of pressure here. I'm hoping you're going to steer us through this as successfully as you just drove that car around the circuit here. So go on then, dig deep into the fishbowl. We'll find out, as you can see on your screen there, the graphic of names to look out for and indeed positions. And the number is 9, which means Aidan Moffat will be on pole for the reverse grid race. Thank you very much. Just before you go, what are your expectations for the next race?
Well, we've got the hard tyre because we chose to not use it in race 1, so we don't have much boost. We'll do our very best. If we come out with some points, top 12, I'll be very happy.
Okay, you've got to go and spray some champagne. Well done to Dan. We'll bring Jade Edwards in. He's alongside me here. Dan was first class there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I just said to him off camera there, that looked a bit easy, and he sort of mocked and said, I got bored, if I'm honest. But no, that win will mean a lot to Dan. He works really, really hard to be competitive. He's got a great team around him, and yeah, he'll enjoy that win and put the tally towards his point score to the championship.
A couple of questions about the championship leaders. What will Tom make of that race? Will he be happy, all things considered, with where he finished up in 8th?
I think so. With that hard tyre, they're always going to drop back, and it's all about management. You can see the hard tyre drivers, because they almost see when a car on softs comes through, they kind of let them do it, and they just try and fall as least amount down the grid as possible. So I think he'll manage it. He'll know exactly where he wanted to finish, whether that played off or not. But now he's back on the optimum tyre again for race 3. So no doubt him and Ash and everyone else are now going to be elbows out for race 3 to score as many points as they can.
And look, we are so used to seeing Ash Sutton drive phenomenal races, but where does that drive from 20th up to 5th rank?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think I've just become a bit numb to the Ingram and the Sutton drives.
Now.
And these drivers at the top of their game, when they start at the back of the grid, it is impressive, don't get me wrong, but they're used to it. They know exactly what they need to do. They know how to get through the backfield as such, and then pick off at every driver. You just see them, they don't make a mistake. They know when they're overtaking and they get their head down and they do it. So impressive from Ash, but not surprising.
Yeah, absolutely not. Now we've just seen Aidan Moffat pulled out for pole in the reverse grid race, coming up a little bit later on. Good opportunity for him.
I tell you what, you couldn't have pulled a better number out. I'm good friends with Aidan. I'd love to see him on pole, and I tell you what, I reckon he'll have his doors open, his elbows out, everything. He's a through and through racer, and he'll be fighting for this one. You know, he's had a tough start to the year, but throw that boy on pole and he's going to work as hard as he possibly can to stay there as long as possible.
Jade, for now, thank you very much. Presentation taking place behind us, but more live racing coming your way now, and we can take you back out on track, because it's time for the next round of the Legends Cars Elite Cup, and up in the commentary box for you, Paul O'Neill. And first, Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Harley. These guys don't get much turnaround time, do they, to repair cars, get their heads together and come out for a reverse grid.
Yeah, they do. It's an amazing. The reverse grid's fantastic as well, and I just really can't wait for all this racing. It's so cool, mate.
It is. We'll come to the incident that we had earlier on once the race is underway. If we get a breather, you very rarely do get breathers in Legends Cars racing, to be absolutely sure. But the grids are determined by ballot for races 1 and 2, as you're probably aware, and this is the reverse of the grid that we saw in race 1. So the car we see on the front started on the back last time. Here's how they line up. Luke Simmons, the Sussex-based driver on row 1 from Matt Knight. Another all Sussex front row in actual fact. Owen Lawler, the Irishman, next up from the American. Trevor Krause, Peter Barrabo on row 3 with Mark Beatty. Beat him on row 3. I still can't say it right. Connor Mills next from Will Gibson and Chris Dewey. Then it's Jack Parker with Nathan Anthony and Ollie Schlupp back on row 6. Row 7, Tyler Reid looking for another win. He can do it from there as well. We've seen him do it before. Chris Needham next to him on row 7 with Ben Mahoney and Stephen Traherne, followed by Nick Price and Marcus Pett. Assuming we've had repairs, Ross Marshall and Mike Schlupp will be next up from James Pendleton. Derek Hogan is behind him, and then David Bonser completing our grid. So that's where we go. The incident we're hearing, I spoke to the drivers and a couple of the teams, the incident we saw on the start line for race 1 was a cannon, basically. This comes from John Higgins, not the snooker John Higgins, using a snooker term, but John Higgins, the multi-former champion, said it was the driver behind. But basically, it was Stephen Traherne on row 3, went into Marcus Pett on row 2, and he went into Mike Schlupp. That's what caused it. It's been deemed a racing incident, I gather.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously got a lot more footage than we have, but I would be devastated if I was on that front row and I was turned round like that. But it's tight, it's fast, it's furious, and
it's Legends.
It's Legends, mate, and that's the way it goes. So yeah, let's see what happens.
So here we go, the two Sussex boys on the front row of the grid. Luke Simmons, former short oval racer, raced in Super. He was Sussex Southern champion in Super Stocks racing on the ovals back in the day. Matt Knight from Shoreham is next to him. And then we've got Trevor Krause on row 2. He's trying to get points to win the team championship, which he might well do. We'll see how he goes. Then it's Owen Lawler alongside the number 52 car, the white and orange car of the American on row 2. He's going to be difficult to beat or catch here as well. He's going to get well stuck in as we go Legends Cars Racing here at Croft for race 2 of 3. And already you can see the two team cars there, the orange and white cars. Krause hits the curb, so too does Peter Barrel. That's a big rotation in the 88 car. Barrel collects it up and he's lost a shed load of places.
Wow, Barrel was lucky then, because that was a disastrous thing to happen in the middle of the pack. Look at that from the leader. Simmons sideways and loses that momentum, and look at that, new leader.
Yeah, that is Trevor Krause, the 19-year-old from Maine, New England. He has been 5 times New England Legends Cars champion, and he's only 19. I was doing the maths and thinking that means he won it when he was 14, which you can do in the States. Here we go, we need a new junior formula, don't we?
Exactly. Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Proper stuff. Look at that. Looks the Krause out in the lead. He's dropping the hammer. This is proper Days of Thunder stuff.
So Krause from Luke Simmons. Matt Knight running well at the moment in 3rd. Here's a replay of the start.
Yeah, this was all getting bunched up, wasn't it? Barrel is in the blue car. He had so that's where it all went wrong.
Traherne on the grass.
Traherne was on the grass, but he was on the grass for a long time, wasn't he? At least
he was
still going.
Yeah, Stephen Traherne trying to actually dicing with Barrable that we were talking about for the Masters title in this one. I've done the sums and we'll come to them if we get a breather. But Krause has got a breather at the moment, coming through the hairpin for the first time with Luke Simmons. Great to see Luke back with Legends. and he is in second position with Will Gibson. So we're going to have orange and white fellas at the front very soon. Gibson will challenge the second place car, comes out flying now, looks down the inside as they go into Clervaux. Gibson in the number 1 car up into P2.
Yeah, that's what we're used to seeing, is it, from Gibson coming through in that number 1. Well, Simmons was, he'll be ruining that mistake as he went through the chicane and just lost the rear end of the car, but he was lucky to hold on to it, but he lost the lead. But Kraus, really impressive stuff from the young American.
The 99 car we saw very briefly there, Owen Lawler, is 270 points clear of David Bonser in the rookies, so he will sew up the League Cup rookie title by my maths in this one if he finishes the race and Bonser doesn't win it. So I don't think David is, with all due respect, starting off the back, and he is in one of the air-cooled cars, so expect him to run a little bit away from the pace of the front runners who we look up now. Simmons is coming back.
Yeah, Simmons is coming back in a minute. Absolutely flat out through there. Proper stuff. Is that
it is Connor Mills, good spot.
He was just making a really cool move there, when he momentum has been lost though, and he's passed a few people, and that's running out of road, but thankfully.
Yeah. Matt Knight again, we saw him have a moment at the hairpin in the first race. It's hard luck, Matt, and he's capable of so much more than that. And Simmons tries to close in on Gibson. Are they going to work together and try and close in on Kraus?
They're going to have to, aren't they? They've only got a few laps now, and yeah, the gap is still there, but Gibson will want this as much as anybody. But yeah, you're going to see a bit of bump drafting maybe, because otherwise Kraus will run away with this. He's very impressive, mate.
The other, yeah, very, very good indeed. The other car we need to look out for is Tyler Reed, Lightning McReed as we're called there, won race 1. He's there in the red car, a bit further back. He's got to try and get as many points over Will, as changed for 4th place there. Luke Simmons passed by Ollie Schlupp. So Ollie in the K-Seal car makes it through, makes up another position. He's still in with a shout at the championship. There's Marcus Pett trying to work his way through. He's done a good job. I don't think Matt needs to be tending the car there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that there. Get away from that, a lot safer.
Dicing all the way down the order, James Pendleton in 7th, one of our rookies, with our Irish newcomer getting stuck in as well, which is good to see. Derek Hogan.
I tell you, Gibson's struggling a bit here. He's cracking on, but Schlupp's right on the back of him now in that number 9. So Ollie's pushing him, but Kraus is getting away.
You know, Will was telling me after race 1 this morning that the conditions totally different to yesterday, as you would expect after the rain that we had, great deal of rain before the race that started today. And he did a good job. He got up onto the podium in race number 1 from a fair way back. And you can see he's podium position again. But Schlupp is not a teammate. Schlupp running with Mickle Motorsport, Will running with his own concern, so he'll be in 2 minds here. Ultimately, Gibson needs the 200 points. Oh, and it's not going to happen that way.
Wow, he's really pushing on Gibson. He's going to lose a shed load of places.
That's that for Gibson. For me, that's the championship gone.
Done. Absolutely. He's not going to recover from that. Not in the next few laps that he's got. I mean, he's lost about 5 or 6 places there. That was a nightmare. It looked like he had a long brake pedal and the car just travelled on. But look at Schlupp now in that number 9 in P2. He is now really going to hunt down Kraus.
The gap between Reed and Gibson on points was 135. Reed needs to be 200 clear at the end of this race to win the championship. He's got to get my abacus out, unfortunately.
Oh, no. you keep that in your pocket.
Where's Phil Glue when you need him?
Oh, no. Far away from here, thank goodness.
Our sound man said, Phil's not here today. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Thanks,
no
Martin.
Formula cars, no Formula
Here we
cars.
go, a bit of
Mills.
bump drafting here from Chris. Oh, Chris is going to go through, is he here? Let's have a quick look. Is Connor Mills going for the outside run, and Tyler Reed needs to be careful. The one thing he needs more than anything else is a finish.
Yeah, and when you go out the back here, you don't want to be side by side with people, because that's where you get contact. Tyler Reed just keeping a watching brief in that red car, and look now, this is not a nice position for Tyler Reed. Just stay out of trouble, my man, and he'll be fine. But yeah, he just needs to have a look at what everyone else is doing. But if you're unsighted and people get crossed up, that's where you get into trouble.
Do you know what this shot has just told me, Paul? How quality the Legends field is. We've got 5 drivers there that are all really top line drivers, and then we've got at least 3 or 4 more completely out of shot who are equal to these guys as well. But these 5 all capable of winning races, as are Kraus and Schlupp up front, and indeed the likes of Baraboo and Gibson and Traherne behind. It's such a quality field, and that shot for me just conveys that message.
Yeah, it was great. They're all line astern as well, weren't they? So they're pushing on though, but look, he's not having it his own way, is he, Ollie Schlupp? He's going to catch him up in the next lap. This is going to be a brilliant finish.
Chris Needham, best beard in the business. They're running at the moment in that P3. Is he going to get another podium here? It's Kraus from Schlupp, Needham, Simmons, Mills. The Mower-mate car of Luke Simmons. Nice to catch up with his dad again in Parc Ferme after race number 1. They're delighted in being back. They started off with the air-cooled and moved over to water-cooled. So they know that racing for the rest of the year, really for fun for them, not championship. And he's going to have a look. It was a little bit of bump drafting from Connor. That was to help him get out of the way. 3 wide up into Tower. Connor Mills down the inside. They both do Needham, and they're still side by side.
Wow, proper this, but it could be 3 abreast now if they're not careful. This is definitely not what you want as a racing driver, because look now, the leader's been hunted down, and Kraus has got Schlupp all in his mirrors as they go 2 abreast, and Tyler Reed backs out of that, but Connor Mills contact from the back of the car, and I tell you, he was very fortunate that he didn't get turned round there.
Yeah, Chris Needham right on the back case of him. For these two, this is almost a replay of some racing we'd have seen at Virginia International Raceway in the States, where they had the World Championships for Legends last year, because both of these guys out front were at the World Finals. I've got to tell you that Kraus is a twice semi-pro World Champion in Legends.
Well, that's why he's got the battle on his hands, and he's doing so well, because this is a fantastic, to come to any circuit you don't know, especially one like this, it's impressive, really impressive.
He's done a great job. Meanwhile, Connor Mills heading the pack at the moment for 3rd place. Luke Simmons looking to try and make a move, gets into the back of Chris Needham. Needham getting a little bit squirrely. Tyler Reed, you can see Tyler Reed just thinking about this at the moment, counting the points maybe. He will see Will Gibson behind him. At the moment, he's going to take about... How is this the last lap already?
That's crazy, isn't it?
Reed's going to take about 20 points out of Gibson here and move him on to a 155-point lead. It won't be done and dusted for him on this race.
No, but... will he go for a gap? Because look what's happened now. He's had to go past Simmons in the bright yellow car. The 2 abreast in front of him. He's up 1. He could get another 2 on the last lap here. But look at this now. Schlupp round the outside. Will he get a hip and shoulder? Will Kraus give him an elbow? Well, no, because he's not like that, and that's great racing. But will they be side by side? Oh, this looks tight.
Here they come then. So coming round all into it. It's super move by Ollie Schlupp. Comes through into the lead.
Not over.
Schlupp's got it, but Kraus is going to try and fight back. Here we come. Kraus is going to have a go. He doesn't know the track, as Paul said. He has done a day's testing here. He's learned from Will Gibson. There's nobody better in the field to learn from. The reigning champion out of Sonny's having a look. It's all going to be about that complex, isn't it?
I thought he was going to drop away. Look at this. Will he try the round the outside? Because that's what he was looking at before. He's gone wide. He's going to go round the outside. What a move for a win. And a big slide on the exit. Full power. Top man.
Oh, he's going to have a go back now. Ollie Schlupp's going to have a dive down the inside. No, he isn't. And Kraus defends, takes the right line into the hairpin. Super stuff from Trevor Kraus. Is he going to take it? Now, Schlupp comes out of the corner. Pedal to the metal, but he's not going to do it. And Kraus, the American, gets his first Legends win. He wins it. Kraus wins. Ollie Schlupp second. Chris Needham third. Completing the podium. Tyler Reed comes through in 4th place ahead of Connor Mills. Will Gibson is next up. Here's a replay.
Wow, Schlupp in the 9 on the right-hand side, slows early, but look, round the outside, Kraus is oversteering the front wheels. Looks like he's on a different set of tyres than Ollie Schlupp. Absolutely brilliant. Hot dog.
Do you know, the lock-up there, that reminds me, do you remember the Formula 1 clip of Piquet going past Senna and locking up? Not quite as severe as the Piquet Senna, but a similarity. Yeah. Brilliant work. Great work from both drivers.
Great stuff.
That's why we love the Legends. I know a lot of people want the Legends back on the package a little bit more regularly next year. We would love it as well. Super racing. And it always amazes me. We've had a couple of American drivers come over. They're always quick. People say the Americans don't travel much, and they have to race on limited number of circuits because the geography is massive. They can't go far to tracks. But then they come to new tracks, and they do so well.
This will be more like an American track as well, because it's old school.
Yeah.
I can't wait for this interview. Kraus better not let me down. I want to see full Talladega nights. What
will he do with his hands?
I don't know. He'll do something weird, I reckon, but brilliant. This is great to see. Great, that was a fantastic... To do that round the outside, you're really hanging on to that tyre. You really are.
Yeah, absolutely mega racing from the left. It's great to see. What a treat for the fans here and our viewers to see a young American, 19 years of age, from, say, Maine, New England, over racing the World Championships last year. I'm trying to talk him into coming over and doing the Formula Ford Festival later on in the year. Yeah. See if we can get a team and a car for him.
We'll manage him. Should we run a team?
yeah, we'll do it. Well, everyone wants to know how they finished. And here is the result then. Heat 2 of round 9 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup here at Croft. Trevor Krause, the young American, takes the win from Ollie Schlupp and Chris Needham. Tyler Reid, 4th from Connor Mills and Will Gibson. Luke Simmons finishes up 7th from Peter Barrable. That might be enough for Peter to win the Masters. Marcus Pett, 9th from Stephen Traherne. Mark Beattie in 11th from Nick Price and Nathan Anthony. Ross Marshall, 14th from Chris Dewey. Then it's Owen Lawler and Ben Mahoney. James Pendleton, 18th from David Bonser and Derek Hogan in 20th. So some very warm applause, as you would expect, from all of the teams, the marshals, the officials as well will join in with that. Cracking Legends. We do get the odd blip with Legends. You do in any formula, to be absolutely honest, but when you weigh it up and look at how many great races there are, it's a formula that you want to see again and again, whether it's the national version, the Scottish Championship version, which runs up at Knockhill, or there's an Irish Championship. Obviously we've got Irishmen with us as well, great form, and indeed out in the States, and we'll talk more about that in their final race at the end of the day. In the meantime, as Trevor Krause comes out of his car, we're going to take a quick break. Stick around though, because we're going to hear from the young American.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
What a race that was. A drama from start to finish. There was a mistake early from Will Gibson driving off the track, and that won't do his championship aspirations any good. But it turned out to be a proper ding-dong battle between Ollie Schlupp and Trevor Krause. Shades of PK and Senna at the end. In this instance, the American Trevor Krause won a thriller, and it meant that Paul O'Neill, as we heard in comms a few moments ago, was asking for full Talladega nights in the post-race interview after Trevor's first win. Let's find out if that's what we get with Lou.
I can't promise that, I'm afraid, but I can offer huge congratulations, Trevor. I mean, first time racing here in the UK. You've nailed it already. What a great win.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. It was a hard-fought win with Ollie at the end there. We had a great battle the last lap, and I'm really happy to be able to get a win here. Was not expecting it at all when I came over. I was just hoping to compete, be in the top 10, and now I just got my first win in the UK.
That was a mega move you pulled as well. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, so I knew he would block the bottom because I would have done the same thing everyone would have. So I was like, I'm just going to try to sail it around on the top. And then he got a little bit loose under me, and that helped me. And then yeah, I just came back to the line and got the win.
And up to that point, I mean, the first few laps were quite quiet for you, really. You were off there on your own, minding your own business. How did it feel when you saw him charging up in the mirrors? It made it great for us. Presumably good fun for you as well to have that kind of battle going on.
Yeah, definitely. The first couple laps, once I got out front, I was just hoping to not see anyone in my mirror the rest of the race. And then I saw everyone battling behind me, and then Ollie broke through and started getting my toe down the straightaways. And then yeah, I was just slowly watching them catch up throughout the race, and then, yeah, we had that great battle on the last lap, so it was a lot of fun.
Good stuff, and it was a great battle. Ollie, you no doubt enjoyed that. You'd probably like the win, but P2, a very good result.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. We've had to fight through the grid, so, yeah, I just caught up on the last couple laps, but, yeah, we had a good battle.
You must have thought you could have had it, but it's such close racing in these cars, isn't it?
Yeah, I think on that last lap, neither of us wanted to be in first place. We were sort of holding off each other, so, yeah, but I was in front for a bit, but yeah, lost it at the end. But yeah.
Tactics coming into play. Well done on the P2, and Chris, great result for you in P3 as well. I mean, you had to make your way up the grid too, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a tough race, that one, coming from 14th. It was a bit of forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards, and luckily towards the end of the race we managed to get to the front of the pack and hold the rest off behind them. They were just too far ahead on that last lap to catch them.
How much have you enjoyed racing here at the Croft circuit? It's a great track, isn't it?
Oh, the Croft circuit's brilliant. It's very fast. It's a little bit bumpy, which makes it very interesting. A lot of the braking points are on. You're turning at the same time, so it's quite difficult to overtake. There's a huge slipstream though down the big straights. It's great fun.
It's been great to watch as well. So thanks for that. More racing coming up. We've got minis out on track next, and that's going to be after this break.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough. Fair enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Big crowd here at Croft, and it's great to have you with us wherever you're tuning in from, and I hope you're enjoying your afternoon of motorsport with us here on ITV. Rain when we arrived this morning, but it's turned into the most stunning day here at Croft, and umbrellas are up for the right reason, for a bit of shade, and now we can turn our attentions to our next live race. Time for the Vertu Mini Challenge, and back up in the commentary box for us, Paul O'Neill, and first, Richard John Neal.
Thank you again, Ollie, and a change in fortunes for Nathan Edwards this weekend. He's had a complete nightmare, I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, but he has had double pole this weekend, so great to see Nathan sorting it out. He said yesterday to me, championship's over, so I'm just here to win races. Which I thought that's what we were here to do anyway. But.
Yeah, exactly. But Nathan Edwards in that 21, I went and watched on Saturday afternoon one of the races.
Yeah.
Down at this corner now, Hawthorne's Bend, where they turn into this right-hander, he was exceptional. He was generating a lot of his lap time from just rolling the car in, cocking the right rear wheel up and just getting on the throttle. Everyone else was hesitant. He looks fully committed, and good to see, because that's where he belongs for me.
He does. You know, he was the driver that won the most races last year, leading the JCW Sports is Henry Howarth, and we wanted to show a little bit of love to the sports this weekend, so we've got an onboard with Henry, who's also been racing in the eSports Championship that we have midweek, and good to see Henry here. He's finished in second position yesterday.
Yeah, great onboard, because this car is a sport car, which means it has a H pattern gearbox, not like the other cars at the front, which have a sequential gearbox. So that car will be driven by like a normal kind of gearbox, as in you have to put the clutch in, get a gear and go through the H pattern on the gearbox. So really interesting onboard that'll be to see, because it's difficult to drive a race car that has a H pattern. As you can see that blue handle just on the left, and when he changes gear, it will just be like watching someone in a road car, but they're still super fast, these cars.
Let's take a look at how they line up. Round 10 of the Vertu Mini Challenge, and it's Nathan Edwards on meeting pole from Jamie Osborne, the championship leader. Tom Ovenden was on row 2 with Charlie Hand, if Charlie's got his car sorted from yesterday. Lewis Selby and Harry Hickton completing row 3. Albert Webster, sadly, might be his last meeting. He's on road 4 with Max Edmondson. Jacob Hodgkiss next up from Marlow Cordell. Then it's Cameron Richardson and Josh Porter on the 6th row, followed by Ned Anthony and Owen Hillman. Harry Campy with Brent Bowie in the development car with the sustainable fuel. Completing the grid for the JCWs is Alex Solly. Moving on to the sports, Chris McKenzie, yesterday's winner, is on pole from Archie Johnson. Henry Howarth, our onboard, third on the grid, with Ben Crossley next up from Nicky Gauci, and Will Crooks completing our grid. Lovely to catch up with Will Crooks yesterday. A driver, this is his first motorsport experience, Will Crooks, but he grew up with the likes of James Jakes and I can't remember the other name, but anyway, one of the first T-car drivers.
Wow.
Johnny Cocker, that's the one I was thinking of.
Johnny Cocker.
Yeah,
I mean, Johnny Cocker and James Jakes, proper pedals.
They were very good. And he was at school with them, always wanted to race, and now he is.
Wow.
There he is.
There you go.
And a fish merchant from Whitby. Lovely place, always wanted to go and have a look, but his wife was giving him some stick yesterday, I can tell you.
Oh, no.
Sarah, yeah.
Why?
Said he was too slow. Lovely guy, but... And Sarah's a bit of a character. More of that as the series unravels, I'm sure. But front of the grid, Nathan Edwards and Jamie Osborne. This is what we've been waiting for all season. Osborne away quickly off the line from the outside of the front row. And it's the Napa car. It's a Napa attack down into turn 1. Osborne gets the lead.
Wow, proper stuff. That's Selby there as well. Coming into P3, that red fronted Napa car. Brilliant stuff that was. Osborne absolutely nailed that start.
Yeah, he was a little bit disappointed with qualifying. How can you be disappointed with P2? But that is the nature of the man, really gunning for this title. Nathan Edwards has got to do what he did yesterday, which is come back. He dropped to 4th on the start yesterday, so he's not nailing the starts at the moment, but he did get back up to 2nd. More to that story once they've sorted themselves out. So it's Edwards in 2nd position. Lewis Selby, who would be the top master. Tom Ovenden trying to get through on his inside. It was Ovenden that took the win yesterday.
Cold tyres now, watch this as they come in side by side. Ovenden trying to get that P3 back, brilliant, big sideways, brilliant, just keeps it within track limits. But look at Albert Webster, he's had to brake and there's people trying to go around the outside of him as well. Harry Hickton involved as well.
Yeah, Harry Hickton is involved in the pink and blue car. So many stories around the mini paddock. I apologise if we don't get them in during the race. Hickton busy chasing, Osborne though the leader. This is, mouth-watering stuff with Osborne now being chased by Edwards. Battles that we should have seen earlier on in the year. Max Edmondson in the mix there. Had an electrical failure. A battery wire failed yesterday. So he was really frustrated. But look at Edwards really trying to pile into the leader. The rest of them form a very crowded field around the hairpin for the first lap. Still the first lap sort-out going on. We'll get a check on who's leading the sport class once they go through. just taking a moment to enjoy that shot of the cars coming down. So here's the workout at the front.
Yeah, great stuff. And them top two, they really are going at it. Look at that. Oh, couldn't get turned in. Albert Webster's now got Hickton down the inside in that pink and blue car, and he's going to do two of them. He's got Charlie Hand on his left, and Charlie Hand has to go through and picks up loads of water on his tyres.
Yeah, Charlie Hand will do. He didn't start yesterday's race, Charlie Hand. Harry Hickton about to look up the inside. Nathan Edwards dives down the inside and Tower on the championship leader.
Brilliant move, but he's not got it done now. We are going side by side through the Jim Clark S's up to 5th, turns in. Can he get it done round the outside? It's a clean move. Brilliant racing. This is so nice.
Yeah, this is just so long overdue. Nathan and Jamie out at the front, and do you know what? They're battling hard, but they're not slowing each other up to allow Tom Overton to close in. I'm sure Tom will do at some point, but this is what we want to see. These are the touring car drivers of the future, having touring car racing now. That's a shame. Off goes, nearest the camera, Ned Anthony, and also the luckless Alex Solly, who's off. Alex had no luck. He was a first lap, pretty much first lap or early retirement in qualifying yesterday, so off the back of the field. Ned will be gutted as well. So Solly, safety car.
Wonder where that was. They pulled that quick. Is that down at Tower? Because it looked like there was a lot of grass and a lot of space. So I don't know where they've gone off, but there was smoke, wasn't there, coming from one of the cars. So I don't know whether it's a case of a bit of oil down or they've hit each other. But we'll see if we can sort that out for you. So what has gone on here? Oh, they're all sideways. And that was
Ned.
That was Ned, wasn't it? Yeah. And Ned must have got collected, I would have thought.
Yeah. We'll be able to get Ned's thoughts on that. He's, Solly damage. He's had an absolutely dreadful weekend, Alex Solly, and we'll come back to that. Shame for both drivers, both really good guys.
So I don't know whether that's accident damage that's making the radiator steam like that, or he's been in front of him and dropped a load of oil, because there was a couple of people sideways. There's no tyres stacks to hit. He's probably just collected him, isn't he? Or you can see the tyre marks actually from the... Oh, that needs to get a fire extinguisher on the go, because that... It does look like it's water vapour, but... Oh, does it? That's a lot of steam. So what's going to happen here? Is he going to say, sorry, mate? Oh, that's good to see.
Yeah, great guy. The Mini community generally is absolutely fantastic. And I was starting to say about Alex is actually Mini are running an official esports series on Tuesday nights at the moment. We're very nearly finished with it. We've had lots of different Mini drivers joining me in the comms box. And Ned Anthony is our co-commentator on Tuesday night. So we were winding him up about how good Tom Overton was last week in the comms box.
Oh yeah, you're lovely, you are, mate. I tell you what.
Tom was good. We've had some really good co-coms.
Look at this start from Jamie Osborne in that Napa car, wasn't it? You called it. You were like, look at this first phase, and next minute to jump him in within 100 foot is an excellent... I don't think it was so much a bad start from Nathan, because he held on to second, but I just think it was an awesome start from Jamie Osborne. Absolutely brilliant. They all get through here absolutely fine, don't they? But he got the job done early doors, Richard.
That reminds me of a conversation I had with Rob Boston, actually here at Croft. Rob Boston, because he was great in Clio's and runs his own team now, Rob said to me, I got called to the clerk of the course, and the clerk said, you nearly jumped the start.
Very nice.
Oh, dear me. There we go. So the Minis could have done without the safety car, to be perfectly honest. All recovery being done. As I say, Solly was really seeing this weekend in his social media as a reset for part two. But not the weekend he wanted, right the way from just draw a line under it and start again. We do see them at Knockhill in 2 weeks' time, so Alex will, I hope, have better fortune next time out, which will be good to see.
That's a difficult one, by the way, for the Marshals, because they've had to come from the other side of the circuit by the looks of it with fire extinguishers, so some people might be watching it thinking, well, why weren't they there any quicker? Well, they were having to wait for cars, I'm assuming, to move out the way with them fire extinguishers. Last thing a team wants is to see all that extinguishant, if that's what it's called, all over the car, because it gets everywhere and it corrodes things, and it's not a nice thing. But if you need it, you need it. I'd rather have a car that you can fix than a burnt one.
Yeah, that's right. And it's it saves more damage than would be caused otherwise. So that's an important thing. going to have a look at Henry Howarth's start. So he's starting third in the sport category, Paul.
Right, watch this blue stick on the left-hand side. So you can hear him on and off the power into second, and you'll see it's a H pattern. Watch, into third. That's really cool to see, because I've never watched one of these sport cars. They're driven just like a normal road car, as in the gearbox is a H pattern. So watch, he'll be down to third. Probably will stay in third, gets the power on. These cars, they're a little bit less powerful than the front-running cars, which are the normal JCWs, and they have a different gearbox, and it's just to make it that little bit less expensive for people to come into the championship. Good to see though, but I can't tell you how hard it is to drive a H pattern and drive a car like that, and give a few hand signals as well as you get through the gears. Coming up to Tower, down to third. Get off them brakes and then just get that car in, waiting for the power. Oh, look at that! That was a bit tasty there from Johnson.
That's his teammate as well.
Lovely work. He just got the run, didn't he? Watch this. Is he flat through Jim Clark S's? Yes. He was that fast. The camera was struggling. Oh, and a bit of a lift for bar Croft, and then it's big and hard on the brakes, down to third. You come off the brakes nice and early, roll the speed into the camber of the corner, then get on the power. He's got a little bit of understeer. The front tyres are washing away. Back on the throttle. Johnson's car in front looks really good. Drops a left rear on that dust, and then big brakes again, down to third. Release the brakes. Get all that concrete on the left if you can. A little bit of power. Keep the momentum going, down to second. What's he going to do with the hairpin? I can't wait for this. I don't think he'll use first gear. Is he going to get up to third? It's on the limiter. Big brake, stays in second. Roll it in. This is the slowest corner in the UK. Then beautiful. That is from Howard. Gently breezes on the throttle, stops the wheel spinning, gets it straight, and that is a lap of Croft. And it was a good lap of Croft, actually. I enjoyed that.
That was good. Absolutely fascinating to hear the insight as they go around. And fair play to Archie Johnson for getting the pass. Archie did co-coms as well. He was good as well. Dan Zelos did the first round. We got a touring car driver doing the final, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, can't
Why
say
haven't you
who
asked
it is.
me?
It's down to Rhea. She's sorting them out.
I don't get on with Rhea, who runs the championship. We had crosswords when she ran me at.
You did crosswords, times crosswords.
Yeah, crosswords. Yeah, she used to manage me at RPM Motorsport in British GT in a Dodge Viper, and Rhea is the best team manager you could ever wish for. She is savage. I mean, I've seen her. I honestly, all the drivers, all the mechanics, we used to line up and like wait for our beating off her. She was brilliant. Love Rhea. I was obviously joking. We get on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, runs a tight ship, and in the hospitality is wonderful with Mini. Really great place to go if you get the chance. There's so many people looking at, and they're working so hard to make this championship future-proof, getting people in, and they did that with the sport category, getting drivers in, like Will Crooks, who was thinking about telling me yesterday. I was thinking about doing the Coopers, and he thought, no, do you know what? It'd be a huge jump from Coopers to go into here, into JCWs. So he said, no, I'm going to come in, I'm going to enjoy being on the Toka package for 7 weekends. And it's not so much of a step to go up from sport into JCW, which he's hoping to do next year.
Yeah, which is a great thing, isn't it? Just talking about Coopers, I was working with Ashley Gregory the other day.
How is she?
Yeah, really good, and she sends her best, and she was actually taking the mickey out of me a bit, so I said I was going to get her back, and she better win races when she gets back on track, when we're out next time with her. So that ice cream's huge, nearly as big as that child.
Massive, yeah. Those cows are not small, they're far away.
Where are they? I didn't even know we had cows around here.
Yeah.
It's a great shot. Oh no, look at that cow in the middle. You've got it at the wrong time. That's what it thinks of our racing. Disgusting.
That tells you where we are, doesn't it? Gives you the flavour. If you've not been to Croft, you should come up to Croft. It's a lovely part of the world. There's Will Crooks I was talking about again.
There he is.
The teeth on that. He was saying
that.
to me yesterday, he said the car doesn't look as good on camera as it does close up, but I think it does.
Yeah. That was quite an interesting front livery on that car, wasn't it? Those teeth look like our Anchorman, didn't it? Looked like our own Ollie Bell, didn't it? See the teeth on it?
You're getting stuck into Ollie now. Poor lad's only been here.
He's here for 1 weekend. Let's batter him.
Nikki Shields isn't going to be looking forward to it, is she?
I wouldn't say anything nasty to Nikki. Can't wait to see Nikki here. She's going to love it. Kids are loving it, like we said. And yeah, it's just so good to see we just see such a different demographic these days. I think it's great. Young girls coming to watch more and more. And that's we just need to expand ourselves in UK motorsport, and like I was saying to Ollie Bell in the studio, we literally, motorsport's brilliant because it's open to everybody. Everyone's welcome, and everyone's been so nice to him up and down the pit lane as well. So
nice.
We do like
deservedly
UK
so.
motorsport, exactly that.
deservedly so. Yeah, great lad. As we wait for the cleaning up to be finished. Scott Stringfellow, of course, at the wheel of the safety car with Kieran Salmons in the mix. I know they always wonder whether they get a mention, but it is worth giving them a shout because they're both very experienced officials.
It's really difficult, you know. They have to jump from different cars. So the safety car there, like you say, Scotty Stringfellow driving and Kieran next to him in the passenger seat. They have to jump from car to car. So Porsches into this Mini, whatever championship it is, they have to drive a different car. To jump in it and drive a safety car fast to keep race cars behind you is hard work. Really hard work.
It's not the easiest of jobs. I've spoken to other people that have done safety car and they said don't underestimate the task.
Radio.
Yeah.
Kieran will be getting, you need to slow it down this lap. We slow the car down because we want everybody to get together. We want to just one more lap on the safety car. That, you know, they're getting directed by race control, so it's a really difficult job. Please don't think it's easy, but yeah, everyone's loving it. Where's these ice creams coming from?
I don't know.
Send them to the comms box.
Our director's got a fixation on it at the moment, hasn't he? He's gluten-free apparently, which is good news. If we could have a look, I'd love to have a quick shout at Albert Webster, who's in 8th place, if we can get a shout, because Albert announced in the week that this is going to be his last round, which is a major pity.
I did see that.
Yeah, he's you know, they've worked it out. He's really struggling for budget. Great little racer. Let's hope something can happen to keep him on the grid.
Yeah, if anybody, listen, it's a difficult one for commentators like us to speak about individuals, but this lad is super fast. He's got great talent, he's a great lad, but the best thing about him is he's got class. I've seen him do some brilliant stuff in Fiestas when other people would have done something else. He's a good kid, and it'd be a shame if we don't see him again.
Yeah, really nice family as well.
Yeah.
And Dean's here, I think. His mum is at home probably watching and shouting at the screen right now, but his sister races as well in autocross, hoping to go for the ladies' autocross. Now that's a healthy sport for diversity autocross.
Yes, proper.
That's another matter. But yeah, Albert, fingers crossed, he's done so well. I was lucky enough to interview him after his first senior win. He went all the way through the junior ranks without a win, and then we're all looking at when he got the senior win in the Fiestas, we're all looking saying, hang on, has he not won before?
Yeah.
And we did his first win, which was mega. I love those sorts of moments.
Yeah, crazy. Right. Looks like the lead car should be taking over the safety car's duties now, because we're ready to rock and roll. Safety car is coming in. Richie, we're ready to rock and roll, man.
Okay, Paul, here we go. So it's Jamie Osborne. We know Jamie will do a job of the restart. And when is he going to go? Nathan Edwards will watch him as well. Jamie gets a little wiggle on coming out of the hairpin. Tom Ovenden, of course, as a result of the safety car is closed up. We go green and we're racing again here at Croft. And it is Jamie Osborne that controls the restart well. Harry Higton getting involved as well, looking for 4th position at the moment over Lewis Selby.
That was lucky, wasn't it? Selby had to come out of that, and there was a lot of that. Ovenden nearly went in the stuck a left rear in the gravel, didn't he? But look at the leaders. These two really are the class of the field there. I don't know what tyres they're on. They might be on newer front tyres. As you see, was that Charlie Hand?
It was Charlie Hand. There's a Charlie Hand story as well. Do you want to hear that?
Go on.
He was supposed to be going to watch Oasis last night in London, but his dad went and he said, oh, Dad will be hungover tomorrow, but don't say that on the telly. Here goes he down the inside of... That's Jacob Hotchkiss, isn't it? He's going down the inside. So he said, don't say Dad be hungover. He was going. Anyway, so he had to miss out Charlie Hand. The orange and blue car missed out on his Oasis concert as he tries to go for on the inside, and then couldn't get the car started for the race yesterday, so he couldn't well have gone. Shame for him. Yeah, but he's racing well now.
Yeah, you know, he's on it, isn't he? Albert Webster was involved in that then. So we've not spoken about, is that Max Edmondson behind?
It is Max Webster, yeah.
His engine didn't sound brilliant yesterday when I was watching the races, and I know his teammate had a disaster as well. They've had a bit of a difficult weekend so far.
And this is their home round, isn't it, for Max and Owen? It's such a pity. You want people on home ground to have a good weekend and get everyone to enjoy it as Higton looks down the inside there. Harry Higton of Lewis Selby.
Right then, hold your breath, because what do you do if you're Higton on the left there? Do you try and get it round the outside, or do you try to check up and then jink down the inside? This will be interesting. Oh, he's already thought, I don't want anything to do with this. Sometimes, you see Selby in front of that red grille, sometimes it's just best to let the driver in front take a set, because if you start messing around with them too much, they'll just gang up on you behind.
Yeah, Harry Higton thinking about that. He's still top rookie. I think, is he top rookie in this one? Yes, he is, because he's ahead of Jacob Hotchkiss, second in the rookies at the moment. Charlie Hand third in the rookies. Ned Anthony, that we saw take the retirement earlier on. Of course, won the rookies at Alton Park. The other update for you in this championship is that Nicky Gauci took his first win in the category at Alton Park. That was after a post-race judicial, so well done to Nicky. And I know he'll want to say hello to all our Maltese viewers that are there. But there's Henry Howarth giving us a good ride round. Currently in second position. Oh, Archie Johnson's leading now, ahead of Chris Mackenzie.
Oh, that was a big hit off the curb. Big curb strike there for the number 2, Albert Webster. And now it looks like Max Edmondson in that 33 is starting to get into the back of him, and that's big pressure. And now he's going to have dusty rear tyres, and Max will want this place off him. But how hard is he going to push? Big lock up from Albert, but still keeps the momentum up. How did he do that? That was amazing. It was like magic.
Yeah, again, a good pair that you want to see racing with each other. Albert defending as they go down into the hairpin. Max goes for the burn up around the outside. Is that going to work for him? Maybe not. We've got, I think, Marlo Cordell in behind them as well, trying to get involved. It is Marlo in the 27 car. Had no luck at all yesterday, Marlo Cordell. So good to see him involved in the battle as Jamie Osborne continues to lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a headbutt on the marker post there as he just turned into the first corner at Clairvaux. One of the most difficult corners on the calendar. He's just taking loads of speed, and it just starts to wash out. You can drop a left wheel and fire yourself into oblivion. Back on board with Henry Howarth, you can say, with that H-pattern gearbox, and they're bouncing around. These minis so stiff, Richard. Anytime I've driven them in races, it's just like it's like a bucking Bronco, mate. It is proper difficult off the curves. Look at the bouncing. Look at his head bouncing around on the right-hand side. Proper front-wheel drive stuff, this.
Yeah, Henry trying to close in on the second place car at the moment, Chris Mackenzie, yesterday's winner in the Bitcoin car. And this is the battle for the lead. So Jamie Osborne, he started real well, but Nathan Edwards at the fastest lap, I think, yesterday as well, and may well have it in this one. But of course, being quick is one thing, but he needs to try and find a way past, and that's not going to be easy.
Look at the red-fronted car there in 4th place. Selby is catching this pack. This is going to be interesting because Ovenden is catching the ones in front. Selby's catching them. Here we go. This will be a big, big defence because otherwise Nathan Edwards will have him. Look how close they are now. It's game on.
Yeah, Nathan is using every bit of brain power to work out how he can get the car round and maybe past. He's going to have a look now. Is there going to be a gap on the inside? Has he got the momentum in to try and do it? He is level with him as they go down into Clairvaux. There goes up. Look at that. Jamie read that well. Jamie's going to go for the sweep and get more momentum, maybe go for a cutback. But Nathan Edwards gets the lead. Is he going to hang on to it?
Beautiful. That is exceptional stuff from Nathan Edwards. To do that to Jamie Osborne takes bravery and confidence, and that was brilliant. Is it going to end this way? No, because look, now Nathan's got a bit of a rubbish exit, and you can see that Jamie Osborne is right in his toe.
Yeah, that's issues for the development car. Brent Bowie down from Scotland racing that one. Part of the Scottish Legends Championship is Brent, I think, hoping to go into come in to join us at JCW's next year, very possibly. But the battle for the lead very much on. And again, I make no apology for repeating it. This is what we were expecting to see, wasn't it, pretty much all year. Now Nathan is on the pace. We're getting this great racing between him and Jamie Osborne.
Yeah, a bit of left foot braking there from Osborne because he didn't want to run into the back of Nathan Edwards. Look at the cars now hopping and skipping. They have so much front grip across the axles. The resonance of the bouncing at the front of the car then goes to the rear. This is proper game on. I'm looking forward to this. They're starting to push on and slow each other up, but Nathan Edwards, the speed into the complex is brilliant.
The complex was key to his move getting into the lead last time. How are they going to play it this time? It's a settled approach this time. Nathan's in the lead. There's no immediate challenge from Osborne other than big flash of blue and yellow in the mirrors of the 1111 car as they go across the line. There's the pit board for Osborne, P2. That doesn't want to tell him to, well, he gets a move on every time. But he doesn't need to grab the win here. Championship-wise, he's got a massive lead. He's got a 34-point lead in the championship. No drop scores this year, so he knows exactly where he stands.
Yeah, you try telling a race that when there's a sniff of the win.
Oh, they will win.
You know, mate, you know better than me. You've watched more racing than I have.
Jamie Osborne, very much so. Chris Mackenzie here being passed by our camera car. Chris Mackenzie, right of shot, the 210 machine in orange, yellow and black. Henry Howarth about to make the move on Chris Mackenzie. Chris is a great lad as well. He's just developing so much as a driver. Did a lovely interview with him yesterday, and he said, I can't do interviews. He was great, absolutely spot on. His driving's good, his interviews are good. Life must be good for him right now.
Bitcoin racing.
Yep.
They're going all right here. This is, what's that mean? Is that someone coming along his outside? I think someone's on his, no, they're not, or the right or left. That's interesting. Oh, he's lost another place.
It's his teammate, isn't it? His Jamsport teammate, Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver, is going to pop through on the inside. Jamsport, by the way, have just launched their scholarship for next year. So if you want to be Nicky Gauci next year in the Jamsport car, in the sport category, then you can find out about that and take part in that scholarship. It's a great event that Jamie puts together.
Yeah, definitely. So their front tyres are starting to get hurt, I think, at the front, because they're running wide at the complex where that tyre... Oh, Hodgkiss there just trying to put the squeeze on hand, and they thought better of it. It's been very good, actually. The driving standards so far, don't curse at the commentator, but it's been pretty good. Everyone's been giving each other room. I love how some of them have bailed out in the S's where they don't want to go too fast in. Oh, talking about too fast in, this could be a bit of a problem here. Look at this. So Chris McKenzie in front. He's ran wide at both corners. This is going to be the wrong side going to the next corner, but still they're right in. Is he going to fold his mirror in? Go on, fold his mirror in. Fold his mirror in. That's what I used to love doing.
He's going to do it.
Go on, fold his mirror in. Fold his mirror in.
He's trying. Oh! Now he's going for the wide line into the corner. McKenzie holds on to the position. On board with Henry Howarth again. Watch for McKenzie on the right-hand side. He's got the apex. He's got him.
He's done him. Brilliant. Oh, no, he's not. He's run wide. He's just had a little bounce off the curb, or he's not there. No, he's done him. Great stuff. Brilliant racing from the sport category. There's 3 of them now in for it.
All of those. This is Jamsport. All 3 Jamsport team cars. They've been great supporters of the JCW Sport category, which is good. And Howarth now on the inside as they go up into tower. He's finally getting the position, and Nicky Gauci coming up to try and get in as well. Gauci, he's got to follow Howarth, surely. A little bit of contact there, and Howarth's going to get the job done. Gauci just slots back. Remember, the Maltese driver's got much less experience of this circuit than the others as we go back to the leaders. 1:46 on the clock. Nathan Edwards still out front. They are closing in, aren't they? 3rd and 4th closing in. Great battle going on a little bit further behind. Jacob Hodgkiss trying to close in on Harry Hickton, who's defending well at the moment in P5.
Yeah, all trying to get the steering wheel straight out of that last hairpin and just get the car done and full power on. So they do take a weird line front wheel drive cars into there, but a bit of damage on the front left of Hodgkiss, and that was from probably just the last clip we've seen of these guys battling, where they're just into each other. Oh, what's gone on? Oh no, has our camera car gone missing? He's got a problem.
It is. Yeah, Henry Howarth's got an issue. That's a shame. Oh dear. Into pit lane, into retirement for Henry Howarth. He hasn't had many of those, if any at all, actually, so far this year. And brings the car in. Yep, that's a shame. What do you think happened?
There could be a safety car, because he's blocking the pit. He's going to be blocking the pit lane.
He's coming in.
He might roll down
and out of the way.
Oh, look at this! Max Edmondson round the outside of Albert Webster. His mirror's folded in. He won't know where Albert Webster is. They're side by side again. I always hold my breath because it's so fast. There's 2 of them that are side by side now, and will they get through? He's done him.
Yeah, Max Edmondson working hard. He won't be pleased to be down where he is, to be absolutely sure, but he's driving an absolutely superb race. Look how the cars dance around. Absolutely superb stuff from Edmondson, getting up into that was for 8th place, so minimal points. He won't be overly happy with his finishing position, but it was a great move from him.
We're going to get another lap of the leaders, because they've only just crossed the line with 8 seconds to go. So one last lap. If the leader knew that, he wouldn't have gone so fast, but he had to, because otherwise he'd have had everyone else overtake him. So final lap, and Nathan Edwards looks good for this. Right, what's gone on here? He's ran wide through the gravel. Oh, he's banged on something there. Now, does the car just then cut out? I think sometimes if you hit things so hard like that with the underneath of the car, it can turn the electric off, and they've had a little bit of side-by-side, but yeah, something's going on, isn't it? But look at this. Oh, this is tasty. This could be another side-by-side here. Osborne, he's not going to try and finish 2nd place here, but I think that might just be it now, unless he does a lunge at the hairpin.
It could well be. He was giving notice of intent as they went down into tower. He was having a little look on the outside, but here they come down towards Sunny through the Jim Clark S's into Barcroft, and it is still Nathan Edwards who is still chasing his 1st win of the year. But here comes Jamie Osborne, who's all over the back of him. Osborne gets crossed up. He's still in the back of him. How is this one going to go as they head towards the complex again?
He's going to have to defend. He's going to defend. He'll drive that white line. Will he go around the outside? Osborne will be brave. Will he be brave? No, he goes for the cutback, but this could be an exceptional masterclass of driving from Nathan Edwards. He deserves this win, but is it all over? It's a last lap lunge. It's got to be.
Here they come then. He leaves no room on the inside. Now the 77 car takes the wide sweep. He's going to go for the run to the flag, but that is probably
probably the longest odds. Here they come then, down the grid lines, and Nathan Edwards is going to get his first win of the year. At long last, Nathan Edwards gets the win that he deserves. Super drive from Jamie Osborne in P2. The championship leader there, Tom Ovenden in third. A quiet race for Tom. We didn't see very much of him, but a great race to complete the podium. Lewis Selby wins the rookie, comes home in fourth position, getting ahead of himself there. The top rookie was Harry Hickton in fifth place from Jacob Hotchkiss, who wraps up our top six. Racing still going on though with the JCW Sports, the category led by Archie Johnson, and Archie's going to be pleased here to take a win. Johnson running in the number 10 car will take the win. Nicky Gauci, I think, has come through up into second place, and third position will be Chris McKenzie, and we've got Will Crooks in behind them. Will was, I talked about him a fair bit in this one, was very pleased with testing, but then just couldn't convert that testing pace into qualifying and race pace, but he's actually just shy of the podium, Will Crooks here, so a good one for him. Chris McKenzie, he's third in class, Will Crooks fourth in the sports, and Ben Crossley wrapping up the top five for the JCW Sports. There is Archie Johnson, who takes the JCW Sport category win there, and I think just nipping past Nicky Gauci, giving him the thumbs up.
A real shame that, wasn't it, for our camera car? Howarth had some kind of, I think that he's hit the grass so hard it's flicked the car up. Sometimes it turns the electric isolator off. So well done, Nathan Edwards. Brilliant stuff.
So yeah, Nathan finally gets that win. He was a little bit down yesterday with the way things panned out, but you know what? He's mindset is exactly what a top racing driver should be. Put that behind you, get out, do the job again. He knew he had the pace here, and he's back where, remember he had those first wins at Alton Park last year. He hadn't even been to Alton and then came away with the poles and wins there, and he's got a win here today, which is great and sets him up well for Celebrate team. Absolutely delighted with that.
Oh, yes. Look at that.
This is brother Johnny.
That's what it means. Brilliant.
Is how they finish round 10 of the Vertu Mini Challenge here at Croft. Nathan Edwards takes the win from Jamie Osborne and Tom Ovenden. Lewis Selby fourth from Harry Hickton, who wins the rookie category from Jacob Hotchkiss and Charlie Hand. Max Edmondson eighth. Albert Webster completing the top nine. We wish him well if we don't see him. 11th goes to Cam Richardson from Owen Hillman and Harry Campy. Brent Bowie next up. And the sports won by Archie Johnson. Well done, Archie, from Nicky Gauci second. The Maltese driver there ahead of Chris McKenzie, Will Crooks, Ben Crossley and Marlo Cordell. Championship points, the gap 38 points now. Osborne to Ovenden, Lewis Selby third from Max Edmondson and Albert Webster. Max Edmondson leads the rookies still from Albert Webster, Jacob Hotchkiss, Harry Campy and Cameron Richardson, completing your top five for the first year drivers. The JCW Sport category, well, our camera car still leading it. Henry Houth goes away and ready for Knockhill in the championship lead by 24 points from teammate Archie Johnson. Ben Crossley in third ahead of Chris McKenzie and Nicky Gauci. And the JCW Sport rookies, headed by, again, Henry Howard from Archie and Nicky Gauci in third, Will Crooks in fourth. So there we go. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll have a word with our race winner, Nathan Edwards, in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Not bad for the number 2, eh? Come on.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. FP1. How was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes. How was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice. So I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, a short while ago, it was an opportunity for us here at Croft to see the Minis in action. The safety car was deployed early on after Alex Solly's car caught fire after an incident. Well done to the marshals in managing that. Once the race got back underway, a tussle from start to finish between Nathan Edwards and championship leader Jamie Osborne, but it was Edwards who drove brilliantly to hold off what was a persistent and potent challenge from Osborne and secure the victory. Let's get reaction now to that win with Lou.
Yeah, and he has been running around this holding area hugging people, which I think is a measure of how much that victory means to you. It's been a long time coming this season, hasn't it? Much longer than it should have been.
I can't tell you what our season's been like, Louise. You probably heard all about it. But we've sorted it out. We've rectified the issues we've had. We've come here. Yeah, we should have won yesterday and we've had that taken away cruelly, but that feels like the clean sweep. I can't thank everyone at 11:11 enough. WP Commercials, all my sponsors as well, will create. Abacus partnerships, but everybody at the team as well, Accelerate, worked so hard. My number 140, Dan Zellis is back engineering me, and we're the rocket dream. We are the dream team now, and I'm just over the moon.
Well, give yourself a pat on the back for that one as well, because it was a demon move you pulled on this guy to take the lead, wasn't it?
I knew after yesterday in free practice we had the pace, and it was just about biding our time. But Jamie was a little bit quicker than he was yesterday, so it made me work hard for it. And then there was oil on the last lap with 2 from home, so that made it a little bit sketchy. But no, it's absolutely awesome. I really can't thank everybody enough. You know, I can't tell you how much of a team sport this is. We've been soul searching for rounds and rounds, but we're back to what we're doing. And yeah, okay, the championship is what we came for this year, and we're not going to be in for that. But it's about winning races, and yeah, I've proved that again. So. Well,
now you've done that, do you think this is going to open the doors and plenty more to come? I guess you'll hope so.
From now on, I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, Knockhill's a little bit up in the air whether we'll be there, but I hope that we are. I hope we can carry on what we're doing. We proved last year that we were the ones to beat, and we're back in that position now. So long may it continue.
Well, it's fantastic to see. Great stuff. Well done. I was hoping I might be able to grab a word with Jamie, but he's headed off to the podium. So we've got Porsche racing coming up next. So let's go straight over to our commentators. As always, it's Tim and David talking us through this one.
Louise, thanks very much. Carl's on the track then. This is Angus Whiteside's view as he makes his way up to the grid, ready for round 8 of Porsche Carrera Cup GB. The grid is a semi-reversed grid of what the result of race 1 would have dictated, and that means that Ollie White's going to start on pole position. Oliver White, who is the Pro-Am lead driver for this race, ahead of there Max Coates. Third on the grid, the reigning champion George Gamble. Starting 4th is Sid Smith, and the race 1 winner Will Martin there, number 10 in the dark green car. He is going to start 5th. James Wallace was given a telling off and 2 points on his licence for the contact with Andrew Rackstraw in race 1. Ollie Jackson the same after turning around his teammate Josh Stanton. We'll see what James Wallace and indeed what Andrew Rackstraw, who got involved in that same incident, can do in this second race. James Wallace is going to have to start this time from 11th, and Andrew Rackstraw from 10th. Right, cars on the grid. The 1 minute board is being shown, although we are hearing there might be a delay because there's some speedy dry being put down at the hairpin. I can see some liquid spilt by one of the minis in that earlier race. So Oliver White from the Pro-Am class to start on pole position, and this time Tim Harvey, Will Martin starting 5th on the grid. He's going to have to work a bit harder to get through the traffic.
Yeah, and it's a sort of catch-22 in a way, because the reverse grid is the idea is to provide some more interesting racing as the faster drivers potentially come through. But there are less points on offer in this race, so it's a bit of jeopardy, isn't it, if you try it and don't get off. You don't want to lose points by an unnecessary move. So we have to see. Quite often the reverse grid pole sitter has won the race, but we'll see if the faster cars, and I mean that the ones that finished in front, can come through in this race.
Starting on the AM class pole position, Jonathan Beeson, who was victorious for the 4th time this year earlier on in the day. So the cars then are ready to go because that bit of cement dust has been put down to soak up liquid. That means the circuit's good for racing, and the green flag flutters to release the cars then for their formation lap around to the grid. Chance to get some warmth into the Michelin rubber, and Oliver White it is in the green and blue car from pole position. He came into Porsche racing from Formula Point 1600, in which he'd been very successful. Angus Whiteside moving up from Pro-Am to Pro this year. He's been an outright race winner in the past, and you can see what the circuit looks like as you go through the right-hander of Hawthorne, then flick left through the chicane. It tightens a little bit here, as you can see, and then you go left, and then the speed builds again onto that back straight. But that chicane is a pinch point. So weaving left and right, getting warmth into the rubber, and then that straight ends with the right-hander of Tower, an overtaking opportunity if you are brave enough, and it's the corner where Andrew Rackstraw and James Wallace came to grief early on in the day.
Yeah, a bit of a clumsy incident, I think I described it at. But here's your grid for round 8.
Oliver White's on pole position, Max Coates lining up with him at the front, ahead of George Gamble, and then Sid Smith starting 4th, ahead of race 1 winner Will Martin, and Angus Whiteside goes from 6th. Seb Hopkins is on the 4th row with Will Jenkins for company, then Ollie Jackson and Andrew Rackstraw, one to watch to see what progress can be made. The same is true of James Wallace, next up with Jonathan Beeson starting 12th, ahead of Henry Dawes, then Carl Cavers. Josh Stanton should make progress on the 8th row, and the grid is rounded out by William Paul. So once more, it is a 17-lap race. The cars making the run now up towards the complex. And then the hairpin awaits, and then they'll slot into position on the grid. One by one, stagger grid formation, and Oliver White versus Max Coates. They may not necessarily hold on to win the race, but they'll be fighting anyway for the Pro-Am class honours.
Yeah, so always, I mean, Pro-Am drivers have often won races, and they've done it this year outright, but they've got 2 very quick pros in Will Martin and Sid Smith on the second and 3rd row, who will be very keen to come through if they can. And of course they're fighting for their own class victories. We also need to watch James Wallace, obviously coming from the back in the pink Porsche, the Porsche Junior for the last of his 2 years as a Porsche Junior. Applications open right now for the next Porsche Junior for 27 and 28.
And a very high-quality list of Porsche Juniors we've had over the years. There, the green flag waves at the back then to say we're ready to go racing. So round 8 of Porsche Carrera Cup GB is ready to go. Like to go red, and any second now it will be go, and a good start made by Max Coates. Then the local hero Angus Whiteside tries to move across the defend on the run down towards Clervaux. Coates on the outside line, George Gamble, the reigning champion, on the inside, but Max Coates can't stand his ground on the outside, and White has got to give way, so White leads Coates second, Gamble third, as they wriggle their way up towards Hawthorne for the first time, and in a bit of trouble there on the outside, number 30, that was Will Jenkins, losing places, losing ground, and losing pace. Then he's off the road because he couldn't really get back into the queue of cars coming out of the chicane.
Well, somehow they managed to get through in single file after it looked like they were all George Gamble on the inside coming through. Looked like they were going to come together at turn 1, but they somehow managed to find the space to slot these 992 Carrera Cup cars in line. George Gamble's made a great start.
He has indeed. So up from 3rd to 2nd, the reigning champion going better than we've seen all season. Yes, it's a reverse grid race, but he's desperate for a race win. Max Coates 3rd, and has dropped a bit of time as well. And Angus Whiteside's all over the back of Sid Smith, who in turn is glued to the back of Will Martin. Whiteside very, very busy as White leads, Gamble 2nd, Coates 3rd, Martin 4th, then Smith, then Whiteside. They're heading up towards the complex for the first time. Ollie Jackson in the bright yellow car is on the attack. But Oliver White is doing a good job. He leads the way, and he's also managed to get a pro-class car between himself and his Pro-Am opposition. This is Whiteside now coming out of the hairpin, down to 1st gear.
Yeah, fantastic to watch that on board from Angus Whiteside. If you thought these cars drove on rails and were easy, when you see how much work's going on behind the wheel and how much they dance about, makes you realise they're not straightforward at all.
Jackson goes through number 48. Right on his tail is Andrew Rackstraw, then up into 9th place. The one that dropped back was Will Jenkins. We saw that in the green and black car on the opening lap of the race. Rackstraw's the one that went wide there and kicks up the dirt. Oliver White leads then, and George Gamble is certainly closing, isn't he? So, for the race lead, it is White versus Gamble, but it's also Pro-Am ahead of Pro. So White would love to win outright, but again needs to pick his battle.
Yeah, he does, but there's a certain amount of intent in the car of George Gamble. He looks like a man that wants to win his first race of the year. He's the reigning champion, not had a win or even a podium so far this year, so it'd be great for him to chalk up his first win.
Yeah, he's had 9 of them in his career, but as you say, not one this season. There you can see Sid Smith, who spent all of race 1 staring at the back of Will Martin, and he's doing it again now, and he still can't find a way through. Tries he might. Angus Whiteside's purple car is there in 6th spot as they accelerate up towards the hairpin. Smith getting to the outside line there, but he tried that move in race 1 and it never quite worked. And here he's actually got a double problem. He's trying to pass, but he's also trying to keep Whiteside behind him.
Yeah, and it's not the best of opening couple of laps really for Martin and Sid Smith, because they're down in 4th and 5th places with their class opposition in George Gamble up in 2nd, and they would have liked to have tried to win the race overall anyway. But a long way to go.
Fastest lap done by Max Coates, interestingly now, the man in 3rd place. So is he mounting a fight back against George Gamble and then against Oliver White for the class win? There they are, look, they're all bunching up, and he has got much, much closer.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, well, you're right. A lot of pace from Max Coates in this first lap or so. Let's hope it's not a portent that he's set his cars up for the early laps and he's going to fade away later in the race. But he looks, I guess, because he's got a class opposition in Ollie White leading, he's really got to go after him, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He probably wants Gamble to get by, but then see if he can strike. So he needs to be in touch. So, yeah, Max Coates pushing hard. Will Martin 4th. Again, outscoring Andrew Rackstraw, who came here as the championship leader. So that's good for the championship. There is Rackstraw ahead of James Wallace, his race 1 nemesis. Henry Dawes, Jonathan Beeson there, number 44. And Jonathan Beeson is currently the leader of the AM category, as Henry Dawes is in danger of going a little bit deep there through the complex, going up towards the hairpin. Now Beeson to the outside. Behind in the multicoloured car is Carl Cavers, returning from a British GT weekend in a GT3 McLaren, but he heads up towards the line, chasing Beeson, who is chasing Dawes, and tries to squeeze up the inside. No way through there, but now there might be. Thinks better of it. Jonathan Beeson slots back in, but look, he's got a bit stuck now, and see how much closer Carl Cavers has got all of a sudden.
Yeah, Carl's definitely got a sniff of this, hasn't he? Fancies maybe gaining an easy position or two. Oh, it's gone wide. Oh, just holds it.
Yeah, doesn't get too deep up the curve, does he? Meanwhile, White to Gamble for the lead, 7/10. Coates another half a second back, and 2 fastest laps of the race in a row for Max Coates, getting himself ever closer. So it's 1.2 seconds covering the leading 3, and here they are. To the eye, you'd suggest that White's pulled away down the back part of the circuit, but Gamble and Coates very close indeed once more for 2nd place. As we said a lap ago, Coates has to be there on the back of Gamble should George be able to strike. But actually, it looks like George has dropped away a bit from Oliver White, the race leader, doesn't it?
It does a little bit. I mean, the fastest lap in race 1 was a 1:18.6. At the moment, it's an 18.9, so potential to go a little bit quicker. Look how close it all is at the front, though. This is great for Ollie White. It's actually giving him a nice little gap, isn't it?
It is. It's not a massive gap, but you're right. George Gamble, for as long as he's defending from Coates, can't go after White, and he has to defend from Coates because he doesn't want to lose a place, because then Will Martin will be out behind him. So you've got Pro-Am Pro in the leading quartet. Look, Will Martin has now joined that battle pack. So Coates, who had spent the last 2 laps also being on the attack, now also has to defend as well, and that might just help Gamble if Coates goes defensive.
Yeah, it could go either way. If Coates can put some pressure on Gamble to make him sort of take some defensive lines, they'll all close up. But if he starts defending and doesn't attack Gamble, Gamble will be free to escape again. Just have to see how it goes.
Josh Stanton, you had a quick glimpse of there, going through town, number 59, up into 11th place, having started 15th, so good early progress made. And now a new fastest lap, a new lap record even for Will Martin. He's done a 1:18.629. There he is in 4th place in the dark green car, and he's edging ever closer to Max Coates, but he's taking Sid Smith with him. Now, this time, let's try something different. Gamble looks like he's caught back up again a touch.
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it?
And it's now 5 effectively in a line for the lead. with Angus Whiteside not that far off the back of them. Coates closing on to the back of Gamble. Will Martin right on his tail as they accelerate now out of the hairpin again, heading for the timing line, and it is Oliver White up front by 0.6 of a second. Gamble to Coates, 0.6 of a second, and then Coates to Will Martin, 0.3. There they were. That's Coates bouncing over the curb.
Well, if you like the racing close, you've got 10 cars covered by 7.5 seconds. It's very close indeed. Will Martin's always been a little bit wide just coming out of the chicane, but he carries good speed onto the back straight, which is a great overtaking place into Tower at the end here if you get a run.
So race leader Oliver White comes through and finding a happier home in Pro-Am than when he first came into Porsches in Pro. Equally, he's had a lot more mileage now, so much more used to, much more seat time helping him to gain confidence in a Porsche. This is Angus Whiteside then. He is currently in 6th place, 4th in class.
Yeah, down to 3rd gear for Sonny in, just teasing the car in, trying to settle it and build some momentum through the bumpy Sonny out section, not run wide there. Another little tweak on the brake adjuster knob. It's the red knob on the side of the cockpit housing there, and it's just to move the brake balance backwards or forwards. Sometimes the drivers move. Oh, lock up there from Sid Smith. I thought he was going to collect Will Martin, but he didn't. He was obviously having a good look, though.
It was close, wasn't it? But he's actually dropped back by having to stand on the brakes. That brings Angus Whiteside a little bit closer. So through they go to start lap 7 of 17. Whiteside's view going to Clairvaux now. 3rd gear, turn right, bit of correction needed. He's up the curb into Hawthorne. Drop a gear, turn right, keep turning, keep turning. Then it tightens a little bit. Over that slight brow, over the curb, right and left. And then speed building all the way down to Tower, up through 4th, 5th, 6th gear. There's Oliver White, the leader. Half a second was his advantage at the start of this lap.
Yeah, but when he looks in the mirror, it'll appear to be nothing. You know, it's unless if it's less than a second, it just feels in the mirror like it's nothing.
Now, Max Coates is being given a driving standards flag for track limits, and he's under attack from Will Martin. This is Whiteside's view. Ahead is that green and white car of Sid Smith. Will Martin's ahead of him. Max Coates now, not quite the cork in the bottle, but he is having to defend, and as a legacy of that, he's falling back from George Gamble. That hopefully might release George now to have a go at Oliver White, who is driving a great race. Yeah, and we're getting some great onboard shots. We're seeing a lot of brake bias changes from Angus Whiteside. That's because he's taking a bit of front braking off to break through the bend of Croft, but putting it back on for when he brakes in a straight line for the complex and the rest of the lap. So just a little fine adjustment to get the best out of the braking, not to lock up the front. You want as much on the front as possible, but the rear brakes quite a lot. Not like a front-wheel drive touring car. You can use the rears a lot, but if you have too much front on and you're braking on the bend, you lock up the inside front. This is Whiteside's view again through the chicane. Grabs 4th gear, speed building all the while, down towards Tower. There's the race leader, Oliver White. He was 0.6 ahead, and Gamble, though, on the entry to Tower, looks nearer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. At the moment, they're playing nicely. There's James Wallace, who's catching up with the back of Ollie Jackson. He'd love to be on the back of this front group. A little safety car would actually just help him a bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and Andrew Rackstraw, who is 8th, is in the same situation. He's not really making progress. He can't get through the traffic or can't now close the gap. So tough day for Andrew Rackstraw. Angus Whiteside seems to have an awful lot of movement in that car. Every time we go on board, there's a little bit of oversteer that needs correction.
He's a very confident driver, certainly on the limit. He drives the car hard, and look, he's got right up behind Sid Smith now. He loves a fight, does Angus Whiteside, and he's not frightened to have a go. I've said it before, but usually if there's a bit of an opening, he'll have a go for it.
Leader goes by, Oliver White then. He's now 0.398 of a second ahead of George Gamble, who is edging ever closer. The gap coming down fraction by fraction by fraction. Turn right now, go through Hawthorne, and look at Max Coates. He's got another 3 stacked up behind him. So Coates now falling away from that fight for the race lead because he's got to try to defend 3rd place. And now Gamble is solely concentrating on the leading car.
He's having a look, but Ollie White closes the door when he turns in, as he's absolutely every right to do. I don't think Gamble was really close enough there to have a challenge, but good on Ollie White for holding his line and not going super defensive and slowing himself down.
George Gamble, though, has shown intent, hasn't he? He's said to Oliver White, I'm not prepared to just win my class, I want to win this race outright. And, of course, if they start squabbling, they'll hold each other up a little bit, and that will help Max Coates get back into the mix. So, game on. This is Angus Whiteside's view. He's still stuck there in 6th. We've got James Wallace now 10th, being warned about track limit abuses, so he gets the driving standards flag for that. The leading gaggle of cars, though, is coming up towards the hairpin, and there you can see the leaders, and Smith tries to attack Martin, and Whiteside looks for a gap against either of them. Over the line they all come. One long queue going down now into Clervaux Corner. Oliver White then starts lap number 10, and it's been a very impressive drive thus far.
Yeah, I was saying that the applications are out now for the next Porsche Junior driver to follow in the very successful footprint of current driver and previous champions, actually. Adam Smalley, Harry King, Dan Harper. Look how close, look how close.
George Gamble again up the inside, and this time he's got his nose in front coming off the corner. George Gamble is going to be ahead, is he not, by the S's? Meanwhile, this is Angus Whiteside's view. But up front, it is still just Oliver White ahead. George Gamble, oh so nearly made that stick, didn't quite work.
Just on the wrong side, wasn't he? He was on the outside as they turn left into Jim Clark S's, but this should have allowed Max Coates to get a bit closer as well, you're right.
So here comes Gamble. Thinks about a move to the inside, just feints ever so slightly. Now he's right there in the mirrors trying to distract Oliver White all the while. Coates is closing in that 3rd place. White goes just a little bit deeper through the complex. George Gamble switches sides up the inside. They're going to rub, surely they do. Oliver White is going to get hip and shoulder to the outside, and George Gamble has done it. He's gone through into the lead of the race. Oliver White still leads his class, but George Gamble finally this year leads a race.
Finally. Well, he sold in the dummy. He sold Oliver White the dummy that he wasn't going to go to the left, and then jinked back at the very last minute. It was a bit hip and shoulder, as you say, but I think it was a fair move, and he got through, and he left a little bit of room on the outside, and now he's trying to scamper away quickly.
So down towards Tower they go. Let's have another look.
He feints to the right, and then at the last minute dives to the left, and he's well alongside when they get to the apex. I think that was fair.
Fair racing. So George Gamble, the reigning champion, who's had a really torrid season. The best result that he's had has been a 3rd, and that was earlier on in the day. Now it looks like it's going to go even better for a race win. Oliver White then drops to 2nd place. He's had 2 class wins this year in Pro-Am, and a 3rd category win beckons, as long as he can fend off Max Coates.
Yeah, poor old Sid Smith. He has spent the whole of this racing weekend behind Will Martin, hasn't he?
Better sleep tonight with that ingrained on the inside of his eyes. There's James Wallace having a tough race, not really being able to make up the lost ground from earlier on, and the same true there of Will Jenkins, number 30. He was way wide, wasn't he, coming through the chicane on the 1st lap. He's dropped back behind Josh Stanton. Now the driving standards flag is also being offered to Ollie Jackson and Will Jenkins for track limit offences. They've got to be careful. With 6 laps to go now. George Gamble having hit the front, trying to get away, but Oliver White actually is going with him.
He is. I mean, there's nothing like being rubbed up and passed to make you a little bit angry, and an angry driver is a fast driver, so Ollie White hasn't given up, and on the last lap there was less than 1/10 of a second between their lap times.
Guess who's now being given a driving standards flag? It's the race leader, George Gamble, and so too Sid Smith. So George Gamble has had many a result affected this season by track limit penalties. He does not want one when he's in the lead. Jonathan Beeson there is the leading AM. He's in 14th place overall. Carl Cavers is not that far behind him. Jonathan Beeson still chasing Henry Dawes there in the red and blue car just up the road ahead of him. But importantly, Jonathan Beeson's got a small gap over Carl Cavers for AM honours.
Yeah, how many times have we said penalties and track limits in today's commentary? And I was talking to some of the Carrera Cup drivers, trying to get a handle and a feel on why we've got slightly lower grids than we've had in past. And almost to a man, they said, we're just fed up with the track limits penalties. Just keep coming. We can't race and have fun anymore. So that's actually affecting the grids now.
This is Angus Whiteside's view as he comes over the timing line.
So Angus down through Clervaux, not running wide. You can see the gears clearly on his dash. 2nd, he'll nick 3rd, and then 4th right on the apex of the chicane. Watch his hand on the right-hand paddle there. Flicks into 4th, he'll take 5th on the run down to Tower, won't take 6th. They don't take 6th anywhere on this circuit. And then down to 3rd for Tower. You turn in a bit late and try and get a rotation and a really good drive and an exit. It's not flat through the Jim Clark S's. These 520 horsepower cars just can't take this flat. They're too quick, but they do take it in 5th gear very, very fast. Brake adjuster movement again. Move it to the back so that when he brakes here on the bend, it doesn't lock up the inside front. You'll see him move the brake ballast back to the front between Sunny out now and the complex. As he goes up to 4th gear. He's had a good run so far. He doesn't change the brake bias, but he has on previous laps. But sometimes during the course of the race as tyres change, 2nd gear, sometimes 1st if you go really tight on the apex. And it's a busy lap in a Carrera Cup car around here.
So George Gamble, race leader, nearly 8 tenths up the road now, still a pretty tiny gap over Oliver White, who remains in charge of Pro-Am. Max Coates runs 3rd, and here we're looking at the next train of cars coming through. That's Henry Dawes with the AMs a little bit nearer to one another. Carl Cavers now is closer to Jonathan Beeson. It's just under 6 tenths of a second between those two, so Carl Cavers having one last push with just under 4 laps to go.
Yeah, the race has gone quickly, but there have been really good class battles throughout this race. In fact, throughout both races, we've had really good battles for the class wins. The gap at the front is still that sort of 0.7, 0.8 tenths of a second. We're now starting to get time penalties.
And Max Coates is the first recipient. So Max Coates, of all the people, because he works at Croft, he gets a 5-second penalty for track limit abuses. 3rd on the road, and that's going to really affect his overall position. It won't affect things too much in class because he's 2nd and he won't fall to 3rd, I very much doubt, but it's going to affect the overall result.
And this is exactly why drivers are just not happy racing under the current regulations, because they're putting their heart and soul, and in a lot of cases their hard-earned money, into this, and then they're being judged on track limits, on some corners but not all corners, on a random basis quite often, and you know, you put too much into your racing to have that affect it. So, you know, I feel sorry for Max. You know, it's not like he's the only one that's transgressed. Lots of people have transgressed, but you try threading one of these cars through this corner, through the chicane, and not being an inch over the line, and that inch could just be down to the judgment of an observer who may or may not be looking at the time. It's too random a process, I'm sorry. But that's how I feel.
Well, Max Coates is hanging on for the moment to 3rd on the road. The time penalty will drop him down. Sid Smith's another one now there in the green and white car behind Will Martin. He's got a 5-second penalty now. So the officials looking at the track limit cameras deem that the totting up process, if you like, for Sid Smith gives him now that penalty. You have the warning. If you keep going, you get a time penalty. So the communication will go through the receiver system from race control to the driver. Coates will be decidedly nonplussed about it, and we know that George Gamble was being given a warning flag early on, so he needs to rein it in as well. But as Tim rightly says, it's very hard to keep threading these cars, big cars, on a relatively narrow circuit, especially through that chicane, without putting the wheel a millimetre over the line. Over the timing line then goes George Gamble now with just 2 laps to go. It is Gamble ahead of Martin in terms of the pro class.
Yeah, and you know, the crowd watching, they're watching a race, but it's not going to be the result of the actual race, so they're being deprived as well.
There is Max Coates then, heading through the chicane, and he's got Will Martin still behind him. Angus Whiteside, try as he might, has never really been able to get close enough to have a proper go at Sid Smith, but he is going to end up gaining the place on amended times.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away, for all my doom and gloom, but let's not take anything away from George Gamble, who is a lap and a half away from his first win of the end. Great to see last year's champion back on form and back at the front.
Absolutely right. And there, Jonathan Beeson wants to get past Henry Dawes because he doesn't want Carl Cavers to catch up to him. That said, Carl Cavers now has a driving standards flag, again for the dreaded track limits, and so does Angus Whiteside. Quick to tell you who hasn't by this stage. But there is Dawes going through. He's in the Pro-Am category. And Jonathan Beeson again leading Am and looking as though he's on target for win number 5 of the season. So the race leaders here heading up towards the hairpin, ready to start the last lap of the race. And George Gamble, the reigning champion, looks as though he is back. He comes up towards the line. He goes through now. One more lap to run Oliver White second, 0.8 of a second back. It is the penalised Max Coates third. So on corrected times, Will Martin is going to take third on the aggregated result. But second in class to that man, George Gamble. Josh Stanton is on the inside here. Will Jenkins on the outside. Stanton 11th, Jenkins 12th, going down towards Clairvaux.
Yeah, managed to get the exit right from the hairpin, did Josh Stanton, and claimed the corner for himself. Last lap, it'll be quite hot inside these cars. It's a warm, muggy day here. There's no air conditioning in these cars. Will Jenkins looking like he's going to have a look back, so Stanton has to defend to the inside. It's not quite possible to go all the way around the outside. He looked at it, thought about it, but Stanton had it for now. Half a lap to go.
Stands his ground as George Gamble has about 3 corners to go. Oliver White's driven a brilliant race and he's going to have his best outright finish. He's going to have a third win of the year in class, but George Gamble, then last year's champion, back with a bang as he comes then into the complex. In fairness, Oliver White is not that far adrift. He's managed to stay with George Gamble, but the checkered flag is ready. It is round 8 of Carrera Cup GB and it's a first win of the season. The reigning champion is back on top form. George Gamble wins at Croft. Oliver White is second, third over the line, Max Coates, but it's going to be Will Martin third on corrected times ahead of Angus Whiteside. Seb Hopkins inherits 5th, and then Andrew Rackstraw for 6th. Then it's Jackson, and Coates drops to 8th, and he does therefore lose a place in class. Max Coates drops behind Ollie Jackson by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, so it's cost him the place. He's now third in Pro-Am.
And that's Jonathan Beeson who wins in Am, staves off the challenge of Carl Cavers and comes through for a 5th victory of the season. But a very good drive by George Gamble. It's been a tough season, what with penalties, and on occasions a car that just did not look quick enough. But today everything hooked up. He had to get his way through from the second row of the grid, but he did that and was able then to control the pace. A good drive by George Gamble. And the championship then will head next to Knockhill, then Donington, then Silverstone, and to, of course, round out the year at the Brands Hatch Finals weekend. But George Gamble will be not only pleased, I suspect, but relieved with that win.
Yeah, you know, a racing driver exists for one thing, and that's to win. Here's your result of round 8.
So George Gamble it is, the winner of round 8 of Carrera Cup GB from Oliver White, and then Will Martin in 3rd spot. Angus Whiteside 4th ahead of Seb Hopkins. Andrew Rackstraw taking 6th ahead of Oliver Jackson. Max Coates then penalised, drops to 8th ahead of Sid Smith, also penalised, he's 9th. And James Wallace rounds out the top 10. Josh Stanton finishing 11th ahead of Will Jenkins. Then Henry Dawes. Jonathan Beeson 14th, he wins in Am once again. That's his 4th of the his 5th of the year, forgive me. Carl Cavers coming home as his runner-up, and then William Paul rounding out the order. So as far as the championship is concerned, Andrew Rackstraw is only 1 ahead of Will Martin now, with Sid Smith 3rd ahead of Angus Whiteside. George Gamble's 5th and James Wallace 6th. And in the classes, we've got Pro-Am and Am to concentrate on. It's Max Coates 10 points ahead of Oliver White in Pro-Am. Jonathan Beeson 12 ahead of Carl Cavers in the Am contest. And we'll be able to hear from those winning drivers when we come back to Croft after the break.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough. Fair enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, the latest round of the Porsche Carrera Cup saw George Gamble move up into second early, and as has been the theme this afternoon here at Croft in the support races, it's been ding-dong battles at the head of the pack, and after a long fight, reigning champion Gamble passed Oliver White on lap 10 and thereafter kicked clear to record his first win of what has been, I'm sure by his very high standards, a frustrating season. That will mean a lot to him, that win. Let's hear from him now. He's with Johnny Palmer.
I kind of want to take a bit of responsibility for this win as well, Ollie, because George Gamble I usurped in favour of the Pro-Am winner earlier on in the day. I said, you're out of here, George. We're not interested in third place. Win the next race. You've done exactly that.
I know, I felt a bit left out of that interview, mate. But no, I'm absolutely buzzing with that. I've sort of broke the Croft curse as well. You know, I think I was saying to you earlier, ever since I've raced it, I've always loved this track and always gone really well here, but never actually managed to convert it into a result, whether it be my own fault or, you know, wiped out or something. So it's really nice to come away with a third and a win and pull ourselves back into the championship fight.
It does do that, though, doesn't it? I mean, we're now officially halfway through the Porsche Carrera Cup season, and you can get kick-started from here.
Yeah, literally, I was further back last year at this point, and we came back in the second half year strong. The track suited me a bit more, and yeah, it looks like I'm trying to do the same thing this year, making it hard for myself with a slow start to the year. But no, I'm absolutely thrilled. Big thank you to the team who's worked very hard this weekend, and yeah, it's great to reward that with a win.
Thank you very much, George. We're obviously picking the bones out of the result, and let me move now to Ollie White. I only say that because two drivers got penalties because of track limits in the race, so that means that Max Coates and Sid Smith have dropped out of the top three. Ollie White, you actually led the race at one point, though.
Yeah, I got a really good start, managed to stay alongside Max, and yeah, just battled it out really into turn one. Yeah, just a bit gutted I couldn't hold on for the win, but George drove really well, and he's the reigning champion for a reason, isn't he? So, yeah, I'm a bit annoyed, but it's what it is.
But it's tough when you let a place slip, getting back again, because overtaking around here can be very tough.
Yeah, I think ultimately George is just a little bit quicker, so I don't think I ever really had a chance to get him back quite, but I gave it a good go. Yeah.
Okay, well done, Ollie White, on second position. And, well, didn't quite expect to see Will Martin here, and I don't know how much you knew about the penalty in race. Were the team able to communicate that to you and that it would be a podium?
Yeah, so I saw that on the board he got a penalty, and my team put out P3, so I was quite comfortable, you know, sitting behind him and keep pressuring him, make sure he does get that penalty to help my teammate Ollie out. But yeah, no, it was a really fun race, got a great start, got ahead of Sid, and from then it was just a case of piling on the pressure. I think Max was trying too hard to keep away from me and Sid was trying too hard to keep up, so it worked out for us.
We got there in the end and you get a podium out of it. Congratulations to add to that great result from earlier on in the day. That's the Porsche's done here at Croft.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Now, next up for us, round 18 of this year's British Touring Car Championships. You'll see behind me finishing touches being made to the cars, drivers getting in them now. They'll be making their way out on track in a moment. And the team of analysts are waiting very patiently to my right. A smiling Paul O'Neill. They're in the huddle. We'll get their thoughts on what we're about to witness in a few moments' time. All the build up to round 18 coming up right after this.
30 races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, not long to wait now before race 3 gets underway here at Croft. Whilst we do have a few moments, though, rejoining me, Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards and Paul O'Neill. Let's reflect on what we've seen so far. Tom Ingram taking the spoils from start to finish in race 1, Tim. Then we saw Dan Rowbottom move from 4th to land the spoils in race 2. That was a classy drive from him.
So far it's been quite predictable in the sense that we pretty much expected that Tom Ingram would win race 1. We thought that Rowbottom on race 2 on the soft tyres from 4th would win it. It's all up in the air for race 3 though, believe me, and the good thing is we've got both Ingram and Sutton on the soft tyres, so we should have a great battle.
We will turn our attentions in a moment to race 3, but when we look back on what we saw in race 2 with Dan winning it, Jaden, you mentioned it, not just Dan putting in a classy performance, but Ash Sutton from 20th up to 5th, and you said rightly, we've sort of become immune to excellent drives from him. But there were moments there where you look at some moves he made and you go, that is why he is Ash Sutton, basically.
Yeah, it's the way in which he can judge a move and know that it's a safe move in terms of he'll get the position gained without any damage. To get through this British touring car grid with no real damage and not hindering yourself is a real true talent. I mean, I'm actually parked up next to Ash in terms of motorhomes, and I spoke to them after race 1, and he was frustrated with the puncher. So I knew in race 2 he was going to be all guns blazing, but it really is a credit to them to get through this pack without any damage. And there he goes off again to prove another point in race 3, no doubt.
Yeah. And this is it. This is the moves he made in race 2, Paul, and then they were full of real class and skill and guile to weave his way through the pack.
That move there was absolutely spot on. You know, you get that a millimetre wrong and you're in trouble. The other thing to say as well, it's not all about Ash Sutton, it's all about the other drivers and what they think of the Ash Sutton and the Tom Ingrams, because, you know, they know how good they are as racers. It's a bit like when you used to look in your mirror when Senna was behind you. You know, people used to say, oh, you seen the yellow helmet? It was like, oh, just let him pass. They're not letting him pass, but they know who they're racing.
And is it intimidating when you look in your rear view mirror and you see Ash Sutton hot on your heels? Does it get in your head, or are you... Nah. It would get in my head.
like Paul said, there is an element of knowing who the championship leaders are, the style of driving, but as a driver, it's just a name in the window, and you try and fight people as best you can. But also, certain people here have got their heads switched on and know that actually by letting Ash go and following him, they gain more than fighting him.
If it was Paul in your mirrors, you'd be worried about it.
That's right. Very much so, very much so. Well, we'll continue our build up to race 3 with the cars just out on track. In a moment, we'll join Lou as she does the grid walk ahead of what promises to be another thriller here at Croft.
FT races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough. Fair enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Real sense of excitement and anticipation about what we're going to witness here at Croft in the air, and the grid is packing up behind me. You might be able to make out people with their phones out taking pictures of their favourite drivers who are now in position. And somewhere there, I think I saw a few moments ago, but somewhere there, I promise you, is Louise Goodman. There she is, and Louise is going to take you on a wander around the grid now.
Here I am, Ollie. Thank you very much. And I'm down here with a man who, quite frankly, would rather be sitting in a car on this grid. But obviously, we had the news came out not that long ago that Steve Dubman's illness and the fact that One Motorsport were having to pull out, which has left you without a drive at the moment.
It has, but firstly, Steve Dubman's obviously done a lot for me over the years. He's a team owner, but he's also a very good friend. So gladly he's okay. He's on the mend. That's what we want to see. Of course, we are disappointed not to be on the grid. That's where we all want to be. But some things are more important than going racing.
Well, great to have you here. And you're not just wandering around either, are you? You're working. You're actually helping out Max Buxton.
Yeah, so I've worked with Max Buxton previously in some other championships. The BTCC is a very busy weekend. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of commitments off circuit, a lot of procedural things that are very different to any other championship. So it's nice to be here using my experience and helping him through a weekend, and he's doing a great job.
Well, hopefully it won't be that long before we see you back in a car. And as just to reiterate, get well soon, Steve, from all of us. Glad to hear that you're on the mend. Right, let's dive in and have a word with the man who is going to be starting this race from pole position. It is Aidan Moffat. And Aidan, okay, at the moment your view ahead is people, but when this grid clears, your view ahead will be clear, but it's the view to the side and behind you that's slightly more worrying, isn't it? You got Tom alongside and some very quick drivers behind you as well.
Yeah, Tom Ingram, he's quite fast, isn't he? Yeah, as you know, it's going to be a hard race to try and win with Tom alongside on the softs. Tom's driving great and that car's just so hooked up. But we're certainly going to give it a go. We'll do what we can. Ash is lingering nearby on softs as well, so it's going to be a difficult race. But it's been a while since we've been up here, so we'll definitely give it a go.
Well, you won here previously, there, haven't you? I think we were having the conversation earlier on. 2021 was it? Was your first in a rear-wheel drive car, so you know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only place I know how to do it actually, in a rear-wheel drive touring car. So, yeah, I mean, the car's feeling good. It's been a difficult year, but I think it's just with the way all the cars are lighter, the front-wheel drive cars come alive. It's not necessarily that the BMW were struggling. It's bad. The car actually feels really good. It's just you take weight out of those front-wheel drive cars, and it's just a different car. So, yeah, the car feels good, and we'll do what we can.
And as we've seen previously, as a race car, it's a quick race car. It's that one lap pace that's kind of, you've had to come from quite far back and make your way up here across the course of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to need a 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 lap pace, so haven't I, to try and keep Tom behind at the start. So yeah, that's it. The race pace is good in the car. The quality pace, that's somewhere we struggle. So yeah, I'll be what I'll be.
I have no doubt you'll be giving it your most. Right, we heard Josh talking about him. Dive on him, don't go for it. We heard Josh talking about him earlier on. Max Buxton, who is making his debut here this weekend, and I think Paul is with him further down the grid.
Thanks, Lou. Yes, I am with Max Buxton. What a weekend you have had, mate. It has been unbelievable, isn't it? There's a lot of race winners and people who've just been on the podium behind you. Shouldn't really say that, but it's great to be up here. You've got a load of people that you can look forward to trying to pass.
Yeah, to be honest, it still feels surreal to be on the grid. Just having a great day so far, learned so much. And race 2 was really strong with the progression we made, so that the aim is just to continue with that and just do the best I can. We're on the soft, so let's do it.
What was it like when you come out the pit lane? Because it was a bit damp this morning, wasn't it? And we were all saying, Jade Edwards and me were saying, oh, I wouldn't really like to be Mr. Buxton in that car at the minute. But you got on with it, took it steady, learning. You've just got to stay on the track, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Race 1 was difficult with the conditions, changing every lap, to be honest. But made sure I was confident in what I had, but my main goal was just to get through race 1, get rid of the hards, knowing we had 2 races with the soft. So we've done that, ticked the box for race 1. I learned a lot in that race as well. So just so much more information to take to the next 4 rounds.
How have your teammates been? Have they been nice to you? Have they been telling you all the stuff, all the things you need to know? Or have they kind of been like, he's a bit quick, him, I think I won't tell him anything?
To be honest, I couldn't have asked for much better. As I said to teammates, they've got so much experience between them. Gordon starting P3, he's a 3-time champion. So yeah, they've all been super helpful, and everyone around the team has just been amazing.
When you've looked at the data, what's the biggest thing that you've found is a little bit of a problem for you? Is it high speed stuff, or is it slow speed? Is it everything?
The main area is high speed. I felt like I'm being really strong in the slow speed, especially in the complex and coming into the last corner. But yeah, the main areas to work on for me have been the chicane and the SE6.
What will you be happy with going forward on this one? What are you going to be happy to come away with? Is it points or just to finish the race?
Yeah, to be honest, like I said to you yesterday, the best thing for me is just to improve every session, every lap. As long as I feel like I'm doing that, then I'll be happy.
Yeah. And once you've got this out the way, what are you thinking about going to Knockhill? You're really looking forward to it. Have you been to Knockhill before?
Never been to Knockhill before, so can't wait for that. It's another new experience, mega track. So yeah, super excited for that.
I will tell you, mate, you're going to absolutely love it. Listen, get this one over and done with, and I'm sure you're going to be on the radio to your engineer, mate. Have a good one.
Okay, thanks so much, Paul.
Top man, spot on. Back to you, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. I'm now with a man, well, who could tell pretty much every driver on the grid a thing or two about Knockhill with Gordon Shedden. But let's talk first of all about this race ahead of us. Not that long ago, in fact, last time out, Alton Park, race 3, took the win. Might be a little bit trickier this time around, I'm thinking.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of quick cars round about us on the soft tyre. We've seen some have had pretty blistering pace all weekend. But we're up here, we're at the sharp end, we're on the right tyre. We've just got to go racing and see where we end up. But yeah, I'm under no illusions. This is going to be a tricky one for sure.
How has your pace been this weekend? It's been about coming back up through the pack, really, hasn't it?
It has. We had decent pace yesterday, a few dramas in qualifying, but we've been on the move all day, which has been really good. Having been on our way through, you get a bit of a flavour and an idea of what the other cars are capable of. So quite a lot roundabout, all on the soft tyre, then a bit of a gaggle on hard tyres. So let's see what the early laps bring. But the little Corolla, it feels good today. But yeah, we're just absolutely on the limit everywhere.
It would be so fantastic to get a good result heading into your home event, wouldn't it?
Definitely. Knockhill in 2 weeks' time always provides a great spectacle. As I always say, the air's cleaner the further north that you go. But touring car racing around Knockhill has been spectacular since '91, since the first time it came, and I'm sure it'll be no different in a couple of weeks' time.
I don't doubt at all. You've got a bit of work to do before we get up there, so I'll let you get your head down, Gordon. The final touring car race of the day will be coming up after this break.
safety races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
I'm not sure any of the many motorsport fans that are here at Croft really know what's about to happen. It's going to be fast and furious. We know that. It's the final touring car race of the day, round 18, and taking us through it all, Tim Harvey and David Addison, who are ready and waiting in the commentary box, which is there.
And a fine construction it is, our travelling shed that does a sterling work. Right, race 3 coming up, reverse grid, nice jumbled grid, few scores to be settled.
Yeah, it should be a cracker. You know, 5 of the top 6 cars are on the preferred soft tyre. You've got Sutton, you've got Ingram up there, you've got a determined Aidan Moffat. Should be a cracking race.
And also, you've got Tom Ingram having said earlier on in the day that he feels like for the first time in a long while he's had a good reverse grid draw.
Yeah, it is that element of luck. You can be just the number that's pulled out that gets you up there, or you can not be. You know, for the sake of argument, Dan Camish finished 10th and he starts 10th. Yeah. Guy finished in 9th, starts on pole. But here we go.
Well, Aidan Moffat's the man on pole position. We heard from him a little while ago, a 13th and a 9th during the course of the day, and that's what helped put him then at the front of the grid going into this final race of the day. We've had some interesting racing at Croft all day long, and more of the same to come then as the cars accelerate off, then weaving left and right to get some warmth into the tyres. We've heard from many of the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK drivers. Let's hear from another, James Dorlin, having of course his first season of touring car racing. He starts 16th on the grid. James, what are the prospects here?
Well, it's been an eventful day. Certainly not anything like what we've had up to now, so to be honest, just trying to move forward. As you know from previous races, we've been battling top 5, so to be down here is not where we should be. But unfortunately, that's racing. You have some mechanical failures, and this is where we end up. So it's all out attack for this one.
You had a good battle with Dan Lloyd in that second race. He's the driver just one space ahead of you on the grid, so elbows out to clear him, I guess.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Dan, he's not here. So I don't know if he's had some issues, but yeah, to be honest, I'm just going to try and overtake as many of these cars in front, so no matter who it is.
Right, we'll leave you to it. Good luck, James.
Cheers.
So James Dorlin starting from 16th on the grid. Yeah, gap where Dan Lloyd would have been. There is James Dorlin's Toyota then making that run up towards the right-hand drift tower. And at the front of the grid, Aidan Moffat starts on pole position with Tom Ingram starting second. Third, it is Gordon Shedden, and then Charles Rainford on the hard tyre now is going to start fourth. It's Ash Sutton fifth, a possible race winner, and Adam Morgan is sixth, ahead of Daryl De Leon. He's also on that hard tyre, and Tom Chilton is next. He's on the hard as well. Dan Rowbottom next, again on the hard tyre and on the soft. Dan Camish one to watch, ahead of Dexter Patterson, independent winner last time out, and on the hard tyre. Sam Osborne next, ahead of Chris Smiley, and then Mikey Doble. He's another of the drivers on the hard tyre for this last race of the day. Then you get James Dorlin and Stephen Jelly next up, with Max Buxton and Senna Proctor behind. And then the cars of Nick Halstead and Aaron Taylor-Smith come next. Aaron one to watch a long way back on the grid rounded out by Nicholas Hamilton then. So, we, at the end of race 1, were musing over whether Ash Sutton could win race 3. Well, from the third row, it's certainly a possibility.
It certainly is, especially if Ingram gets held up a little bit at the start. If Ingram gets round the first corner first and scampers away, it'll be much harder. But if Moffat can hold him off, and remember, he's in a rear-wheel drive BMW, should have potentially a little advantage off the line, then it's game on for Sutton, isn't it? I'd love to see a Sutton-Ingram battle. They've both been so fast round here. Been terrific to see.
Now, it was at Croft where Aidan Moffat had a pole position and a win, of course, in rear-wheel drive machinery. He starts on pole position. It's been a really tough season for him, so let's see what he can do from here. He will have 8 laps of boost available, so will Tom Ingram. Ash Sutton, don't forget, though, only has 5. You can see who has what, going all the way to 1 lap for Dan Rowbottom. So Robo now 1 lap of extra boost and the hard tyre. That makes life very tough indeed.
It certainly does. Yeah, shame not to have Dan Lloyd on, but it turns out it was a head gasket problem at the end of qualifying that they've been managing through the first 2 races, and he didn't. And the engine was basically gone, and he'd have been on the hard tyres as well for race 3. So better to save it.
Right, round 18 then of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship is ready to go. Here at Croft, Aidan Moffat's BMW on pole position, Tom Ingram with him at the front, then you've got Gordon Shedden and Charles Rainford. Watch Ash Sutton from 5th as well as the lights blink out now and we go racing. Should be a good start by Moffat, it is. It's a good getaway by Rainford on that hard tyre as the cars run down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Aidan Moffat has the advantage. Look at Ash Sutton on the outside line already making progress. Moffat and Ingram go toe-to-toe. Ingram right round the outside, there's contact, he's sideways. Can he hang on to a big slide? Yes, he can. Through on the inside line goes Moffat. Rainford up to 2nd, and the save of the day is Tom Ingram. He's down to 3rd, but that could have been a whole lot worse.
Wow, how he didn't get turned around. I mean, he was forcing the issue round the outside. That's dangerous. Moffat didn't want to give way, but if he hadn't been in a front-wheel drive car and able to bury the throttle, he certainly would have been turned around.
Sutton's made good progress. De Leon runs out wide, so Tom Ingram is still there in 3rd place, but he's about to go 2nd. Look at the inside of Rainford, and he clatters his way up alongside. He gets hung out to dry on the outside, coming out of the Jim Clark. Gets his down to Barcroft. Here comes Sutton up the inside. He's in the back of Rainford. Charles Rainford on that harder tyre. He's hanging on to 2nd place as Moffat escapes up the road. Sutton clears Ingram, then he's done it. He's gone by, and now he makes a move against Rainford on the run up to the complex. Rainford defends from Ingram. That opens the door for Sutton, and Ash Sutton goes round the outside. Here comes Shedden on the outside of Ingram. What a first lap. Sutton elbows up, goes 2nd. Now Rainford spirited defence, but it's going to be Moffat leading at the end of lap 1 with Sutton 2nd, and Ingram is still fighting. Look, he's up the inside of Rainford. Shedden's on the outside, but what a lap by Sutton.
What a terrific lap by Sutton, and what a absolute door-banging first lap of touring car action that was. Ingram must think, what on earth is going on here? He's been roughed up something rotten, hasn't he?
Absolutely, but after all of that, he is in 3rd place, so it could have been a whole lot worse for him, and he's still in the mix. Now, Charles Rainford 4th is on that hard tyre, remember, so his pace won't be as good as those around him. Gordon Shedden's on his tail, and Morgan gets out on the draft to have a go. Then you've got Dan Rowbottom, he's on the hard tyre as well. Look, in the next to the Napa Fords, and behind him as they drop down towards Tower is Dan Camish. So Rainford now, cork in bottle. The gap between Moffat and Sutton at the end of lap 1, 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, the gap between Sutton and Ingram, well, that's the one we're going to have to watch, isn't it? See how quickly Ingram can catch up, if indeed he can.
Gordon Shedden up the inside of Charles Rainford. Dan Camish goes through to put a place on Rowbottom. Rainford gets roughed up a little bit by Morgan, former BMW racer, of course. And have a look at Chris Smiley, who's arrived on the scene. He now, upholding Restart Racing's honour, is on the back of the Napa Racing UK Ford of Rowbottom. He's almost alongside the Ford of Rowbottom. And off the road goes Camish. Is that way wide? Dan tries to hang on to it. He's back across the road, and bang, there's big contact. De Leon's involved, Smiley's involved, Rainford's off, Osborne's off. Camish's car is in the middle of the road, and we're going to end up with a safety car. De Leon is out, Smiley is out, and Camish, I'm afraid to say, is in the middle of the racetrack. We're going to end up with the race being neutralised. There's debris on the road, and we've got 3 parked cars. There are 2 of them.
Well, Camish got forced onto the grass coming into the left hand of the complex, and on the grass you can't slow the car down. He just speared straight back into the pack.
Yeah. And there is Dan Camish's battered car. And as he came across the road, he hit De Leon. On the outside of him was Chris Smiley. The safety car has been deployed. So that was almost 2 laps of door-banging action, but I'm afraid the second lap has ended badly for 3 of the front runners, because De Leon, Smiley and Camish were all running well. I'd like to have another look at how Dan ended up on the grass, though.
Yeah, I think he just got a little nudge as they were turning into the complex. That's the end of the accident. It all starts at the way into the complex. This is another shot where he's coming back across the grass. It's earlier than that we need to see when they come into the left-hander.
So there is Dan Camish's car, brakes with a little bit of flame.
A little bit of a
tickling.
brake fire from the grass, probably. Hopefully that won't develop into anything else.
Daryl De Leon there is getting out of the car. He was the one harpooned by Dan Camish, and he's the one with the attention at the minute.
On board with Camish, he gets a touch there, and literally he has to bury the throttle to save the slide, and then he comes back across the road.
Some very lucky drivers did squeeze through, and some very unlucky drivers were the innocent victims. Daryl De Leon took a big whack. He's out of the car, he's okay. Dan Camish is okay. Chris Smiley has walked away as well. They'll all go with the Toka medical team for a quick check over. That's part of the course in any incident, large or small, but then you've got to get those 3 cars out of the way, and there's quite a bit of debris to clear off the racetrack as well.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while. That was the little touch just from Rainford. I mean, and you see, Dan actually, in order not to spin the car, he accelerates just like Ingram did at the first corner, just to straighten the car up. But then he can't slow it down enough to rejoin safely on the track. But he
Well, we've got Dan Rowbottom in the pits with some damage. We've got Mikey Doble in the pits with damage as well. This is Doble's start.
Yeah, an average start, loses out a little bit to the guys in front. We're going to see a lot of action ahead of him in turn 2 and 3, aren't we? It all bunches up a little bit. He's got James Dorlin on his inside, so he's forced to the outside. Dexter Patterson just in front in the rocket car. He's going to have to try and fit in here, or does he abort? Yeah, he has to abort. Look, there was no way to get back in before the chicane, and that's why the tyre stacks have been moved, because of cars being forced into them. That's a good thing. Further down towards Tower, he's still on the outside, still got James Dorlin inside, and then arriving as well is Senna Proctor, who just appears lunging down the inside. Side by side through the Jim Clark S's. That's always dodgy. Dover has a little bit of a run through here, but now we're all pretty much in line. This is the start from, watch what happens to Ingram. He doesn't get the best of starts initially, but then he actually picks up a lot of pace. Look, he's actually slightly ahead just there, but he hasn't got the inside. Moffat takes the inside, gives him room, and then Ingram is trying to squeeze across the front of him, but there isn't room, he's not clear. So Moffat did nothing wrong there. That was Ingram trying to get back in line. Now, there we go further back. This is on board with Camish. He gets up the inside of Chilton. He's following his teammate Rowbottom, but remember, Rowbottom's on the hard tyre, so he will not have as much grip. And look, the car's sliding around. In front of him is De Leon, but Camish is desperate to get past his teammate as quickly as possible, take advantage of that quicker tyre. Down towards Tower, Rowbottom is defending, and possibly, yeah, so right round the outside of him and De Leon goes Camish, but De Leon gets a little touch, I think, from Rowbottom that pushed him wide. Rowbottom is really fighting, despite being on the hard tyre. He actually does end up in front of both of them. That didn't work out. That was the start of things going wrong for Camish, wasn't it, really? Back down the to Sunny Inn. Camish is now trying ever so hard to get some places back. Ahead of him, he's got Rainford, and he's got his teammate on the hard tyre. Big lunge up the inside into the complex, and then round the outside of Rowbottom. Can't quite make that one stick, but he's got De Leon, who goes right round the outside. Now he decides to follow Adam Morgan. This could work out better for Dan Camish, but still his teammate is robustly holding that position, Dan Rowbottom.
So Dan Rowbottom rejoins after a pit stop, and he's gone a lap down, so he picked up some damage in all of that as well. Dan Camish's car is being retrieved. The BMW of Daryl DeLeon, I think, has been cleared, and Chris Smiley's Restart Racing Hyundai, that's had a tough day as well. That has got a lot of damage, and that's being retrieved, I can see as well. So the track is almost clear. The debris has been swept off the tarmac as well out of the way, so maybe 2 more laps and we can go back racing. Bad news for Aidan Moffat, of course, having tried to build up a gap, and now he's got Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram and Gordon Shedden, then Adam Morgan and Senna Proctor queued up behind. That's Chris Smiley's car being placed on the back of the flatbed. 7th is Tom Chilton, and James Dorlin, 15th on the grid he started, and 8th he runs, so he was able to get through the melee. Yeah, okay, I know a lot of cars were involved in that, but he was also able to find the road opening up ahead of him, and he's made really good progress. Currently on lap 6 then, let's have another look at it all. This is Dan Camish's view. Gets past Rowbottom here.
That was finally, he got back. This is the next lap. So he's got past the hard-tired Rowbottom. Now, look, there's the hard-tired Rainford, and this is where it all starts to go wrong. He's got much better pace, Camish, but you watch the car who gets a tap here, there, from Rainford, and that's what puts him wide. So it's... You know, it's the problem of when you start faster cars, or behind slower cars, if you like, because they're on the harder tyre, you get this concertina effect of performance, don't you?
And there you can see the damage down, so poor old Dan Camish having another tough day, but good points in the first race at least. That's of little consolation right now. The best news of all is that all 3 drivers got out and walked away. It was certainly in Daryl DeLeon's case quite an impact, but the other good news is sitting on the other side of the car. It's a left-hand drive car, and it was a right-hand hit. Teammate Aidan Moffat still leads the way then. Ash Sutton in 2nd place. This is Senna Proctor's start, Tim, on the run down to Clairvaux.
Yeah, he had a great first lap. I think we might be going back to green at the end of this lap, but let's have a look what Senna Proctor does. He's got a nice gap in front of him, so he's thinking, right, I need to build a really good run onto the back straight here. Give myself a little bit of a gap, have a really good run. Doble's going to get forced wide through the chicane because it's not room for 2, and that's the momentum, all the momentum Proctor needed to carry on to the back straight. And I think he gets another one down the inside here. Does he send it? Yeah, he gets 2 down the inside. So that was a really good thinking, race driver thinking of his to use that hang back, get the momentum through the chicane. He picked up 3 places.
And while you're watching this replay, let me tell you, the safety car has just completed that lap, so it's going to do 1 more, and then we should be good to go back racing. This is Senna Proctor's view on the run then, down towards Sunny. Dexter Patterson is the driver ahead of him, and we've now completed 6 laps of the race under the safety car. We are still, but we should be back racing very shortly indeed. This is Proctor's view heading up towards the complex, and another move on the inside. Avoids contact with the Cupra.
Yeah, I mean, in actual fact, he's in the right place come the next lap when it all kicks off in front of him, because it wiped out several cars that were in front of him. Look at that great lunge by Dorlin round the outside, doesn't quite pull it off. 19th to 6th for Proctor, obviously with some cars going out, but nevertheless a fabulous first couple of laps for him.
Absolutely right. Safety car in this lap then, so we're going to go back racing, and the car's now turning out of tower down to the Jim Clark S's speed building. Safety car getting faster and faster, and now Aidan Moffat thinking about how he's going to treat this restart and what he might be able to do on the run to Clairvaux to fend off the challenge that is surely going to come from Ash Sutton. Lights out on the safety car, thinking championship if the result stays as the positions are at the moment. This is how we look with Tom Ingram 10 points up on Ash Sutton, and Dan Rowbottom further 77 back, and of course now he is 18th and a lap down. Robo unlikely to score.
Yeah, remember they came into this meeting with Ash Sutton 10 points ahead of Tom Ingram, so that would be an exact reversal, wouldn't it?
But we're not done yet. We're ready to go racing once more then, as the safety car is about to dive for the pit lane. Aidan Moffat leads, Ash Sutton leads Tom Ingram. Gordon Shedden is there in 4th. Adam Morgan is 5th. Senna Proctor is 6th. The green flag awaits on the timing line. He can't overtake until you've got to the line. Aidan Moffat accelerates now up towards the go board, and then he can floor the throttle, which he does now. He gets away, and the cars run down towards Clairvaux. This is where Sutton thinks about making a move for the lead, but also having to defend from Ingram. Look, as they dive down towards that first corner, the first right-hander. Aidan Moffat leads, and he's got away by 3 lengths. A Sutton versus Ingram for 2nd place rages on.
There's a bit of angst in this meeting already. Oh look, Ingram right up the inside of Sutton, and Sutton has to take through the chicane. He'll say he was forced out wide, but the Hyundai is very quick on the straight.
And Ingram's got the inside line going to Tower, and Sutton stands on the brakes. The rear of the car almost lifting there, but Ingram's got the inside line and will go through. Tom Ingram has done it, so he's up to second spot. Sutton's not going to like that, and he will fight back.
He'll definitely fight back if he can, especially when as the road is not clear for Ingram to scarp away, because he's going to catch up with Moffat, and that will give Sutton a chance to nibble away somewhere.
3 for the lead, down towards Sally. Aidan Moffat in the BMW, Tom Ingram in the Hyundai, Ash Sutton in the Ford Focus, and actually Gordon Shedden's right there with them as well in fourth place in the Toyota. So Aidan Moffat's got a really tough ask here in order to repel all of this challenge for another 11 laps, or just under. He comes up to the complex, and does Ingram make a move here? The answer no, but he's got Sutton right up behind him. Now Ingram thinks about a move heading up to the hairpin, but Sutton wants to make the move on Ingram, tries to get the switch back, but there's contact between Sutton and Shedden. Shedden's turned round, Sutton leads at the end of the lap. What a move! Wow. He goes from third to first, and there was contact with Gordon Shedden, and Ash Sutton leads at the end of the lap, and that was absolutely brilliant.
That was fantastic, because Moffat defended. Ingram got boxed out to the outside. Sutton went to the inside, but nearly got turned around, but it all worked out perfectly. I tell you what, though, on that last lap, through that corner there, Hawthorne's was a brilliant example of how good that Hyundai is, because he was able to turn underneath Sutton and accelerate at the same time. So the chassis was working fantastically there. People go on about how quick the car was on the straight, but that was a great example of why he comes off the corner so well.
And now we'll see what Ingram can do to reflect that by getting past Moffat, because look, Sutton's getting away. Never mind how good the Hyundai is, that Ford is still a quick car, and right now Ash Sutton leads the way, and he's building that gap because Moffat's defending from Tom Ingram. That's it, Aidan thinks, Ash, you keep defending. This is Proctor fourth, and he's closing up. Now, after Gordon Shedden's dramas, then when he made contact with Sutton and got sideways, he's dropped to sixth behind Adam Morgan, but he might be able to fight back, in fact, on the run to the end of the lap. So, race leader, Sutton getting away, second, third, fourth as well.
Well, surely Proctor's not going to do anything to hinder his teammate Ingram's chances, but he's really driven well, has Proctor. It's all worked out perfectly for him these first few laps, but this is Ash Sutton's chance, and turned around in the background is Charles Rainford.
And a driving standards flag for Ash Sutton as well, so Rainford on the hard tyre. Tough race, not getting any easier. Moffat still fending off Tom Ingram, and look now, the queue is building behind Ingram. It's Proctor next up, as Ingram again tries to get up the inside. Behind Proctor is Shedden, he's back ahead of Morgan. Then you've got Chilton, and you can see that car coming through as that Stephen Jelly in the gravel at Clairvaux corner. He's just about got the momentum to dig his way out the other side. But all of this great defence for second place by Moffat is playing into the hands of Sutton. Look, he's nearly at Knock Hill, he's that far up the road.
Yeah, but this race is not over yet, believe me, but this is a great opportunity. And, I mean, Ingram's been sort of so roughed up already, he's probably thinking, I've got to be really careful here not to take a risk, because Moffat could easily defend to the extent that I have to go off. He doesn't want to risk going off. This was how it all panned out. Watch Sutton. Dives up the inside there, gets tagged by Shedden, because Shedden doesn't expect him to come, and somehow it just works out that he comes out in front.
But does he have a charmed life, or what? I mean, there's contact, and it's Shedden that came off worse. That was Rainford getting turned around, and he drops to the back of the pack. So, Ash Sutton still leads the way, and he's trying to build that gap over Aidan Moffat. 10 laps are in the book out of the 18. He's 1.4 seconds up the road right now over Moffat, who is defending well from Ingram. Then it's Proctor, then it's Shedden, then it's Morgan, and in seventh is Chilton, and he's the leading car on the hard tyre. And there is Ingram up the inside. He's going to go through surely now for second place. No, Moffat able to fend him off. Good defence.
Well, the rear-wheel drive BMW can actually use its traction very well through that acceleration zone on a corner. Surely Proctor's not going to have a go here, is he? Surely he's looking down the inside. He wants a piece of this. Come on, Senna. Go for it, my lad. You're in there to look after yourself. He's going to be side by side through the chicane. He's done it. Fantastic. Local boy comes good, or what?
And that helps Tom Ingram not one jot in the championship, because that takes more points away from him against Ash Sutton. So Senna Proctor going well, gains the place. That was not in the Ingram game plan at all. So Tom Ingram in fourth place now. Senna Proctor comes up to have a go at Aidan Moffat.
but at the end of the day, Senna Proctor is here to race for his own career, for his own sponsors, and boy, doesn't that look good on his CV when he shows that to people, that he can pass champion Tom Ingram. Now he's got to work out and see if he can find a way past Moffat that Ingram couldn't.
But at the same time, he's got to keep Ingram behind him. Assuming Tom's car has the pace after being roughed up on the first couple of laps, then he will be back on the tail of Proctor. In 5th, it is Shedden, it's Morgan in 6th. Now, 7th is Sam Osborne. 8th is Chilton, ahead of Taylor Smith. They're on the hard tyre, and 10th is James Dorlin, who's dropped back a little bit. But as they round Clairvaux, there you can see the Toyotas battling with Dexter Patterson's Cupra, and has Dorlin got a problem because he runs very wide and slows.
Yeah, looks like he may have a left front problem. This is on board with Proctor, trying to tee up Moffat. Look, he'll cut back. He's going to try and do this run round the outside into the S's. Depends on who's got boost and who hasn't, but he hasn't got enough speed off the corner this time.
Tom Ingram 4th. He's done the fastest lap of the race, but right now he's waiting for this to end in tears in front of him. But Sutton just disappearing up the road. Here comes Proctor then. 3rd generation racer from the Proctor family, a great heritage at Croft from grandfather Tony's rallycross days through his dad Mark's racing, and now Senna looking for a podium here. He's on the back of Moffat, and they run to the complex. Once again, Moffat with a big dive up the inside, makes contact with Moffat, who's all crossed up. He's on the grass, and that was down to Proctor. That was contact, and Moffat gets back towards the circuit, hemorrhaging places. And now Tom Ingram is under attack from Shedden. Look, as he also tries to attack Senna Proctor, but that one was on Senna.
Yeah, that was a little bit too late. And, it's a dive, but he doesn't get alongside. Look, he taps the rear quarter of Moffat, so that was a bit of a mistake there, Senna. It's a shame to do that after a fine drive, and it's a shame for Moffat because he had driven a resolute defence. I have to say, Ash Sutton has not got that far up the road, considering how much defence Moffat has been putting up.
James Dorlin's just come into the pit lane. We were concerned about the car earlier. Right, here comes Ingram then on the lights to try to have a go at Senna Proctor. He makes a look up the inside, but it wasn't a full move. But he's mindful that he needs to get on with the programme because Gordon Shedden, having a really good run, is there in 4th place. The Alton Park Race 3 winner. In 5th spot, it's Adam Morgan, and down to 6th, it's Moffat. Right, the Hyundais at the wall now, nose to tail as they flick through the S's, and that's James Dorlin in the pits.
Well, tradition dictates that Scottish driver wins the race before Knockhill to bring in the crowds, doesn't it? Now, Gordon Shedden managed to win the 3rd race at Alton Park, but he's a tough ass to win this one.
Yeah, all eyes then on
Moffat was going to be the one, wasn't he, to bring the Scottish crowds in, but that's been derailed.
That's gone. So it's all eyes on Ash Sutton, is it now, to try and help them out. So there you've got Proctor versus Ingram, who's going to have a go on the inside, heading into the hairpin. Door opens for him. Ingram up to 2nd place. Nicely done. So Tom Ingram, who was way back in 4th, relatively way back, now up into 2nd place, and the fight back continues. I don't suspect he's going to get close enough to attack Sutton, but he's thinking points now. Don't forget, he's got the fastest lap point as well at the moment as he goes through Clairvaux. Down to 3rd is Proctor, 4th Shedden, Morgan 5th, Moffat 6th.
This is the move. I feel like Ingram's got a bit more front tyre under him, and he just launched it up the inside. This time Proctor, probably feeling a little bit guilty after the Moffat incident, decides not to make any more of it as Nicholas Hamilton retires again into the pit lane, or comes in. What a disastrous weekend it's been for him. Well, if this is the way it finishes, and you told people that Ash Sutton will run one race 3 from Ingram, they'd think that was fairly standard, but it doesn't tell half the story of the race, how it's unfolded, does it?
No, nor the day, really, with Ash not scoring a single point with that puncture and power steering dramas in race 1. Senna Proctor may not yet have put that place on the podium because Gordon Shedden wants to find a way past him, and Gordon Shedden, finding good pace in that Toyota, is racing hard right now. There are driving standards flags being fluttered for Sam Osborne and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Osborne is 7th, Taylor-Smith is 9th. And there, look, with a hose stuck in the front of the car, is Charles Rainford. And he's still pressing on.
Yeah, how on earth that shows the radiators are not where they'd be in a conventional car, because that cone would have gone straight through it.
Possibly letting in more air with that funnel shape. Anyway, over the timing line goes Shedden. He's on the back of Proctor. Now, the gap between Sutton and Ingram came down last time. It's 2.3 seconds. We've got 4 laps to go. Tom's going to run out of time, and he is heading in the right direction. This will tell us, I think, how Charles Rainford got in touch with the Cones hotline. He was squabbling, as you can see, with Nick Halstead, who flicks the cone, and you could not have done that in a movie.
I'll tell you what, Luke Littler would have been happy with that one, wouldn't he?
What a shot, what a throw.
Mind you, does that substitute a Ram Air system now. Is that, I'm not sure if that's within Total's route. On board with Mikey Doble in 11th place. Back to commentating, David.
Down towards the right hand of tower they come, and that's Ingram, and that is Gordon Shedden. The rest of the pack go through. Now, as far as the race leader is concerned, Sutton, Ingram, Proctor, that is the order. Shedden 4th, Morgan 5th, Moffat in 6th. Tom Chilton 8th, still the best of those on the hard tyre. Mikey Doble, in the meantime, fights on.
But look at that graphic, Proctor up 15 places, and a hats off to Sam Osborne up to 7th place as well. He's had a great run, he's right on the back of this pack. I do have to say that I'm guessing that Ingram's car and Sutton's car are not exactly geometrically straight as they were set up for this race after all the bashing around. There's Sam Osborne, great race. But Ingram took out half a second off Sutton just in the last sector, so I do think they're both hobbled a bit to the end.
And the gap is down to 1.9 seconds. Ingram all fired up. Now, don't forget, Ash Sutton has a good strike rate at Croft. He's had 5 wins here in the past, 46 career wins. So let's see whether he's going to add to it, or Tom Ingram, who is far less fortunate, it would appear, in terms of Croft strike rate. But right now he's pushing. He knows that he needs points for the championship, but if he can get anywhere near Sutton, he's going to have a go. But we've got about 2.5 laps to go now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Ingram started off with a bit more boost. He had 8 laps of boost use as opposed to 5 for Sutton, so that will have enabled him to use that a little bit more advantageously. As we sit now, Sutton has 3 laps left and Ingram 2. So in actual fact, at the end of this lap, Sutton will be in the pound seat in terms of having the boost advantage.
Meanwhile, we've got the cars pouring their way now down through Clairvaux, down through Barcroft, I should say, and Dan Rowbottom is currently running in 15th place, but he's a lap down, so this is only for track position, not for points, not for overall places, but he's still racing as hard as he can.
So 2 laps to go and the gap is 1.7 seconds. It's basically stabilised, only a 1/10 of a second between them on the last lap. So I think that little flurry that we saw for Ingram was using his boost when Sutton wasn't, but Sutton now has it to the end of the race, and that should prevent him getting into any kind of a threat.
But add into this as well, Tom Ingram's now being shown a driving standards flag for track limits. So he needs to be careful as well. Senna Proctor then is mindful that he's got Gordon Shedden behind him as he fights on for that 3rd place on the road.
I wonder if Senna's thinking, what can I possibly say when I go into the bus in defence for tapping Aidan Moffat? I mean, obviously you'll say that Aidan Moffat turned across the front of him, but they're in all big black lines being left by the cars through Jim Clark S's there. But it's a shame because it's been a fine drive, and there may well be some after race discussion about that.
I think you are probably right, and it won't be the only one that will detain the Clark and Causey and Watson for quite a while. He'll want to look at that Camish incident as well, won't he? Right then, Proctor 3rd, Gordon Shedden 4th, and he'd like a podium as well, on merit, never mind if there's any penalty to come to Senna Proctor. Gordon wants to do it on the track. Here they come out of the hairpin, but the leaders are about to start the last lap of the race now. So over the line goes Sutton, goes Ingram, and the gap's gone up again, 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, because he's using the boost on these last laps. He's got this one under control. And what a race it's been. This has been one that you can't remember everything that's gone on. You need to read. If people ask me what's a touring car race like, I'll say watch this one.
Absolutely right. Now there is Sutton then on his run up towards Tower. So there you've got Ash Sutton, race leader, and it looks as though he's going to have a 5th of the season. Ingram goes through 2nd, Proctor and Shedden still fighting for 3rd, 5th Adam Morgan, 6th it is Aidan Moffat, and in 7th place it is Sam Osborne having another good run, his best result of the year, a 5th, but again it's really encouraging to see Sam up there. Yes, you'll say, some of you, lots of people dropped out in that first lap tangle, and yes, it's down to the tyre, but he's a much improved racer than he was even last year.
Yeah, look at his pace, he's up there with quick guys. It's not like they've gapped him hugely, but this man will be pleased and relieved to get this win after the way his day started with puncture in race 1. He's driven fantastically to get this result, but he'll be disappointed to see his nemesis right behind him.
It is going to be win number 6 at Croft and win number 5 of this season for Ash Sutton, who accelerates towards the checkered flag and a 47th career win. Sutton wins race 3 at Croft. Tom Ingram is second, and third across the line is Senna Proctor. Then it's Gordon Shedden ahead of Adam Morgan, and Aidan Moffat is going to round out the top 6 after a tough race. Mikey Doble's had a tough day as well, and he's still fighting as he gets up the inside and into the side of Dexter Patterson. Clatters his way up the inside. Is he going to force the issue and stay ahead or give the place back? He's going to be ahead as they cross the line, and that's another one they'll get looked at possibly at the end of the day. But hey, it's race 3, and it's kind of what you expect.
That was a touring car race.
Was it ever? And Ash Sutton, just underlining, and we said it at the start of the day, never give up. Okay, a bad first race, but it's not the end of the day.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one that said it after race 1. Ash Sutton for a race 3 win. You know, you reverse engineer your weekend, but he certainly will be disappointed to have lost the points in race 1. But boy, what a race that was. Epic, an epic touring car race.
And a lot of hard luck stories for many. In the end, we had 15 of the 21 starters finishing, and one of those was a lap down. It's a good job there's a fortnight break, isn't it? Because there's going to be quite a lot of repair work, not only because of a few cars with dents in, but also substantial damage to those 3 that we lost in that safety car inducing accident, the Camish, De Leon, Smiley contretemps that looked as though it was triggered by Charles Rainford tagging down Camish. Well, yeah, what a day's racing, what a race, what a drive though by Ash Sutton.
It may take 2 weeks to sort out the judicials before Knockhill, but
oh, yeah, little
yeah,
faith.
I mean, look, 2 fabulous drives from Ash Sutton in race 2 to come through all the way to 5th, and in race 3 to force his way to the front. You know, I mean, he and Ingram are just the consummate professionals of touring car racing. They really are. But whatever one does, the other one finds a way. But there won't be many points between them.
And again, Ash Sutton underlining, you know, how you go about a touring car weekend, a touring car season. Okay, you've had a bad race, right? Move on and start to factor in how else you can salvage points, and ultimately a race win come the end of the day. Round 18 of the championship won by Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram second and Senna Proctor taking third. Fourth going the way of Gordon Shedden ahead of Adam Morgan. Aidan Moffat sixth ahead of Sam Osborne with Tom Chilton in eighth. Aaron Taylor-Smith ninth and Mikey Doble 10th. And Chilton's eighth, the best of those on the hard tyre. Dexter Patterson 11th, and the battle between him and Mikey Doble was also for the win in the independent, so that's why that was doubly important. Max Buxton, a really good 12th to round out his first touring car race day ahead of Charles Rainford 13th. Nick Halsdale ahead of Dan Rowbottom, who was a lap down after his pit stop. We lost Nick Hamilton, James Dorlin, Stephen Jelly, Dan Camish, Chris Smiley, Daryl De Leon, and poor Dan Lloyd never got into the race. So, drama all the way through the day, and in the championship, Tom Ingram 8 points ahead of Ash Sutton, but just look at the margin before you get back to Dan Rowbottom. 78 points adrift. Then it's Dan Camish 4th, Tom Chilton 5th, Adam Morgan 6th. Jake Hill not racing today, he drops to 7th, Charles Rainford 8th, Josh Cook not racing today, falls to 9th, and Chris Smiley, after a tough day, rounds out the top 10. So Ash Sutton going through the post-race technical checks, and the car being waved forward then, so he'll make his way down the pit lane to Parc Fermé, and Aidan Moffat already back at the team. Showed good pace, but he'll be very disappointed, of course, with the contact with Senna Proctor that turfed him off the road. Dick Bennett's there off WSR in the white shirt, walks across the pit lane, and the car of Ash Sutton about to be waved down towards Parc Fermé. Marshals, there you can see, telling him where he needs to be, out of the pit lane. It's rather crowded, and there's another race still to come, so the pit lane needs to be clear as soon as possible. Ash Sutton then arrives at the winner's board in the Parc Fermé area. An excellent job done, and 47th career win for Ash Sutton. And in a moment the door will open, he'll go through the protocol of unplugging everything, but he's a very happy Ash that emerges then, and he knows exactly, of course, what that means in terms of points, and he goes to congratulate his engineer Tony Carosa and then the rest of the team. But yeah, from staring at a no score in race 1 to a win in race 3 just illustrates how you can turn around your weekend. It's a delighted Ash Sutton then who wins race 3 at Croft, and we'll hear from him after the break.
FT races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, what a race we've just witnessed. An extraordinary first lap. Tom Ingram with unquestionably the save of the season, followed by more drama early on as Dan Camish got taken off the track. The knock-on effect, a huge pile-up, meaning the safety car was deployed. Thankfully, all drivers okay. Cars less so. The restart saw Ingram pass Sutton before Sutton in one corner went from third up to first. Then Proctor overtook teammate Ingram before he wrestled second back. We had a cone stuck in a car. It was a mad, mad race that typifies touring cars. And in the end, it saw Ash Sutton land his 5th win of the season. We've just about caught our breath. Let's get reaction with Lou.
As you say, Ollie, typifies touring car racing. I'm buzzing after that one, so I can only imagine how you top 3 are feeling. I mean, P0 in race 1 to P1 in race 3. What a day you've had.
Yeah, turnaround day for sure. Absolutely mega to obviously come away with that result. At a proper touring car, race 3, that wasn't it. It was absolute chaos. But yeah, obviously I saw what was going on with Aidan and Tom and made a dart for the inside. But I think Shedden had the same idea at the same time. So bit of contact there led to actually doing a lot of damage in the left rear. So I don't know if the camera showed it, but she was a big handful out the back of the circuit. We were sort of a good 40 degrees left steering in a straight line. So yeah, pleased for that. We needed that. We needed results. We needed to claw some points back. So mega for myself and Napa Racing UK.
It was a mega move you pulled.
Yeah, it's just an opportunistic move, making the best of someone else's errors and someone else's battles. So Tom would have done probably the same move if it was me in the other shoe. So it's just one of those. We were in the right place at the right time, got the job done, and yeah, Aidan, he was looking fiery, so I thought I'd let Tom deal with that one.
Hugely entertaining, he was indeed. And Tom, I mean, that we'd just say what an amazing race that was. And I mean, for you, it was all kicking off right from the outset, wasn't it? That was some save on lap 1, corner 1 actually.
I think it was more luck than judgment, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. The trouble is I got a really good launch, like a super, super good start. So, and I kind of had no option. If I was going to back out, I was going to get whoever, I think Gordon would have filled the gap into third. So I was kind of forced there. So I don't know what happened. I need to see a replay of it. Maybe I didn't leave enough space. Maybe Aidan could have left more space. I've no idea. It's one of those racing incidents. So it's, yeah, one of those. But yeah, good to get a result back. Obviously, Ash managed to grab a few points on us, but you know, it's kind of been a give and take as the weekend's gone through. Obviously, Ash having his bit of a Western in race 1 has helped us. So we've come in behind, we've come out ahead, but the gap is almost no different. It's the same gap between Ash and I, just role reversal. So very good weekend as Team Vertu. We've had a great result. You know, we've had a car on the podium all the way through the weekend. So yeah, a pretty good weekend, I'd say.
Well done, congratulations, and congratulations again, Senna. I mean, what a result for you, what a feisty race. You know that's your teammate, he's a touring car champion. You weren't, it's like, yeah, I'm having this, I'm coming past, mate.
Yeah, it was 18th to 3rd, it was tough. The first 2 laps with the key, we got up to P6, I think it was, 6 or 7. And then it was just a case then of just, you know, using the pace, using the tyre advantage. You know, we knew we had, because we had such a low starting position, we had plenty of high turbo boost to use, so we deployed that and made it to our advantage. And yeah, Tom, I had no choice but to attack him in the end, so it was just one of them things. And then, you know, he was a lot more pace than me, so I wasn't going to make it too hard for him.
Okay, good stuff. I desperately wanted to ask you about the move on Aiden, but we don't have time. You've escaped that one. We've got to head off for a break because we've got another race, a little bit more reaction coming up after this break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough. Fair enough. That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Well, full analysis of all the action we've seen today to come, and there is plenty to dissect. Tom Ingram with an 8-point lead now at the top of the British Touring Car Championships after the 3 races we've had today. But before all our analysis, our final race of the day, and it comes from the Legends Cars Elite Cup. Guiding us through to the conclusion of this one is Paul O'Neill, but first Richard John Neal.
Of the day for the Legends, wrapping up their Elite Cup. I can tell you by my maths, which those of you that are regular viewers will know, my maths isn't great. Same school as Jamie Caroline and all that, you know. We need a top 15 finish for Tyler Reid in the Tyler McReid cars. So that's where we're going. The news here from the commentary box is that Tim Harvey left with food, but it was fruit, just to let everyone know, not cake. So I'm in defence of Tim.
Yeah, there's something gone wrong there. I think we're going to have to go to a judicial on that. I don't know if I believe he's actually done that, to be honest, mate.
Here's the grid. Round 9 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup. And the front row, Jack Parker and Matt Knight. Then it's Ben Mahoney and Ross Marshall. Owen Lawler, the new rookie champion, is on row 3 with Chris Dewey. 4th row, Nathan Anthony with Nick Price. They're followed by Mark Beattie and Luke Simmons. Peter Barrable, the new Masters champion for the Elite Cup, is alongside Marcus Peck. Then it's Connor Mills and Stephen Traherne. Ollie Schlupp and Will Gibson with Trevor Krause, our previous race winner, next to Chris Needham. Getting towards the top scorers on the day now. Tyler Reid is there. He's followed by Mike Schlupp. Dave Bonser James Pendleton and Derek Hogan completing the grid. So I say well done to our Elite Cup champions in the Masters, Peter Barrable, and rookie Owen Lawler, both with Paul O'Brien Motorsport. So great effort from the Irish lads that have come over, and you know, maybe we'll get more Irish drivers coming over, some Scots maybe coming down and taking part in the Elite Cup as well. The more the merrier.
Yeah, the Irish lads love it over here, don't they? They're always right in the thick of things. So yeah, looking forward to this. I was going to say, is it a done deal? It really isn't. You never know, do you, until they cross the line.
On paper, without going the Brian Clough football route on paper, he's on tarmac, isn't it? On paper, yeah, it looks like tight. But yeah, absolutely, it could go. Will Gibson could get a maximum, and Tyler could have a dinner. You just don't know with legends. I mean, it was Connor Mills when we come to the meeting. He was in the shout with it. But Jack Parker's going to want to win. He's in the number 4 car, the outgoing elite champion. He's on pole position. Who'd have thought that? Rubbish day for him. And then Matt Knight alongside him. He's had a difficult day as well. Row 2. But Mahoney with Ross Marshall had a difficult start today. Great to see the Beatson's car in number 3. The Marshalls have done a lot for Scottish motor racing, and Ross a double champion in Legends cars, done a bit of rallying as well. He was in Minis, Ross Marshall, as well, wasn't he, for a little while?
That.
And he thoroughly enjoyed it. He was talking to me earlier on today saying he loved his time in Minis, but he's gone back to kind of a little bit of a spiritual home for him, Legends cars racing. He's there in the number 3 car.
Yeah, exactly. They're quirky little cars, but once you know how to drive them, they're fantastic. So looks like we're all lined up, ready to go. Let's hopefully get a clean start, Richard.
I hope so. Quick shout to Andy Bird, one of the front runners, not with us this weekend, but he's having a reset after a few issues. Andy, hope you and your dad Steve are well. Look forward to seeing you back on track real soon. Here we go, though. The car's coming down. It's Matt Knight and Jack Parker. Parker on the left of screen, the number 4 car, the JLM car, and alongside him it is Matt Knight, the driver from Sussex. We're away, and Legends Cars Racing here at Croft for the final time. Ross Marshall breaks ranks this time without going out to the wall. Ross Marshall challenging for the lead, but it's Jack Parker on the inside that goes through. Marshall up into 3rd place. A big kerfuffle right in the middle. It's Stephen Traherne in the mix again. Then the number 12 car, the white and green car. Is that going to be another safety car? Are they going to be stuck in the gravel pool?
Maybe. Will Gibson was in there as well, wasn't he? Right in the middle of it.
That's it. Championship Tyler Reid. Sorry, Will. Hardlines, Will. Congratulations, Tyler.
Yeah.
And safety car being deployed. Will is going to be disappointed. Double national overall champion. Will. Oh, goodness me. Yeah. Well, we're going to have to calm down. They've got to be careful here because we're very tight on time at Croft Circuit, and if we get another safety car, they might red flag it before the end. I don't want to sort of precede that, but we do have to be very mindful of time issues here.
Yeah, a lot of people having problems down at Tower, and this place is mega now because they've got big LCD boards and you know, enthusiastic marshals waving yellow flags. So it's difficult when you're not sat in the car. I know sometimes you're unsighted, and that seems to be the problem of people coming down to that corner. When the safety car gets released, it's usually as they're going down to Tower and the safety car lights come on. So yeah, a bit of an issue there. So what happened here with Will Gibson in the number 1? It was a great start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were like, I literally thought we're going to have a problem at the front here. There was no problems at all. There was a little bit of kerfuffle. Will Gibson had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Right.
By the looks of it, a car got rotated in the middle. If we look at it from behind, the car got rotated in the middle. He's in the middle of your screen on your left, isn't he, Will Gibson? The number 1 with the orange top and the white bottom. And you've got his teammate Trevor Krause on the right-hand side. But what happens, I'm sure he just has to just drive off the circuit in avoidance because somebody gets tagged and has a rotation in the middle. Keep looking at that car in the middle of your screen. Number 1 does nothing. A little bit of rotation because people are, he just drove off.
There was a lot of bumping ahead that caused the issues there.
Yeah, that's a shame.
We saw Mark Beattie had a little bump. He's hoping to win the team championship in the number 11 car. It's the shared car title, which is up for grabs.
That's a shame.
Another look. So we look at 11. Did that kick it off or not? Mark's down the inside of Nathan Anthony in yellow. He rides the curbs, and it's just, maybe it was a little bit further back than that. Marcus Pett in the 79 spins around. He's not had a good day today after being on the podium yesterday.
Yeah, I think some of it, to be fair, was they were all taking the curb at Clairvaux, the first curb, and it was bouncing the cars. And what happens then is you can't get on the power because you've got to wait for the bounce to to dissipate, and then you can get on the throttle and drive out. When you do that, people then start checking up, and then next minute you're into back of the car in front, then again, then again. But watch this as you come down to Tower. Safety car on the right. Watch, you should see there, bang, it's on. But then people are 3 and 4 abreast. They haven't seen it yet, and I don't think that was anything to do with the lights. I just think it was just close quarters, wasn't it? Was that Nathan Anthony?
It was, yeah, good shout, yeah.
Yeah, in the van.
The Savan.
The Savan.
The Savannah Man.
So yeah, what
there is Will.
Yeah,
it is a shame for him, but he's won 2 outright championships. The outright championship continues. The Elite Cup we've been talking about today is part of the overall championship, which will continue. We've got more races for Legends, which will take place Alton Park. They have another round, and a double-header at Snetterton to wrap things up a little bit later on in the year to determine the overall champion. But the premium event, the Elite Event Cup, well done Tyler Reid, as we watch Jack Parker, who wants to go out with a win. Jack's been not had the rub of the green with the new engine, to be perfectly honest. He was, as I say, the outgoing Elite Cup winner, having won it last year at Knock Hill, and he'd love to go out with a win today.
How interesting is it to see how small those cars are
yeah,
compared to that Porsche safety car? You don't really see it when you've got them all together and you're like, oh, they look cool, and then somebody puts a road car on track. It looks like you could drive over the top of it.
They're a really popular car. I mean, as we've talked about in the earlier races, a World Championship takes place every year. They race in Scandinavia, they race all over Europe, all over the UK. There's a short oval version that races as well. And so it's a very well supported product, very popular product, and it's been around the commentary, or it's been around the race scene almost as long as I've been around the commentary box. So it's quite a long. Yeah, don't be like that.
100 years.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, thanks very much. But yeah, it's been popular. I think I've worked on it at some point in every year apart from one. So it's been, even if it's just one meeting a year like today, but it's been fun. Look, and the fans have stayed to watch.
Yeah, that's because they know it's entertainment. So hopefully we get given hello.
Hey.
Oh, it's funny walking up here. You know the guy that we've seen with the blonde wig on, and a crop top.
Yeah.
Literally, I've just seen him and said, "Don't watch the telly when you get home," and all his mates were laughing. So yeah, it's good to see everyone out force. Do you know what, the crowd here? I always forget how enthusiastic they are.
Yeah, lovely group.
Literally everybody wants to chat to you and have a selfie. They're just such nice people, and sometimes life can be difficult in general, can't it? And you come to a racetrack, especially up here, and everyone's so happy to see you. It's just nice, just nice.
Yeah, I was talking earlier on about, where's the buzz? We get the buzz off the track, but I get more of a buzz off the people that I talk to in and around the paddock, the fans and the teams. Yeah, just a super community we have.
Yeah, we're very, very fortunate to have enthusiastic fans. So yeah, so there's Will's car getting dragged away. Really didn't want to see that, to be fair. Not this picture, that's fine. People are nice. But yeah, the Gibson car getting towed away is really sad. But the Pink Panther, is he still in the back? Is he still in the back? He's in the back. He's hanging on in there through Jim Clark. That's his lad.
Derek Hogan there. Well, that's great. And again, the youngsters, they love the cars anyway, but then you've got that extra little draw of a cartoon character or the Disney movie themed cars. Here's our champion coming through, the red car. I have to say provisional, just in case.
Yeah, he'll know.
Phil Cooper, the Legends boss, he always says the fixtures are out, Richard. The fixtures are provisional until the race is run, and then the result is provisional.
Oh, mate.
I love that. Oh, never tire of that one.
That's just like proper stuff, isn't it? That's old school.
Yeah.
Lights are out, lad.
Yeah, we're about to go racing again. So we've got lap 3 of 8, so slightly extended final to allow the top point scorers who start at the back in this one a chance to maybe come through. Are we going to see Jack Parker, who didn't score so well in the heats? We've had that DNF going off into the field, very nearly rolling earlier on, but that means that he gets a good chance in this one. He gets a good run on the likes of Trevor Krause and potentially our new champion as well, Tyler Reid. So we will see how that goes. Jack Parker about to lead Matt Knight down across the line with Ross Marshall in 3rd place. Remember, it was the first turn incident, the first corner incident that set the safety car out. And the KZ engines go past us here at Croft. Change for 4th place, Peter Barrable, the new Masters champion, goes past the number 11 car who's leading the Team Cup at the moment. And that's Nathan Anthony. Gravel delivery in the van.
Locked it all up, didn't he, into turn 1. They're absolutely flat out now through the chicane. There's already big gaps appearing, but what's going to go on here? Barrable, he's having a look, he's having a look, he's having a look, he's having a look. And there you go, he's down the inside. Does he know he's backed out of it? He's going to try and get a switchback, isn't he, in the 88? Ooh, got to be careful with these bars on the front. You can easily catch them and end up getting stuck to the car in front.
Fifth place car there, Mark Beattie in the 2 Mater lookalike. He's actually 11. He's the second Mater car, which is a team car put together by James Newbury and the team this year. He's leading the teams championship at the moment. And so if he finishes well here, Mark Beattie, who is local to this track, then he may well take the team title in the car that has been shared by John Critchlow from Scotland. Stuart McAndrews had a go in it, and Lawrence Davies, a Legends name we haven't heard for a while, has driven that car as well. But Mark Beattie getting the points this weekend.
I was talking to Aidan Hills as well. I think he was thinking of having a go at this, the Super Cup and a trophy racer. He was telling me he was having a look at this earlier in the year as well. So some good names. Having a look is Barrable, and I think he's got the job done, hasn't he?
Yes, passes Ross Marshall, so the Irishman goes up into 3rd position on a potential pay. Look, they all want to finish with this last race win here on a massive weekend for UK Legends. Across the line they go. Parker under pressure here. Matt Knight's going to have a go. The Shoreham man goes through. One up for Sussex. This is a Sussex prepared car, of course, a Mickle Motorsport car with Jack Parker in the mix, the Midlander chasing him, and then the Irishman going through as well in 3rd place, the Scotsman behind. It's making a joke there, isn't it? 2 Englishmen, an Irishman and a Scotsman go into Tower Corner. How it's going to work out, I don't know, but let's see whether Ross Marshall, here keeping a watching brief. Here comes Barrable. What's he going to do? No, they're bump drafting 1st and 2nd. Barrable gets on the mix and slices past.
Yeah, good job that was. Shocked him into it. Barrable's come from kind of nowhere, isn't he, here, and he's on the power early, but I've got to say, number 4 there, Parker's looking pretty good. 4 into Jim Clark-S's flat out.
Yeah, Park having a good run. Remember from the last race, nobody wants to, technically it's a bit like coaching racing, you don't always want to be in the lead going into the last lap, unless you've got a decent lead to break away. Krause is coming through as well.
Is he going to have hung on to that? He's still, how's he saved that? That was Connor Mills, I think.
Yeah, it was. Connor trying to hang on to a young American hero. I'll tell you what, this is a great drive by Matt Knight here, Paul.
This is proper stuff by Matt. I mean, fair play. This is to hold off the marauding pack is pretty. And he's hitting every apex. Barrable's fast, and Barrable's got a bit of a problem behind, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Jack Parker started on pole, can sit back and maybe relish the opportunity to try and chase down the race leaders now as they come out of the hairpin once again. We look a little bit further back. There's Ollie Schlupp. There's our provisional champion, Tyler Reid. Took 2 wins yesterday, had a win earlier on today. Now they break ranks. Barrable goes for the lead. Round the outside, down into Clermont. Is he going to be able to do it there? Will he look for the cutback? There isn't room, but he's giving notice of intent for Matt Knight out front. See whether Barrable can have another go. He's dropped back a little bit now into the clutches of Jack Parker, so Parker having a little bit of a renaissance. Runs wide, no he doesn't, he loses out now. Look, as Parker's got a problem, he drops back, and Krause has come up into 4th now. The American up into 4th from virtually the back of the grid, and challenging for 3rd, the orange and white car, but it's side by side for the lead. Barrable going around the outside of Tower. He's fighting it out. Barrable, can he hold on? Great driving from Knight, gives him the room.
Absolutely brilliant, but Barrable had no answer to Matt Knight. Look at this, up side by side still, and this time he should do it, but he's going to be brave, he's going to turn in, and that's a proper move. And look at the number 3, Marshall round the outside. Can he get it done as well? And there you go, done and dusted. Brilliant.
That was superb to see from Barrable. Wonderful to see from vintage Ross Marshall. Remember him winning 2 Scottish championships in that style. He's up into 2nd place. Now we've got the American joining the Englishman, Irishman and the Scotsman up front as well. Here he comes down the inside. I'll tell you what, Krause will know how many laps there are to go. He's all over the back of Matt Knight. Connor Mills cannot be discounted as well. In fact, as I said in the previous race, you can't discount any of them.
No, exactly. And look who's coming up now. Connor Mills, like you say, he's getting involved. Oh my word.
Tyler Reid's on the group as well, on the back.
This is going to get naughty, this is going to get very naughty. I can't wait for this, because we've got a fast old pack and they all want to be at the front.
What a way to potentially finish our racing here at Croft this weekend. It's Peter Barrable, the leader from Ross Marshall in P2. Let's watch Trevor Krause there in the 52 car, see if he can have a nibble through, but he's got Connor Mills right behind him as well. Connor needs to get a win to come away with a little bit of luck, really, if nothing else. Oh, James Pendleton.
Wow, what's that? That's weird. That was as if he had too much rear brake on or something.
Yeah.
Something broke. That's weird, that is.
Dan Clark, can't know Dan's watching us today, and Chris Grieve had that car as well, multi-champion legends. They get side by side, get into each other. Kraus trying to get, well, I'll tell you what now, Kraus has been passed by Connor Mills. Connor Mills is on a mission.
Oh, look at the leaders, look at the leaders. Marshall's really now fighting back, and look at this, Tyler Reid's right in the mix. Doesn't need to do this, but he's out to have some fun and he'll want to win.
Yeah, he will, you know, and the pressure's off in some ways.
Oh, big slide on the way in for Barrable, yeah. They all get crossed up on the way in there, but they all seem to keep the momentum going, and that's a nice little move by Kraus as well. He's had a fantastic weekend. He really has shown us what he's all about, the boy.
Yeah, I mentioned about trying to get him over for the festival. We've already had messages about that, which is really, you know, the folk are keen to get him back and maybe race for Formula Ford, which would be good. But it's Peter Barrable. Sorry if I said Robert Barrable earlier on. It's Peter Barrable who leads this one, our Masters champion for the Elite Cup as they come. Still got 3 more laps to go. This could still ignite.
Yeah, this is look at them on the pit wall. That reminds me of when you go to see kids karting and all the dads and everyone, all the teams are like firing them on with all kinds of weird hand signals. But yeah, this has been a good race.
It has been. Mark Beattie, I think, potentially doing enough at the back of this one to claim the team's title, which is the only one I think left up to go for the Elite Cup. And he's just at the back of the group chasing this group. Trevor Kraus just sort of watching back at the minute. Tyler Reid goes through, passes Connor Mills. Reid passes. So great shot there. Of course, Mills was original Elite Cup champion 2 years ago. And somebody's got straight on.
That was fast.
Oh, okay.
Bring us some corn back. It's Ollie Schlupp.
We said that in tandem.
Wow. What was he thinking?
I don't know. He's gone to get some barley, I think.
Yeah.
From the field.
Freshly cooked on his engine, that.
It will be, yeah.
Look at this now.
There we go then. Ross Marshall has the attentions of the new champion. I tell you what, the win is potentially in sight here for Tyler Reid. It will be quite neat for our interviews if the champion bags a win. But Ross Marshall back on the case here. As I said, vintage Marshall today, having a good go. He is putting Barrable under pressure. He himself is under extreme pressure from Tyler Reid. Connor Mills in the mix as well. Trevor Kraus at the back. 5 cars dicing it out. Barrable takes a nice sweep in. Good confident stuff from Barrable. Got Chris Needham closing up. Still in the mix as well is Matt Knight at the back of this group, but Barrable pulls away again.
Barrable's got that black and white flag that you're just seeing, so the leader is getting a black and white flag. He can do this once more and he's done. Trevor Kraus down the inside of Connor Mills. Can he get that done? Off the curb, you've got to be careful of that bounce. Oh, Connor Mills don't want to give that up, does he? But he has to in the end.
He is going to go for the flick back here as they go into Hawthorns. Oh no, he doesn't. He can't quite do it. So the American there, work together, lads. Do a little bit of working together. Jack Parker, as I can tell you, just come into pit lane and into retirement. The man who started on pole, but side by side with Ross Marshall in the 3. Tyler Reid still coming up as well. These two don't want to squabble too much. This is allowing Barrable to get away and hold a comfortable-ish gap.
That is a very comfortable-ish gap, mate, with this many laps to go. And yeah, they're going to have to start bump drafting to get onto the back of him. They're going to have to start pushing each other forward. But look at Tyler Reid. Tyler Reid knows he's got to go now. He's got to go now, and that's a brave move out the back. Down the inside, on the brakes. The number 6 gets the job done. Champion move.
The youngsters here at Croft, probably watching on the telly as well, are going to be rooting for that car. It's such a connector with the young viewers who dig out the Cars movie tonight. Here he comes, going for the lead. Tyler Reid going for the lead. Round the outside of Peterborough, can't quite do it now. Barrable still in front, but we're heading into the complex. Ross Marshall still third under pressure from Kraus, but Tyler Reid knows he's got another lap to go here. What's he going to do as they come into the hairpin? They follow each other for the moment. Reid just sussing him out. He'll have a quick look in his mirrors. He'll see Marshall there in the 3 car. He'll see Kraus behind him as well. He may be even thinking about, here's the last lap sign. There we go, onto the last lap. I wonder if Reid is thinking about going back to him. He was top Brit last year in the World Finals, was Tyler Reid. And here he comes, goes for the lead. Round the outside, down to Clervo. Barrable on the inside, he's got the line. Are they going to touch? Barrable locks up. Reid locks up, pulls it all back in line. And it's Barrable still in front, but it's... It's still there going sideways at times. Tyler Reid is all over the back of him. Ross Marshall back in third. Trevor Krause in fourth, waving and banging. Look at Krause.
What's going on?
But now here comes Reid. Don't look at Krause, look at Reid. Goes to the outside, down towards the tower. Can he get his nose in front in the number 6 car? The champion-elect is going to try and do it, but Barrable's having none of it.
Barrable's having none of it. And how do you want your championship? Well, I'd like it round the outside, please, Captain. This is proper. It's going to have to be a lunge. It's going to have to be a lunge into Sonny. He's got to get through the Jim Clark S's. Look at Barrable. You don't want to get this on. Oh, Reid down the inside. Classic Tyler Reid move. Job done. Has Barrable got an answer? Ooh, it's going to go down to the line.
Reid got the car under control very well indeed there to hold on to it. And Barrable is passed by the champion-elect. Now Krause is coming up. Krause wants second. The American wants to add another podium finish. And higher up, he's got to win. Is he going to get a P2? He's all over. Barrable now has got to defend from the American. Are they going to work together just to get into the complex? Surely Reid, the champion, is going to take the win. How neat and tidy is that for Legends Cars racing here? Krause is challenging hard. It looks like Barrable, I think, has possibly done enough to hang on to P2. But it is your new champion, Tyler Reid, who will come down and take the checkered flag. How was that? Neat end. Reid takes it. Very well earned win. Second position, Peter Barrable. Trevor Krause in third, Ross Marshall fourth, Connor Mills fifth, and Chris Needham wrapping up our hot half dozen.
That was absolutely brilliant and fitting, as well as the rest of them come across the line, fitting the champion coming across first.
Yeah, that was it. Very rarely happens like that, but the Legends guys deserve, everyone that puts together the Legends Cars racing, the admin team, the owners of the championship, the drivers, all the teams deserve that very neat ending, and 3 terrific races. The first time I think we've had, Ben Mahoney's had a little spin. Ben will be stuntman by trade and a great little driver learning his racing craft. Going back to what I was saying, such a great championship, very well deserved for everybody involved in the championship. The first time that we've seen all 3 Legends Cars races live on ITV. I know they've loved it. A mega weekend for them. And I think it's their first streaming or live coverage this year as well.
It is, because I've been trying to check it all out as the season's gone on, and even though it's been on British GT and things, there's no big streaming of it. So yeah, kudos having it on ITV4. And how good is that you win your championship on the first live weekend of the year?
Neat and tidy. Well done, Tyler Reid. So he becomes another name to add to the long list we've got of Legends Cars champions over the years. Super racing from the rest of them. Here's how they finish. Tyler Reid takes the win from Peter Barrable, our new Masters champion, of course. Well done to Peter as well. Trevor Krause, the American, comes through for third. What a debut for that name in the UK. Ross Marshall, the double Scottish champion, in fourth place from Connor Mills. Chris Needham in sixth, ahead of Matt Knight. Mark Beattie comes home in eighth, I think, possibly sealing the team's championship for Car 11. Luke Simmons in ninth. Nick Price completing our top 10. Then it was Nathan Anthony. Chris Dewey in 12th from Owen Lawler, our new rookie champion. Mike Schlupp next up from Ben Mahoney and David Bonser. Derek Hogan 17th from James Pendleton. Then it was Jack Parker and Ollie Schlupp. Ollie and Jack having problems, along with Will Gibson and Marcus Pett and Stephen Traherne, as the crowd rightly, it was well worth them staying. They appreciated it, they loved it, which was absolutely wonderful to see. And we thank them for staying and enjoying the racing. Very, very well worth the effort. And this man is going to be so happy, Tyler Reid. The 21 years old from Weedon has finally got, he just missed out last year on the Elite Cup. It was down to not a TSL issue, because there aren't issues with TSL, but an understanding of whether a car had finished or not, and he was second position in the Elite Cup. And now, of course, that he's got the Elite Cup, he'll want to go on and finalise the overall championship, which, as we said, goes to Alton Park and then goes to Snetterton. But I asked him earlier on, if you win, will you move on or will you stay? I think he wants to stay with Legends Cars. He's very well into it, and we do get a host of defending champions coming to Legends Cars. Not many drivers want to move on. They can move on at some point and move up. Dave Newsham, of course, being a terrific example of someone who's moved on to British Touring Car World. Derek Pearce did into Carrera Cup, and some drivers do, but the majority of champions like to stay on and try and do it again, because it's difficult enough to do it once, but to do it twice, very tricky job. There is Tyler down in pit lane with George McNeil, the Evergreen Legends photographer, which is good to see. Will Gibson will congratulate him. Will, the driver who went out in the opening lap problems that we saw, and we'll straight over to congratulate Tyler. It's half the job done for Tyler. Well, we're not going to keep you waiting any much longer for an interview, because Johnny Parr is going to be down there with our brand new champion. Over to you, Johnny.
Much like you, Richard, and Paul, I love these kind of after-hours races. It's like a Croft circuit lock-in, and I love the fact that many fans will stick around for them as well. Now, we've got a champion to speak to, a provisional champion, so come with me, because Tyler Reid is very busy chatting to various people amongst the championship, and I'm sure many people want to congratulate you, Tyler, because what a way to seal the championship. We have to say provisionally at this stage, but you win the race. It looked very unlikely at one point, because Peter Barrable was putting up one stout defence.
Yeah, I mean, Peter drove a great race out at the front, great defending as always with Peter, but yeah, I saw Will went off at the start, and that was sort of the championship sealed, so I thought may as well go for the win.
And you needed every trick in the book, because I mean you were running out of corners towards the end, but you just did it in time.
Yeah, I mean, we got side by side in a few places, but yeah, Peter made it difficult, as you would. But yeah, managed to get through in the flat out section, which was a bit ballsy, but yeah, we got there.
So many people, especially young kids, love your car. It's behind us now, but you know, the livery, which is instantly recognisable, of course, from cars. You must have had so many people say, I love the car, but now you got a championship as well. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the amount of support we get just because of the car, and all the people coming over saying, oh, they're my number one fans and everything. It's just, yeah, amazing support. I mean, we must have given out about 1,000 stickers this weekend, and yeah, it's good to see everyone loving it.
Fantastic, and keeping the Legend Championship high in the profile as well. Now, Peter Barrable is just standing over here. I need a quick word with Peter as well, because I thought you might hang on to that, and because we had the extended race distance because of the caution as well, so 10 laps, you nearly held out.
Yeah, I thought I was going to hang on to it as well, but as you say, the extended distance, it probably helped me get to the lead in the first place, was the safety car bunched back up, and I think I was 5th or 6th in the restart, up in the lead. And I tried my best. Tyler's had that little bit too much for me today. And anyway, that's it. Second, not too bad on the podium, in front of the TV cameras. Well, you know, could be worse.
Yeah, well, commiserations, but nevertheless, it's a good result to end your weekend at Croft. Peter Barrable, and the champion, we think, is Tyler Reid. Well done to him for another victory in the Legends.
Thank you to Johnny for his work throughout the course of the day here at Croft. We've made our way out on track, the action done and dusted, but there is so much to dissect from round 18 of the British Touring Cars Championship. And another win, Jade, for Ash Sutton, and it was down to just an extraordinary move from him.
Yeah, firstly, Johnny's nicked me mic, so I feel like Ricky Bobby. I don't really know.
We're a team here. You can borrow mine.
Thank you. But yeah, what a move. I just spoke to Ash and I said that was the cheekiest move I've ever seen. And he says he doesn't even know how he got into the lead as such. So he gets contact from Gordon Shedden here. He said he was dealing with that, looked up, and because Ingram and Aidan were digging into each other, all of a sudden he's leading the race, and he sort of double took it and then thought, right, got to crack on, head down, off we go. But yeah, it was one of the cheekiest moves I've ever seen.
As was that move from our floor manager, who's cheekily delivered your microphone during that shot. It could have been a very different story, because Tom Ingram might not have even been there when Ash sort of moved and went past him. That was one of the saves of the season early on.
Wow.
How did he do it?
That was unreal. Like Tim said in comms, it's all about, you know, as soon as a car goes sideways, watch this, bounce off the curb from Aidan, and that now full throttle and hope for the best. Another 6 foot to the inside, and it'd have probably been a spit off to the left. So that is just Tom Ingram, Ash Sutton, those kind of drivers can do that, because if you put too much throttle on in a front-wheel drive car, Jade, we know, because you've seen me do it in a hot ride back in the day. Too much throttle and you get spat off the other way. But just going back to the move at the hairpin, if I was Gordon Shedden, even though I thought it was a great move, if I was Gordon Shedden, I'd be a bit annoyed at getting hit that hard from someone who's just gone across the front of me. But it was, you know, it was done, and maybe Shedden might not have anything to say about it.
You got annoyed all the time. You're just an annoyed driver.
That's because I just have to work with people like you.
A great day for Senna Proctor, actually, local driver to here, 2 podiums for him, and 18th up to 3rd. That was a good drive from him.
It was a great drive. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of a cloud hanging over it because of the contact that he had, but it was a great drive. And this move, when he pulled a move on Ingram, I thought, fair play to you. You know,
were you surprised by that?
Yes, I was, because within a team, if one of your teammates is going for a championships, there's a little bit of an unwritten law that you don't make life difficult for them. but he's here racing for his career, for his future, for his own sponsors. And I thought, yeah, fair play. You know, got stuck in. You know, what a message to send out that you're a measure of and can overtake a guy of Ingram's stature. I thought it was great.
I mean, we probably do need the whole 2 weeks between now and Knockhill to dissect everything in that race, but there was an incident early. Dan Camish got taken off the track, came back on the track and caused a big pile-up.
Yeah, so that was an incident where he's had contact from the rear, which means he's obviously oversteering. You have to correct it. So you obviously, turn into it, but also you pick up the power. Your front-wheel drive, he has to pick up the power because otherwise he's just going to go straight into the barriers. So he's trying to deal with it. Unfortunately, when you hit the grass, it then becomes another incident in itself. And there's nothing he could have done in that situation that was any different that he did. It's just unfortunate of the timing of where he joined the track. Everyone was passing through. It's one of those things. It's just part and parcel of it. But in his terms, he did everything right for a front-wheel drive car to try and recover it as best he could.
Well, we can get more reaction to that now. Dan's spoken to Lou.
Well, Dan, that was quite some incident. I mean, you were very much a passenger in that one, but a scary ride.
It was a bit of a scary ride, especially when I realised fortunately your brain can't quite think quick enough. The first thing that you see is the barrier and instinctively you try and avoid that, which I did, only to put myself in actually a worse situation and obviously coming back across the track, unfortunately collecting some innocent parties in it. So, yeah, really disappointing. I better not say too much about how I really feel about the whole thing because it's that's unnecessary, and I think people really need to understand the difference between a soft and a hard tyre and drive accordingly. But that's not how it panned out, and we nearly ended up with a couple of injured drivers there actually, because that was quite a big impact, especially for Darryl. Thankfully he's okay, but yeah, we move forward. It hasn't really panned out this weekend for us, but the regulations are against us. If we rewind a couple of years, we'd be in a very different situation considering how fast we are and how good a job we're doing. It's just not working for us. I'm caught between not being able to beat Tom Ingram and therefore scoring less points than people out qualify. It's just a bit mad, really.
But you're taking a trophy home with you.
Yeah, I am. You're right, and I'm really proud of that. You should want to take a trophy home. It's mad though that you think about giving that trophy up to actually have a better day, which is actually what I was thinking about during the safety car. That's what the situation we're now in with this championship. So, yeah, it's nice to have another trophy. It's not the one I came for in Yorkshire, but we'll pick ourselves up. The guys will get the car back in one piece, and we'll go forward to Knockhill, and hopefully we can have a bit of a stronger weekend.
See you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to complete the sort of set of what was a totally bonkers race, we even had, Paul, a cone stuck in a car.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping it actually got stuck in the other way, so it looked like Madonna in the late 80s in a concert, but it didn't happen, did it? That was amazing, and the best line of the day was Tim Harvey saying that Luke Little would be happy with that. I have never seen anything like that. Do you know what that reminds me of? Do you know when I go for some food with you, Tim?
Yeah.
It's like you just sweep up everything.
Exactly, it's like a Hoover.
That was a bullseye, wasn't it? Let's see what today has done to the championship standings. And coming into today, Ash Sutton held a 10-point lead over rival Tom Ingram. But after what we've seen here at Croft, Tom Ingram now holds an 8-point lead over Ash Sutton. And the top two have extended their gap to Daniel Rowbottom in third. Dan Camish, we just heard from him, in fourth with 184 points. So now attention's turned, Jay, to Knockhill. I guess when Ash and Tom debrief the events that have happened today, how will they both be feeling moving on to Scotland?
Both positive in their own right. Obviously, Ash had an unfortunate start to the day, but then brought it back, whereas Tom's had a fairly consistent day and very successful. Knockhill's a completely different circuit, but however, these two cars in their own right seem to be fast wherever they go, whether they got boost or not got boost. So they'll both be very confident, but it's getting really close at the top now. Me and Tim were just saying that 8 points is nothing in this championship, so there's no one that's going to be relaxing before Knockhill, that's for sure, and it will definitely be continuing that door-to-door battle throughout that weekend.
And as Jade alluded to there, it wasn't a great start to the day for Ash Sutton, but he ended the day with a 5th victory in this season's championship. He was spraying the champagne. All things considered, he'll be happy, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to reverse engineer your weekend strategy-wise, and when that happened to him in the first race, yes, he lost points, but he was also on the hard tyre, which is not the favourite one. We were all saying Ash is on for a race 3 win, and that's how you salvage your weekend. But Knockhill is where we go next. Is a circuit of jeopardy. It's where all the lap times are incredibly close. The racing is really fraught, and it's a weekend you need to get through without incident if you're to keep your championship going. So they'll both be a little bit cautious going into it, knowing that things can go well or go very badly.
They sure will. Now, a reminder, we've got some